The story opens inside the demon realm, not a battlefield, but a surprisingly serene space behind a gate, filled with peaceful scenery and scattered vegetation. A strange, snake-like creature appears, seemingly intent on devouring some plants. But these plants suddenly come to life. They're not ordinary flora, but radish-shaped beings called mandra who prepare to defend themselves. Just as tensions rise, the scene shifts unexpectedly. It was all a playful skirmish between the snake, named Sasa, and the three mandras. They've been mock-fighting like this for days, with Sasa having lost 99 times in a row. Overlooking them are two humanoid beings, one male with a hawk's head and a female watching the game with mild amusement. Nearby, a human applies moisturizer to some of the mandras, who enjoy the pampering. Meanwhile, a cheerful girl races toward a cook named Se-jun, who's preparing mouth-watering dishes using his special sauce, omelets and fried rice that make everyone around swoon in delight. The protagonist quietly watches all of this, surrounded by joy and warmth, realizing that life in the demon realm may not be so terrible after all. Flashback to the human world, one day, a gate opened to the demon realm, unleashing chaos. As monstrous invasions began, hunters awakened to protect humanity. But awakenings became rare, and the human defense began to crumble. In desperation, humanity turned to science, creating artificial life forms called chimeras, beings born from mixing human and animal DNA with monster cells and gate minerals, often using prisoners as test subjects. The result was a breakthrough. Chimeras became humanity's strongest weapon, drastically reducing casualties and helping stabilize the world. However, decades later, illegal labs began producing high-grade chimeras for the black market. In one such lab, scientists inspected a broken test subject, chimera number 17. His arm was rotted and his brain partially damaged, making him unresponsive without direct orders. The researchers considered him a failure, fit only for disposal. The director, cold and calculating, decided to deploy number 17 on a gate-sealing mission, not to succeed, but to die there without a return order. Soon after, inside the demon realm, number 17 fought alongside a group of adventurers. But he didn't need help. He single-handedly obliterated monster after monster, using devastating powers like a spirit bomb to clear the battlefield. The adventurers were in awe, reduced to mere looters trailing behind his wake. Despite his damaged mind, number 17 showed unmatched strength and endurance. Days passed, the monsters kept coming, and yet the gate remained open. Eventually, the gate began to collapse. The adventurers prepared to retreat. One female hunter questioned whether they should bring number 17 back, given his crucial role in their survival. But the orders were clear. He was to be left behind. Her companion coldly reminded her that chimeras were emotionless tools. But number 17 had begun to understand. Even as he kept fighting, he realized no return order had come. As monsters overwhelmed him, tearing at his body, number 17 continued to defend the retreat route, fulfilling his mission to the end. Left behind and abandoned, he was ultimately destroyed. Later, the mission report revealed an astounding result. Not a single hunter died, and Chimera number 17 had defeated 1,823 monsters alone. At the moment of death, Chimera number 17 was remembering a forgotten past, which was vaguely appearing inside the Chimera's mind. He remembered, somehow, that he was once a complete human being and was abducted at the age of 9. A flood of images unfolded before his eyes, and even when the broken brain of the Chimera could not understand anything, he just watched everything silently. 80 years ago, he was born. Then, 70 years ago, he was inside an orphanage, fighting off the bullies that bullied him, and then getting punished when it was not his fault. It was then that he got out of the orphanage and tried living on his own, but it was too harsh. Some people came to abduct the little boy, chaining him and performing multiple experiments on him as a subject. Inside the illegal lab, he was chained down and given the number 17. He was administered S-class silk cocoon larva cells as the scientists waited for any reaction to appear. But even after multiple days, there were no side effects. Instead, 17 had gained special abilities. Still, his human appearance and consciousness were maintained because of his rare constitution. The scientists were happy, not ready to let go of the little boy, telling the others that they should keep transplanting cells until they saw a reaction and could find out how much his body could take. 64 years ago, even after administering multiple monster fluids, 17 was not showing any side effects and was instead gaining multiple abilities. Cleaning floors with the monsters while using his physical and mental abilities, along with having skills that were once only special to monsters. One such day, while defeating a monster, 17 saved a lady and her daughter, who thanked him for saving them. But just as he turned around, he started showing signs of forgetting the orders given to him. 59 years ago, the condition worsened, and 17 wondered about what he had just been doing. One scientist noticed that 17 was having trouble remembering things. The psychotic scientist, however, was happy because side effects had finally begun to show. 54 years ago, we see that the scientists were recording something, that after transplanting over 500 types of monster cells for over 50 years, 17 had become an S-class chimera, and now it was impossible to measure his potential. Number 17 was the research lab's greatest success. The latest event happened 20 years ago, as 17 transformed completely and was no longer human at all, not able to understand anything that was going on, only able to complete orders and do as he was told. 3 days ago, he was defeated by the monsters who flooded the gate, completing his mission but not able to retreat. But from the fluid secreted from 17, something strange started happening. A strange light fell onto a bone, which was part of 17. We come to know that the bone started gaining strange powers as it began rematerializing itself and forming a complete body. After a transplantation of a total of 527 types of monster cells, strangely and suddenly, 17 has been resurrected. His whole body is coming back and rebuilding itself slowly but surely, and he is turning back into a human, coming full circle. 17 was shocked, wondering if he had completely turned back into a human. But as he started using his monster abilities, they were not completely gone, and he realized that he was not entirely human, but instead had just regained the appearance of one. However, 17's brain was no longer broken, and he realized that quite some time had passed, and the research lab had not retrieved him. He knew that he was finally discarded. The experiment number on his wrist was gone too. The boy realized that now he no longer had ties with the lab. Then 17 remembered something. He had been injected with the abilities of an immortal-type monster, which was a monster phoenix. And as the core was not destroyed, the monster could revive up to 3 times. Even when 17 had thought that humans could not fuse with immortal cells, he had been wrong, and he was now certain that his body had been returned to its prime. He wondered if it was because all the side effects of the experiments had been eliminated that he was feeling great. Ever since it all began, he had felt like a fog was completely shrouding his mind. But now, all the spells that the scientists had put in place to prevent 17 from escaping or causing any resistance were gone. It was as if his life as number 17 was now over, and he could live as a human. It was then that 17 started remembering what his actual name was, because 17 was just a number assigned by the lab. He remembered that one really gentle scientist had given him a name, Ryak, who was ready to help 1,000 people with his new abilities. Ryak just smiled, wondering how a homeless orphan from the slums could help others. But now that he had abilities, it was possible. Ryak wondered what he should do now that he had been resurrected. At first, he thought about revenge. But revenge only made sense if the target was right in front of him, and that was not the case. Ryak had once thought about revenge, but now the events were so far in the past that his desire for it wasn't as intense as before. And as he had no way to enter the human world, he knew that if he lived long enough, he would probably run into them. So he decided to think about it when the time came. Now that he had come back to his senses, Ryak noticed that he was completely naked, but it was none of his concern because he was in the demon realm anyway. He decided to try to live on like a real person, and the first thing he needed was to find clothes. Wondering when was the last time he wore actual clothes that felt good, Ryak started moving toward a different place. As the scene shifted, we saw a beautiful landscape with a river. Ryak thought about what he could make clothes out of since he had no materials. Just then, as he found the lake, he decided to look around for a bit. He saw a giant bird creature slammed to the ground, lifeless. Ryak realized this was likely the result of a territory dispute among the various monsters. Even though the bird monster seemed quite strong, it had met its end, and judging by the lack of major wounds, Ryak concluded that the bird had probably died from poison and not any physical injury. This was all in Ryak's favor, since he needed leather anyway. He immediately began transforming his hands into a blade like Alex Mercer from Prototype. As he had the abilities, he decided to go ahead. He remembered that back in the lab, they had taught him how to kill monsters properly. So he decided to cut the stomach in a straight line, then make incisions on the limbs to separate the leather. He decided to give it a try, but as soon as he stabbed the bird, the poison started spewing out and Ryak completely inhaled it. To everyone's surprise, nothing happened to him. He thought it was just a bad smell and got a notification that there was no damage done. Still, he knew the smell and poison were bad, so he decided to wash it out. Then we saw some real censorship while the bird lay down. Ryak was happy with his first attempt, as almost all the leather was extracted. The next step was to clear out all the poison from the leather so that it could be worn. But the boy was shocked to see that even though the leather looked soft, its material was heavy to lift and too stiff. Ryak thought that maybe because it was monster leather, it was as stiff as iron plates. Just then he got an idea. He transformed his hands back to physical form and started slamming the leather with ferocious punches, not leaving any room for it to escape. The process he was doing was called tanning, which was used to remove hair, fats, and extra stiffness from the leather to make it soft. After multiple punches, the leather was finally soft and fluffy. Now Ryak realized that he had found real industrial leather. The bird monster was still censored. Ryak wondered if this much leather was enough for wearing, since he was quite tall. As he was contemplating, we saw the bird come back to life again with a tiny fire suddenly lighting up near its tail. The bird was shocked, wondering where its skin had gone. Meanwhile, Ryak was tearing down the leather to make it fit, and he punched 2 holes into it to pass through his arms. After tightening it up with a leaf rope, Ryak was happy with the result. The leather perfectly fit his body, and now his whole body could be covered. Just then, Ryak realized that some of the poison had not been properly washed off. It had not fully disappeared, but since he didn't want to wash it again, he decided to wear it anyway. As he turned around, he saw that the bird was awake and wondered how it was still not dead. We come to know that this bird monster was called the Rigger, and according to Ryak's knowledge, it should have been properly dead because he had hit its vital points. But then the bird started shaking its head, and Ryak was shocked, wondering if it was just his imagination or if the bird was truly understanding him. Ryak began thinking that if the Rigger was alive, maybe it was also one of the immortal types and could come back to life a few times. In the past, Ryak would have definitely killed it since he was a hunter. But since the opponent was already weakened and no longer a threat, there was no need for Ryak to kill the revived bird. Our boy started laughing, telling the bird that if it understood him, then it should know that both of them were lucky, and since this was their second life, they should do their best to live well. And if their fates were intertwined, they might meet again somewhere. After saying these words, he turned around and started walking away. He entered a cave while thinking that now that his clothes were sorted, he needed a place to stay. Inside the cave, there were multiple ferocious monsters, and one large-looking centipede tried to attack Ryak. But in front of his raw power, it was nothing. Ryak didn't even care about it until he came closer, and just with one flick of his hand, the centipede was finished, its head separated from its ugly body. Meanwhile, Ryak was contemplating that the cave was too dark, so he decided not to live inside it. The scene shifted to a heavily snow-falling area, like an avalanche. Multiple monsters were shocked because when they tried to attack Ryak, it backfired. The boy thought it would be tough to find food, so he rejected the place too. Inside the forest, Ryak was getting funny smells, and inside the swamps it was too humid. He even tried going into lava mountains, but it was too hot and hard for him to stay without sweating. So finally, after going through all these places, Ryak came outside and started looking around the valley. He spotted a location that looked pretty nice. It had a waterfall and nearby water enough for survival. There were also wild monsters that were edible, Even Ryak could never have imagined that the demon realm was this beautiful. He decided to take a closer look and jumped from a cliff down to the ground. He saw that the water was actually clear and there were plenty of fish. Even though they were monster fish, Ryak knew he could capture and cook them on the spot. It would feel like camping for him. Since this place was like a natural fish farm, building a house nearby was not a bad idea at all. To add to the ambience, there were flowers, and the air was fresh, giving Ryak a peaceful feeling. He finally decided that this would be the place to build his house. As the boy smiled, the scene shifted to another location nearby the valley, where a strange portal began sparking and opening, tearing through space. Someone came down at insane speed, crashing into the ground and kicking up a lot of dust. It was a small creature with robotic hands and red eyes, while a greatly evil aura emanated from him. As the robot looked around, he wondered if this place was the demon realm. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back again, and we see that Ryak was looking at the spot where he was thinking of building his home, finding it good because he could also hear the sound of the waterfall about 10 minutes away. He finally decided to build his own house, and first, he needed a place to build it. So he used his powers of the Chimera to cut off multiple trees and to plane out the area a little so that he got a plain surface to build on and some wood to build with. He levitated multiple logs together and separated the good quality wood from the bad quality ones, knowing that it should be good enough. As Ryak was walking around, he realized that the ground was too bumpy and needed cleaning up. So he slammed onto the ground with his monstrous whips and took out the tree roots with a jolt, clearing out the ground like a playing field. Knowing that the sunlight would come directly inside his house, he just moved his hands and feet according to what he felt. But still, the place was nice and clean. He started picking up the heavy logs and decided to choose the strongest ones and create pillars at the corners. After doing this, he was really having fun building his first house. Then he took slightly weaker wood and formed planks out of them and laid them onto the floor. For the walls, he decided to use mucus from the snail-type monsters, as he did not have any nails and needed to stick the logs together. He knew that whenever the snail mucus hardened, it became as tough as stone, and sticking the logs together with it would also work for waterproofing. For the finishing touches, Ryak used his silk technique once again and threw it all around the place, making a net so that no one would come around his home, and if anyone dared to enter, Ryak would come to know immediately. We see a really suspicious-looking house with a red aura emanating from far away, and just with 3 materials, logs, snail monster mucus, and silkworm cocoon thread, the house of Ryak was finally complete. But it was still a bit disappointing because Ryak felt like something was missing. He wanted to remember what a house looked like when he was a human. He remembered that inside the lab, they were taught by some people about a typical house and how it looked before the gates appeared. In the training videos, he saw that the humans always raised something in the yard, be it vegetables, flowers, or pets. But as you cannot find a dog in the demon realm, he decided to make a vegetable garden. But one question still remained. What could the boy even grow in the demon realm? Just then he remembered something, that there was a snow mountain nearby. So he thought he should plant some mandras from the mountains so that he had enough radishes. As the scene shifts, we see that Ryak was in the snowy mountain once again, which was the mandra's habitat. It was around the summit of the snowy mountain where demonic energy was the strongest, so the mandras found it quite comforting. It was snowing at the whole place quite a lot, so Ryak remembered that even on the day he was abducted to the lab, it snowed heavily, as if there was no end to it. Back then, it was so cold that Ryak thought being kidnapped was rather a good thing. But just then he immediately got a realization that becoming a chimera does have its advantages, because now he did not have to worry about dying from cold or hunger. Ryak noticed the demonic energy, which was at its peak, and he realized that he had finally arrived. As Ryak analyzed the whole area, he saw a few leaves coming out of the ground, and he was thankful that he did not waste his trip because these were mandra's leaves. These mandras were delicate and vulnerable to stress, so they could die from even small environmental changes. Relocating them was a task, and Ryak realized that young and adaptable individuals were probably better for it. He decided to take 3 roots for now, and as he took them out, he thought to himself that he should have covered his ears beforehand. But as he took out the mandra, he was shocked to see that the creature was cutely sleeping, and he thought there was something wrong with it. So he took out another one, and all three of them were actually sleeping soundly, not even waking up after being taken out of the soil. It was as if these cute creatures were talking in their sleep. Ryak was familiar with the mandra scream, which was a phenomenon caused by humans cultivating mandras artificially. In the human world, where there was very little demonic energy, the mandras came under extreme stress, and if someone forcefully pulled them out, they would let out a shrieking scream and die along with the person who heard the scream. But since there was no scream, Ryak guessed that it was because of the demon realm. They were not even resisting, and mandras had the nature of struggling to run away if they got out. But these cute creatures were slowly waking up, smiling while looking at Ryak. Then he realized that maybe these creatures were recognizing Ryak as a fellow creature of the demon realm, since his body also contained the mandra cells. But all this worked in Ryak's favor because the less stressed the mandras were, the better they would grow. Later, when they would grow well, Ryak wondered if he should ask for a few roots and make some trees, because the fruit could be a snack. But he also knew that forcefully plucking the fruit could be extremely poisonous, so he decided to try and persuade the little creatures carefully. Suddenly, as Ryak decided to go toward his house, several screams came into his ears from the opposite direction. He realized that there must be hunters nearby, and even though Ryak was not able to comprehend why they came all the way to the dangerous snowy mountain, he decided that he should go and grab the gate stones from them. As the scene shifts, we see two adventurers who were actually brutally damaged from the monsters. One of them was cursing his other team members, realizing that they had used them as bait and ran away. But the other immediately told the first one to pull themselves together because the monsters were coming at them once again. These monsters were filthy-looking rabbits with jaws that opened like octopuses. The man was somehow able to protect himself for a while by using a blue-colored force field, but the monsters were so powerful that the defense wall was about to break, and the rabbits were rapidly scratching the wall like crazy. The man who was shielding both of them was almost crying, realizing that he should have stuck to menial chores and not come looking for a chimera. As the defensive wall broke down from the punches of the rabbits, the man screamed for somebody to save him, and just then, something dropped down from the sky, scattering all the snow around it. Even the deadly rabbits were shocked, and the adventurers wondered who or what it was. They were shocked to see the silhouette of a person coming out from the smoke. It was none other than Ryak himself, who realized that these were the snow rabbits who were low-level creatures in front of him. The monsters tried attacking our boy, but they sensed something really evil and maniacal inside him. So even before Ryak got to them, the rabbits ran away, knowing that it would be instant death for them. The adventurers were shocked, not able to believe that the B-class monsters were running away at the sight of a mysterious man. Nonetheless, they started thanking our boy for saving them, introducing themselves as Seong and Kim. Upon asking the boy's name, he introduced himself as Ryak. Hearing the name, Kim thought the boy was mysterious, and with the outfit that Ryak was wearing, he was thrown off even more. Ryak asked the adventurers what they were doing at the snowy mountain when they looked like D-class hunters. The adventurers gave an obvious explanation, that they needed money and they were not getting it by doing menial chores. They explained that they had received a request to capture a chimera, and as the reward was good, they decided to do it. Ryak was alerted, wondering if they were searching for him instead. But the adventurers further explained that one test subject had escaped from the lab and it was a mechanical creature, so it jumped into the gate while fleeing. The boy realized that if it was a mechanical creature, then it could not possibly be him, and it was a relief because Ryak was not being searched. But he asked the adventurers where their luggage was, because if they had come to the demon realm empty-handed, then it was a mistake, and they should have had a few gate stones. Kim explained that his team members, or rather those traitors, took everything from them, and they had planned this from the start. Kim realized that he should have known about it since they were all B-class hunters, and the D-class ones were a burden on them. Ryak realized that in this case, the gate stone must be with those guys. But just then, Seong excused himself and asked Ryak if he had any plans of returning to the real world. because they were already near their limit. And if they got contaminated by the demonic energy anymore, then it would be bad. We come to know that the time a hunter can endure in the demon realm varies greatly depending on their awakening class. And if they do not return to the human world in time and purify the demonic energy, then most of them will die. That does not apply to Ryak because he was a chimera. As Ryak was thinking about it, the adventurers were begging him to take them back to the human world because one of them had a pregnant wife at home, and she would be due next week. But just then, Ryak sensed something, and without saying anything further, he jumped away without listening to the adventurers anymore. Both Kim and Seong were now depressed, wondering where Ryak was going, begging him to take them with him. As the scene shifts, we see the mechanical creature standing near the cliff, knowing that he could not go any farther because it was dangerous. The other three adventurers were just behind the mechanical creature, trying to capture him quickly, and they decided to attack him all at once. But suddenly something awakened inside the robot, and he decided that the dangerous ones would definitely be eliminated. We come to know that the adventurers were in a squad, getting ready to attack the robot together. But something flew out of the hand of the robot, and he started dematerializing, getting ready to fight with an evil look in his eyes. As the scene shifts, we see that Ryak had arrived at the cliff, and he saw blood splattered all around, wondering if he was just a step too late, for missing all the action because all the hunters had already run away, or rather, were decimated by something, and their bags had now fallen onto the ground. From looking at the situation, you realize that they must have ditched their gear so they could run away fast. But there were many animal tracks mixed with a child's footprints, which were chasing them. So Ryak realized that whatever it was, it could change form during the fight. Just then we see a flashback of the adventurers, as Kim told Ryak that the mechanical creature was made out of liquid metal, so it could freely change its shape. But the material was so rare that the scientists made it small, like the size of a child or a large dog. This information coincided with what Ryak was seeing. As the boy smiled, realizing that for a mechanical creature, it could overwhelm 5 B-ranked hunters alone, which was quite impressive. As the scene shifts, we come back to the place where the adventurers were lying down. Kim was consoling Seong, who thought it was over for him because his whole body had been tainted by demonic energy. Kim told him not to say crap like that, because his kid was due next week. But as Seong was not able to walk anymore, he told Kim that he should inform his wife about everything and tell her that Seong was sorry he couldn't make it back. It was a really emotional scene, as Kim started crying, wanting Seong to just hang on a little longer because he believed that some miracle might still happen. But suddenly Kim heard some footsteps, and as he turned around, tear-faced, he was shocked to see that Ryak was back, and on his back was the gear bag that the adventurers had carried. Kim immediately dropped down on the ground and started begging Ryak for saving them. It was then that the boy remembered once again that the adventurers did not have any gate stone. But Kim was not stopping, explaining to Ryak that inside the lawless demon realm, once they lose, it's over. That's why Kim decided to offer 2 10 million won checks, so they could buy 1 gate stone for themselves to get out. Ryak was shocked after looking at the checks, but Kim knew that if they didn't return now, they would definitely die. Even Ryak realized that although he didn't need the money now, it could come in handy if he decided to go to the human world later. So Ryak accepted the check and gave the adventurers a gate stone, breaking it and causing a portal to open immediately. Kim bowed down in front of our boy, promising that he would never forget what Ryak had done for them, as long as they lived. Kim started going towards Seong, telling him to get up because he knew that if they hurried, they could survive. But Ryak was actually shocked, asking the adventurers if the gate stone was too expensive, because it used to cost around 200,000 won in the human world. But the adventurers were shocked, strangely wondering why Ryak was talking about something so ancient, because nowadays these gate stones go for around 1 million won each. As Ryak felt he had received too much, he decided to count the extra money as a fee for saving them. The boy tapped Kim on the shoulder while a blue energy flared out from the adventurer, and even Seong was now having the same condition. They both realized that the boy was infusing mana into the adventurers, but for them, it was a really dangerous process because infusing mana was something even an E-rank hunter would avoid. If the mana collided and tangled, then the mana core inside the person could shatter, and they would both die. Kim thought that if this continued, all three of them would definitely die. But in front of him, his friend was suddenly all right, and Seong was looking like a new adventurer, realizing that the demonic energy had been completely purified. The man immediately hugged Kim, happy that he was actually alive. The adventurers decided to go out from the gate immediately. Kim bowed down in front of our boy, promising the same thing as before, that he would never forget the favor. Both of them were shocked that Ryak could purify demonic energy with mana, because it was only possible with overwhelming amounts of it. So they couldn't comprehend who Ryak actually was. As the scene shifts, we see that the boy was still kind of disappointed after looking at his house, which looked straight out of a horror movie. But we see that Ryak was just analyzing the place and was happy that no one had intruded while he was out. In his tiny, precious home, he wanted to go through everything he had looted because he knew that he had gotten some unexpected earnings which made for a satisfying outing. But as he turned down, he saw that the mandras were calling out to something, and it was just their little cries. Ryak realized that their leaves were now getting droopy, maybe from all the travel. So the boy decided to plant them right away, thinking that the spot in front of his house would do. But still, even after being planted, the mandras were displeased. Ryak realized that maybe these creatures didn't like the forced relocation, and that's why they were still looking unhappy. Or maybe they were just hungry from traveling without soil. So Ryak decided to give them some mana, because it usually helps to power up creatures. After getting enough mana, the mandras were smiling once again like the cute creatures they were. And as they smiled, Ryak was happy too, thinking it was successful. But as we get a back scene of the boy, we see that Ryak was sensing some kind of aura, as two eyes were looking at him from behind the bush. It was none other than the mechanical creature itself, who was going around the boy and looking at him constantly. But Ryak knew that if the creature wanted to do something, it would show itself, and there was no need to interfere. The boy stored the checks of money for later when he would need them, and decided to unpack all the stuff he had gotten. There were many things, including a portable burner and cooking set, which were essential gear for outdoor cooking, along with gate stones and spare clothes. There were 8 gate stones that let the user travel freely between the human world and the demon realm. And with the spare clothes, Ryak had some extra wear, but he realized that they were contaminated and needed washing. The boy had also gotten 2 sleeping bags, so now he didn't need a bed to sleep. But suddenly Ryak noticed that inside the bag was a bowl of ramen, and he remembered that the last time he had it was back in the orphanage. As he was hungry, he thought it was the perfect time to cook some ramen. He read the ramen cooking instructions and went out to grab some water. But just then, multiple monster fishes came attacking the boy. He was as calm as he could be, just like Lin, as he decided to flick the fishes lightly so they wouldn't get decimated. He thought that fish might taste good inside the ramen. And for eggs, he grabbed some monster eggs instead of actual poultry eggs, along with something crunchy to substitute the green onions and other toppings for taste. As the ingredients were ready, he decided to go back inside. But we see that the mechanical creature was also following our boy, and its stomach was rumbling like crazy as it realized that Ryak was going to cook. On the other hand, the boy turned on the pocket stove and started cooking the ramen altogether with all the ingredients at once. Even though the instructions didn't say when he should add fish, he decided to just boil it all together for the taste. But as the cooking continued, a vicious smell was spreading all around his house, and the mandras were not able to breathe in such a suffocating stench. Even the boy wondered if this was how ramen was supposed to smell, but since he had eaten it a long time ago, he didn't know what was going on. Meanwhile, the mechanical creature was also getting attracted by the cooking smell. Wanting some too, it immediately transformed into a cute dog because it had seen in the lab that humans liked dogs, and those who looked pitiful would get help. So it started crouching on 3 legs, pretending to be injured and whining. But Ryak immediately realized that it was the same mechanical creature who had been trailing him for quite a while, and now it had turned into a dog. Ryak wondered if it was trying to lower the boy's guard and was pretending to be hurt to gain sympathy. But from its actions, Ryak realized that the creature was just a clueless young specimen who was smiling after looking at him. As the boy wondered how such a thing could escape the lab and make it into the demon realm when it was so obvious, Ryak just looked at the dog, telling it that the food was ready and that it would get some too. Both the dog and Ryak looked at the ramen, which looked incredibly tasty to them, but it was as awful as it could get. As both the dog and the boy started eating, Ryak began having flashbacks of how they ate ramen and how delicious it used to be. Due to the nostalgia, Ryak forgot how the ramen actually tasted and still ate every bite of it, because it was the same as he remembered from his younger days. The ramen taste that Ryak remembered from his youth was strong enough to overpower any other smell. After eating, it was time for the boy to clean up, and the dog started going away. But as the boy noticed something, he immediately called out to the dog, asking him if he wasn't limping from his left leg earlier. After hearing that, the dog realized that he had messed up and immediately lifted his left leg instead of the right one. As the scene shifts, we see that Ryak had gotten near the waterfall and had finished doing the dishes, so he decided to do the laundry. Now, he did not have any good memories of flower pollen, but he couldn't keep living in leather clothes forever because the weather could be dry sometimes, and it could get hot too. He was not a caveman, so he wanted to dress normally. As the boy was using the stick to clean the pollen out of the clothes, he knew that if he washed too hard they might tear, so he decided to do it gently. But with only a single smack of the stick, all the rocks were flung into the sky and the ground broke, with the cloth being tattered into pieces. The boy made an oblivious face while thinking that since he had another set left, it was not a bad thing. But as Ryak analyzed his surroundings, he saw that the mechanical creature had turned into a rock this time. He wondered why the creature kept lingering around. Even when he was eating ramen and doing the dishes, the mechanical creature was a fish. And when the boy was looking at the flowers that looked like forsythia, the robot had turned into a log. The mechanical creature was approaching the boy just by changing its appearance, without doing anything special. But just when the creature saw bugs, it transformed and started running away frantically. We come to know that the robot hated bugs, and from this, Ryak realized that the mental age of the mechanical creature was probably under 5 years old. And with the awkward speech patterns it showed, Ryak knew that the robot had a side effect from when a young chimera was forcefully injected with knowledge that its brain could not process. Even when Ryak had spotted the now transformed robot, he acted like he saw nothing, and the robot wanted to hide as soon as it could. As the flashback ends and the scene shifts, we see that Ryak was finally able to clean a piece of t-shirt, slowly but surely realizing that doing laundry for him was more difficult than he would have ever thought. But still, he managed to get it done. Now that he was looking at it, he realized that the t-shirt was small for him and he would not be able to wear it. Still, he decided to dry it up because, after all that washing, throwing it away would be a pity. As he needed to go and check the state of the mandras, he went away. But as soon as Ryak disappeared, one rock opened its eyes, and we see that it was the robot, who was happy after looking at the piece of cloth. Thinking that since Ryak was also wearing clothes, the robot was going to wear them too, and this t-shirt was a perfect fit for it. Now the robot was happy, declaring that these clothes were hers to claim. And just then, the robot started transforming itself into a human with long hair, and we come to know that the robot was actually a female, not a male. After wearing the t-shirt, she took the human form, which fit everything perfectly. As the scene shifts, we see that Ryak was now in a dilemma, wondering what was happening with the mandras, because they were withered once again, and even they didn't know what was happening. The leaves kept withering and the roots were a bit dry too. That was strange because the boy had pulled out weeds at the exact time, and all the weeds were already out of the field. But then he realized that something was deep inside the ground. As the boy started digging out every bit of it, there were all sorts of things underground, and also little worm monsters that were feeding off the energy of the mandras. Ryak now decided to grind it thoroughly to make it smooth, so that his mistake would not be repeated. It was just a temporary relief, and the mandras were happy. But Ryak knew that he needed to make a proper vegetable bed around them, so he wondered if he should just make it about the size of his house. Just then, cute little steps appeared in front of the boy, as the robot, now turned into a cute girl, said hello to Ryak. The boy immediately knew that it was the robot and thought that she took a human form because she was ready to talk. The girl tried to act all surprised, asking Ryak if this log house was his. Now that Ryak had started talking with her, she was pleased, asking the boy if he was a native around here. Ryak wondered if he should tease the little girl for a while and asked her which tribe she was from. The robot was shocked, trying to dodge the question, explaining that she came from beyond the waterfall, really far away. She had traveled so far that Ryak would not be able to know where it is. It was such an obvious lie that Ryak decided to have fun, asking the girl if she was from the coconut tribe just beyond the waterfall. Knowing nothing about it, the girl immediately shook her head, declaring that she was from the coconut tribe. But then Ryak immediately noticed that she was wearing the shirt that he had washed. The girl became angry, telling Ryak that in their tribe there was a rule: whoever picks something gets to keep it, so now the shirt was hers to claim. Ryak thought for a while and told the girl that she could have it. But then Ryak asked her why someone from the coconut tribe was so far away from them. Hearing that, the robot girl explained that she was expelled from her tribe and had a favor to ask. She screamed with all her might, telling Ryak that she wanted to live with him and would love it if Ryak would allow it. Ryak was shocked, asking the girl again if she was sure, and she mumbled, thinking that since there were no bugs around the place and there was a house, she thought it was safe, and that's why she wanted to live here. Ryak sighed in relief, as he also was glad to know that the robot only needed a place to rest. He finally agreed, but on one condition: if she was staying in the house, she would have to do her part. The robot girl was excited, just asking Ryak what he wanted her to do. Ryak told her that he needed help plowing the vegetable bed and wondered if she could help him because he wanted to build a new home for the mandras. Hearing that, the girl immediately grabbed the wooden stick from Ryak's hand, telling him to leave it to her since she was really strong and confident with physical labor. It was then that we saw a shocking transformation, where the girl was able to plow the whole field and make all the worms get out with insane strength, which was unimaginable for such a small body. Now that she was happy, she was no longer hiding her true identity at all, which could be revealed from the power she possessed. But Ryak thought that maybe it was something else completely, and as she had lived in the lab for her whole life, she didn't know what a normal kid was like. So she was doing her best to impress Ryak. The boy asked her about her name, introducing himself as Ryak, and this made the girl stop because she didn't have a name. But to impress the boy, she knew she would have to make a new name, just like the pretty flower she had seen earlier. She declared herself as Nari. Ryak joked about her being too narrow. The girl screamed that it was Nari instead. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole place was done, and the vegetable bed was ready after just a few moments. Ryak had also made a stone fence, which was not letting the soil slip. Now all the mandras were happy after getting their new home. Even Ryak realized that the creatures were happy and that he should have plowed the field earlier. But suddenly, Nari started crying, and Ryak wondered why she was crying all of a sudden. We then come to know that the mandras who were playing in the field were reminding her of her friends. But Ryak was sure that there was no way those kinds of things existed at the research lab. Before he could inquire any further, Nari was stunned, and Ryak wondered what was happening. A dark miasma started coming toward the beautiful place, and the whole place turned into a red hell. Nari got down onto the ground, shivering, not even able to get up. Ryak told her not to be scared, because it was just the sound of monsters hunting each other. It was then that Nari revealed that before she came to the valley, she saw a monster that looked like a chick, and several monsters were attacking it. Even Ryak could sense that Nari was telling the truth, and somehow she was also feeling that the chick was hurting badly, as it had gotten bitten by some venomous monsters. Ryak explained that the chick was going to be eaten soon, because this was the demon realm, and it was a place only for the truly strong. But then Ryak suddenly asked the girl if she wanted to save that monster. As a chimera who was only able to follow orders, she told Ryak that she couldn't save the monster, even though her body was resisting it. Ryak immediately realized that the side effects of the mind control command were still lingering inside the robot, and it couldn't move according to its own will. Ryak wondered if he should help the girl a little, but in a way that didn't sound like a command. So instead of commanding, Ryak asked Nari if she wanted to go and check on the bird, because if she helped, maybe the chick could survive. Hearing that, Nari immediately flew away, telling Ryak that she would be back after the lookout was done. As the scene shifts, we see that multiple ant-like monsters were attacking a cute little cotton ball of a chick. But before they could eat the bird, Nari came to the rescue, kicking each and every monster that was coming toward the small creature. The girl was determined to save the bird. She remembered her past, when she was still the robot and everyone else hated her because she was placed first once again in a ranked match. They knew that at this rate, everyone else would be used for high-failure experiments. Just to save themselves, they started bullying the mechanical robot, telling her to let them live too. They told Nari that if only she weren't there, then their lives would be different. To the robot, it was completely nonsensical because she was only doing as she was told, and still she was getting punished. But now, she was determined not to be like that anymore, because bullying someone in large numbers was really bad, and the monsters were doing just that with the cute little chick. Nari gave a ferocious blow to all the monsters, decimating them. Meanwhile, Ryak was supplying energy to the mandras, but suddenly the girl came back, calling out to Ryak. As he turned around with a smile, he saw that Nari was crying, because the chick she had saved was not getting better at all. But the moment he saw the bird, Ryak remembered something. It was about the giant bird he had slain once. He immediately felt that he had seen it somewhere. Meanwhile, we see that Nari was crying because the chick wasn't waking up. It was looking bad to her, and she wondered if the creature was dying. Ryak decided to take a look himself and used his mana to infuse into the chick. He came to know that, luckily, there were no fatal injuries. We learn that each monster's energy holds a story, and the bird that he had skinned had now shrunk and gotten lighter in color. But it was still the same because, just like the undead-type monster from before, the bird also had such an ability. Ryak wondered why it got so small, and if it had something to do with how it healed differently from others. As Ryak was thinking about it, Nari asked if the bird was dying. Ryak calmly told her that the bird was just starving and had probably gotten too small to find its own food. He explained that he gave it some mana, so it would heal on its own if left alone. However, after looking at the injured chick, Nari wasn't ready to leave it alone because she had been treated the same way before. She thought that if they left the bird, it would die because it was all limp like a rice cake. So she requested Ryak to let her raise it because she wanted to take care of it. She even agreed to train and feed it well and promised to do so. Ryak was strangely happy, knowing that the bird was going to grow really big. But upon hearing that, Nari said she would only feed it a little so it wouldn't get that big. Ryak agreed, telling her she could do whatever she wanted and that it might even guard the yard someday. As the scene shifts, we see drool dripping from the bird's mouth as it wondered where it was. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw Ryak, the man who had skinned it before. But what it didn't notice was that it was being held by a small girl who immediately tossed it into the air to celebrate because it had woken up. The bird squeaked like a penguin, unable to comprehend what a little girl was doing in the demon world, but she was just happy that it was alive. Just then, Ryak noticed something. It wasn't a fluke. He could actually understand every word the bird was saying. He could understand its feelings and speech. As the scene shifts, we see Nari had bandaged the bird, telling Ryak that the healing was done. Meanwhile, the bird was annoyed that it couldn't move. Then the girl told Ryak she had picked a name for it. Since the bird kept squeaking every time it tried to speak, she named it Squeak. Ryak didn't care about the name and simply told her it wasn't bad. The bird immediately stood up, looking angrily at Nari and asking why she was nomming him. He already had a name. But before he could say anything, Nari toppled over a whole utensil of water, thinking he was squeaking because he was thirsty again. It was surprising even for Squeak, who puffed up like a pufferfish. Nari wondered what she should do. Ryak realized Nari couldn't understand the bird, and that Squeak wanted her to stop giving him more water. Instead of letting the bird speak, Ryak told her to stop giving it water, otherwise it could be harmful. But Nari misunderstood, thinking it wasn't thirsty but probably hungry, so she should find food instead. Meanwhile, Ryak noticed he had more stuff lying around, so he thought about building a storage shelf. Since he didn't need it too big, he cut a medium-sized log into pieces, but as soon as the blade touched it, the wood cracked in half. Ryak wondered what went wrong since he did the same with logs for the table and chairs, and they hadn't cracked. Squeak watched from a distance and toppled over the table, telling Ryak that the wood had a different color, meaning it was softwood, not hardwood. Ryak didn't turn but asked if the wood's strength changed by type. Squeak confirmed it. Ryak then asked what wood color was the strongest, and the bird replied it was obviously red oak. Then the bird realized Ryak could understand him, which was shocking. No human could speak the monster language. But Ryak didn't react and instead wondered where he could find red-colored wood. Squeak, still having all his powers, decided to try mind control on Ryak to find out more. But as he started his mind-reading skill, he saw that Ryak continued speaking while a giant monster inside him blocked all the mind waves. Ryak calmly asked why he couldn't find the red-colored wood even after searching. Now the bird was sweating and pale, realizing Ryak had blocked the mind reading and could hear him loud and clear. Ryak explained he could hear the bird's thoughts as human words. Strangely, the bird could also understand human speech. Squeak hesitated about whether to tell Ryak the truth, but the boy assumed he was probably a rare smart monster, something he'd only heard about, never seen. Ryak asked if they'd met before, and Squeak admitted they had. He really wanted to meet Ryak again. Ryak was shocked, but the bird explained that Ryak had saved him, and from that day he had promised to return the favor if they ever met again. Ryak realized that when he removed the leather from the bird's body, the poison was also removed, and its core remained intact. Yukyuk was happy, realizing he'd done a good deed. He asked the bird if it could help now, and the bird agreed after some hesitation, telling Ryak to follow him to where the redwood was growing. As the scene shifts, we see fire all around, and Nari is screaming while running from someone. She yells for him to get away, not wanting to go back to the lab. As the heat rises, Nari cries and runs with all her might until she finally collapses, unable to continue. She has a panic attack, realizing the man chasing her is from the lab and he has come to capture her. We learn Nari is terrified of fire, finding it scary enough to paralyze her completely. Meanwhile, a man with long hair and a futuristic ninja-like jacket checks something on his smartphone, confirming the mechanical creature can indeed change shape freely. Even though he doesn't feel great about attacking something that looks like a child, this is a matter of life and death for him, so he complies. The man materializes a fireball shaped like claws, preparing to attack the already terrified girl, telling her it's the end. But just then, the bird and Ryak return. Ryak is annoyed. He just wanted to finish the shelf and eat, and now someone's interrupting their peace. Even the bird is angry, deciding to help the girl first and return to the woods later. Ryak realizes Nari is scared of fire, and it's so frightening to her that she doesn't look okay. He decides to put out the fire first. The bird wonders what kind of jerk would hurt a crying child. On the other hand, the man is surprised to see someone who looks like a caveman, wondering where Ryak came from. He assumes Ryak is also after the mechanical creature and tells him to leave while he's still being nice. But Ryak, annoyed by the man's chatter, says he talks too much, and it's getting on his nerves. Now even the man is annoyed, thinking Ryak has too much attitude for someone who just showed up. He raises his hands and slams them onto the ground, unleashing a large-scale fire attack. Ryak remains calm. Instead of attacking the man directly, he targets the cliff above him, causing a landslide of rocks to fall onto the man. The fire user is too clumsy to detect the attack and is immediately buried. After everything calms down, Ryak checks on Nari and asks how she's feeling. The girl slowly gets up. Ryak tells her that if she's scared, she should knock that fear out cold, and when it wakes back up, knock it out again. While saying this, Ryak walks up to the man and grabs his hair to pull him out, only to be surprised when a wig comes off. The man is actually bald, his shiny head reflecting the sunlight. After Ryak looked at the bald guy, he was shocked, wondering why this young man was so bald. Even the bird seemed to pity the boy. On the other hand, Kim stared at the shiny head and burst into laughter like a crazy girl, thinking Baldy was really funny. Since the man had been subdued for Kim, he didn't seem so scary anymore. Unique, however, was a little troubled because only a few minutes ago Kim had been pushed around by Baldy. That alone wasn't unusual. But then the bird told Ryak that once he saw what it was about to show him, he would understand the situation better. The bird activated mental resonance, an ability that allowed one to see into an opponent's memories and could also transmit them to others. Suddenly, a flashback of Kim's memory appeared. A senile scientist was experimenting with a strange metallic liquid, and it was Kim Nari who was being developed. As she gradually gained self-awareness, she realized things were bad. The scientist repeatedly used fire in his experiments on her, which explained her deep fear of flames. Under the excuse of durability testing, the liquid form she inhabited was burned again and again. The scene shifted as Ryak tapped Kim on the head, complimenting her for doing well. He knew her trauma wouldn't vanish so easily, but this was at least a step forward. Then he asked the bird what they should do with Baldy. Hearing this, Kim smiled and told Ryak that she had an idea. The scene changed to Baldy hanging by a rope near a waterfall, with water pouring continuously over him. The stream made him nauseous, while Kim laughed, saying that if Baldy was drenched, fire couldn't reach them, and the uncle wouldn't be scary anymore. Meanwhile, Baldy thought bitterly that he hadn't come to the demon realm for this. But Kim believed that since the uncle was bad, he deserved it. Even when Ryak tried to tell her not to be so harsh about someone's appearance, he was secretly relieved. Kim seemed to be healing from her past faster than expected. We then saw Ryak collecting water. When the bird asked him what he was doing, it turned out he was preparing to make ramen. Hearing that, Kim grew excited, knowing Ryak's fish ramen was delicious. Ryak teased her, asking if even the coconut tribe ate fish ramen. Kim happily agreed, going along with his joke. Meanwhile, Baldy observed Ryak and the girl carefully, realizing the man was clearly at least an A-rank hunter, maybe even hiding greater power. Kim went off swimming, determined to catch some fish. Baldy speculated that Ryak might be a reclusive hunter who operated underground, but to hang a person up and cook ramen in front of them seemed excessive, even for the demon realm. Ryak boiled a large pot of water, preparing 3 packets of ramen. Soon after, Kim returned with 3 fish that had actually tried to eat her but failed. Ryak told her he would only use one, so they should release the others. Excited, Kim agreed, urging him to put it in quickly. Baldy, still hanging, was stunned. If Ryak boiled the monster fish for ramen, the broth would turn out incredibly fishy and lacking flavor. On top of that, the water ratio wasn't right for proper ramen. He wondered if Ryak even knew what ramen really was. Kim, however, was too thrilled to care. Then suddenly all 3 of them froze as a voice called out, telling them to wait. It was Baldy himself. He said if they freed him, he would cook the ramen for them. The scene shifted to the hunter at the cooking table, tearing open a ramen packet. For some, it might just be ramen, but for him right now, it was life or death. His survival depended on it, with 2 powerful beings and a mysterious bird watching him. Baldy knew that ramen by nature was simple and pure, so he decided to stick to the orthodox method. After all, he had no real cooking knowledge and usually survived on convenience store meals. Trusting his instincts, he measured the water as best he could. With 3 portions, he didn't have much choice. He added the noodles and soup base to the boiling pot, setting the cooking time to exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. His reasoning: his heartbeat was 60 beats per minute. By counting to 270 beats, he believed he could time the ramen perfectly. At that moment, Baldy was more focused and serious than he had ever been. After the 270 heartbeats were over, Sejun immediately took out the ramen and gave the noodles an air shower. Exposing them to the air made them springy and soft. He knew that kimchi would have been the perfect side dish, but since they were in the demon realm, he did his best with what he had. With that, he felt no regrets. We then learned that the bald man's real name was Sejun, and his pure ramen had attribute points: taste 90, carbohydrates 24, protein 18, calcium 20, and fat 20. After finishing, Sejun wondered if Ryak and the others would even bother trying it. But to the 3 of them, this ramen was unlike anything Ryak had ever cooked. At first, they ate it with skeptical expressions. But once they chewed, their doubts vanished. They felt as though they had ascended straight to the highest floor of heaven, where fairies danced in the air without a care. This was the taste of purity. Kim was shocked, asking Ryak if it was always this delicious, while Birdie wondered if humans always ate food like this. Ryak himself was surprised too, but decided to eat quietly and think about it later. By the time the pot was finished, Birdie's belly was swollen and he kept burping. Even so, Se-jun nervously asked Ryak and Kim if the ramen had been to their liking. Kim was disappointed because it was already gone. Ryak, on the other hand, went straight to the point. He asked Se-jun what he wanted. Se-jun was caught off guard, but Ryak explained that since the ramen was so delicious, he felt bad about eating it for free. As thanks, he would grant Se-jun a request, as long as it was something he could give. At first, Se-jun was reluctant, but then he decided to seize the chance. He dropped to his knees and begged Ryak for guidance. He introduced himself as Hunter Se-jun and said he wanted to become as strong as Ryak himself. Ryak was stunned, wondering why he was suddenly being treated like a teacher. Se-jun explained that Ryak was the strongest hunter he had ever met, and since he had even built a house here, Se-jun assumed he would be in the demon realm for long-term subjugation. In desperation, Se-jun even tried to impress him with lies, claiming he could cook other dishes and had certifications. In truth, his father ran a small chicken restaurant, which made him genuinely skilled at frying chicken. He offered to act as their supply shuttle, bringing clothes and goods from the human world in exchange for lessons. He was even willing to pay whatever Ryak asked if it meant he could receive guidance and eventually reach A rank. But suddenly, Ryak thought of something and asked Se-jun why he had attacked Kim. Was it only for the bounty or something else? At first, Se-jun hesitated and asked if Ryak meant the machine creature. Ryak told him to play along, and Se-jun complied. He explained that he wasn't after bounties, not even Kim Nari. All he truly wanted was to pass the hunter promotion exam, nothing else mattered. Hearing this, Ryak told Se-jun to stand up. Se-jun wondered what was going on, but Ryak explained that just eating delicious food wasn't enough. If Se-jun wanted guidance, they should spar. Their last fight had ended too quickly, after all. This made Se-jun overjoyed, and he thanked Ryak again and again. But just then, the ramen pot clattered on the table as Kim interrupted, asking if she could spar with Se-jun instead. Ryak looked at her, wondering if she was serious, but Kim, still fired up after eating the ramen, repeated Ryak's own words, that if something scary appeared, she should knock it out. This time, she wanted to try overcoming her fear of fire herself. Se-jun regained some confidence, telling her that although she had forgotten, and even though Ryak was strong, he himself was not weak either. Ryak then asked Se-jun if he could break a certain stone in front of them. It wasn't just any rock, it was black admonite, said to be several times harder than diamond. Se-jun hesitated, saying it would be difficult, and that one usually had to be at least E rank to break it. But before he could finish, the stone shattered into pieces. He froze in shock, and when he turned around, he saw that Kim Nari had destroyed it with a single strike. She now stood confidently, challenging Baldy, Se-jun, to a proper sparring match. Meanwhile, Se-jun's stomach growled loudly, as the smell of the finished ramen still lingered in the air. As the scene shifts, we see a flashback of the natural awakener, Se-jun, who was once a promising hunter. His first awakened ability appeared around the age of 8 when he lit his fire powers, a rare case since most awakeners awakened in their late teens. During his B-rank hunter test, he obliterated every opponent. With natural talent and relentless effort, his growth was astonishing, and before turning 20, he was promoted to A rank. Se-jun's rise was explosive, and his fame spread quickly. He dreamed of becoming the greatest hunter, lacking nothing. But suddenly, life hit him early and harshly. One day while showering, he noticed his hair falling out in clumps. At the same age most people began to awaken, he began to go bald instead. In his early 20s, the crown of his head was already thinning, and by his mid-20s, an M-shaped hairline had formed. Se-jun fell into despair, trying every treatment and hospital he could find, repeatedly preparing for hair implants. Yet doctors gave him the same answer. All implants would eventually fall out again, and he had to accept the reality. It was hopeless. His handsome looks and natural talent had once made him shine brighter than anyone, but now it was over. As Se-jun lost his shine, his performance in competitions declined. He was eliminated again and again, his growth as a hunter stalled, and before long he had become a reckless man wasting time on the couch, watching TV and eating fast food. Then one day, everything changed. On television, he saw an interview with Dr. Han from the Hanbit Research Institute. Something unusual had happened. During an expedition to the demon realm, the doctor had accidentally spilled a rare liquid metal on his bald head. To everyone's shock, even at nearly 90 years old, he grew a full head of hair. When asked if he would develop a cure for baldness, the doctor dismissed the idea. He explained that the demon realm was unpredictable and that he had already used the remaining liquid metal to build a machine creature. Hearing this, Se-jun felt crushed. He couldn't believe that when he needed a cure the most, some scientist had wasted such a miracle on building a machine. A few days later, reports announced that the Hanbit Research Institute had lost control of that very liquid metal machine creature. Since the demon realm had no laws, whoever found it first would own it. Se-jun resolved to find it himself, determined to dump the liquid metal over his head and regrow his hair. With that, he entered the demon realm, and the rest of the story unfolded as we already know. The scene shifts back to the present. Se-jun was lying on the ground, realizing that the kid in front of him was far too strong, while Nari laughed because she had won yet again. Birdie was stunned, noting that Se-jun hadn't landed even a single clean hit. Ryak decided that if Se-jun kept performing like this, he would no longer spar with him. Hearing this, Se-jun's eyes burned with determination as he resolved to do better. Meanwhile, Ryak had just finished building a sturdy storage shelf from redwood, thanking Birdie for the idea. As Ryak glanced at Se-jun, he noticed something. Despite taking so many blows, the man looked refreshed. Perhaps it was because he had taken off his wig. In an instant, Se-jun conjured a spear made of fire and prepared to fight Nari once again. Even Birdie admitted that Se-jun's fire control wasn't bad, though he was still losing to a child. Ryak explained that Kim wasn't an ordinary child. In the next clash, Se-jun charged toward Nari, determined to win this time. Just as his flame staff was about to strike her, she completely transformed into her liquid metal form, evading the attack with ease. Then she rematerialized into her human form and kicked him hard, sending him flying several meters before crashing down, splitting the rock nearby with a massive crack. Nari laughed again, proud that she no longer feared fire, and it was all thanks to Se-jun. The man lay there, wondering if this was the limit of his life as a B-rank hunter with no more techniques left to use. Yet he refused to give up. Deep down, he knew that only in the demon realm could someone like him, who was often seen as a failure, still have a chance. He was not a man who knew how to surrender. So he stood, looked at Nari, and called out once more, asking for just one more round. But suddenly, before the round even started, Se-jun began to have a nosebleed. Seeing this, Ryak asked how long he had been in the demon realm. Se-jun answered that it had been 9 days. Ryak explained that with his current rank, staying any longer would kill him from mana corruption, and that he should return immediately. Se-jun wanted to stay, but he knew he had no choice. Ryak then complimented him, saying he had the potential to reach A rank if he worked hard. At first, Se-jun did not believe him, telling Ryak that he had failed the A rank test 6 years in a row. In reality, failing 3 years in succession usually meant there was no chance of improvement. But Ryak assured him that his mana had not yet fully matured and he should not give up. Hearing this, Se-jun nearly cried. Ryak added that before returning he should purify his mana properly. Se-jun had no words but gratitude, thanking Ryak and Nari again and again, promising that he would give his all and asking them to watch over him. Ryak also decided to help raise Se-jun up to A rank. As the scene shifted, the group was getting ready to return to the real world. Se-jun wondered if they needed anything besides ramen itself, but Ryak told him it was enough for now. Se-jun prepared to leave and promised to return to the demon realm soon. As he stepped through the portal, Nari told him to take care, and in return he told her to train well, promising to beat her the next time. Then suddenly, he remembered his wig and asked Ryak if he had seen it. Ryak denied it, saying he hadn't. Se-jun wondered where it had gone, but decided to check for it after returning. Meanwhile, Birdie wore a serious expression. Ryak asked what he was thinking. Birdie explained that if Se-jun were to betray them, it would be dangerous, since he could bring other hunters back to capture Nari. Ryak reminded him that he could read memories if he wished, and he had already confirmed that Se-jun's desire to grow stronger was real, and his baldness genuine. Knowing the man's sincerity, Ryak believed Sejun was worth training. Kim Nari, still puzzled, finally asked Ryak if he could really understand whatever Birdie was saying. Ryak realized he had never mentioned it, and explained that he could indeed understand Birdie. He even told her that he had built the storage shelf with Birdie's advice, which was why it looked so neat. Still, Kim thought the place was a little too dark. Ryak transformed his hand and cut a section of the wall to make a window. But just then, he saw a laser cutting through the wood on the other side. Kim Nari had already created her own window with Birdie's help. With the place brighter, she said she liked it. Ryak smiled and complimented her. He also explained that if Kim liked having a window, they would need a light source for the night. She asked how they would manage that, and Ryak told her about a material called luminous glow stones, which gave off light in the dark. If they gathered a few and hung them from the ceiling, it would brighten the whole room. Birdie was shocked and asked if Ryak even knew where to find them. Ryak simply smiled, saying there were some in the volcanic region. Birdie warned that the volcanic region was one of the most dangerous places for hunters and also his own hometown. While saying this, Birdie looked sad. Ryak wondered why returning home gave him such a long face. Suddenly, Kim Nari grabbed Birdie's cheeks, saying his voice sounded strange and asking if something was bothering him. Birdie, choking, realized how sharp she was to catch on so quickly. Ryak explained that Birdie was worried about the danger of the volcanic region, so Ryak would go alone while the others stayed behind. But Kim refused, saying she was no longer afraid of fire and wanted to go with him. Ryak laughed, surprised at how quickly she had overcome her fear. He then asked Birdie if he was prepared to come too. With a resolute look, Birdie said he had things he needed to do in his hometown, so he would go as well. Ryak nodded and began preparing his powers, saying it was decided, but they would first need special gear for the volcanic area. Meanwhile, in the mandra fields, a wig was thrown around playfully by the mandras. The scene then shifted to the fiery volcanic region, where eruptions shook the land, and a huge monster slowly emerged from the lava, roaring into the air. The volcanic region was one of the top 3 most avoided places in the demon world by hunters. Volcanic ash constantly filled the air, tearing at their skin, while concentrated toxic gases and dense demonic energy made breathing nearly impossible. It was such a dangerous place that almost nothing about it was known in the human world. Birdie explained all this as they moved, but he was left in shock when he noticed Kim stepping directly into the lava, kicking it as if it were water and laughing like it was fun. Ryak also realized that Kim was literally playing with fire. Birdie knew she was originally a mechanical being, so it was somewhat normal for her, but what unsettled him was how Ryak could also withstand the deadly atmosphere without issue. When Birdie asked about it, Ryak smiled slightly and revealed that he was actually a chimera hunter. Birdie had already suspected as much, but chimera hunters usually didn't look human. Ryak explained that he too had once been different, but after regenerating, he had taken on a human appearance again. Then he turned the question back to Birdie, asking if he was really comfortable staying with them, since Birdie was a monster and hunters would normally dislike his presence. Meanwhile, Kim nearly burned her clothes before stopping, acting as though nothing had happened. Birdie replied that it wasn't so bad being with them. In fact, it was fun being able to talk to someone, and Ryak and Kim didn't seem like bad people. Ryak smiled, relieved by his words. Just then, Kim climbed out of the lava and noticed Ryak talking with Birdie again, so she asked if they were having another secret conversation. Ryak explained that Birdie was simply curious about him. Kim smiled and told Birdie that they were all natives of the demon world, just like him. But Birdie knew that, among the 3, he was the only true native. As they continued walking, Birdie explained that luminous glow stones were usually found near lava vents. Soon after, Ryak spotted some near a crater and realized they were close. Kim, on the other hand, ran toward a cliff where lava was flowing and stood on top, eager to see more. Ryak also noticed many luminous glow stones scattered around, but he also saw fire toads fighting within the smoke. The creatures were vibrant orange with rocky textures, but Ryak noticed one of them seemed to be crying. Kim pointed out another one hidden in the smoke. Birdie explained that the female had died while carrying eggs on her back. Female fire toads carried their eggs that way during breeding season, and only females had the sunken back to hold them. Without her, the eggs would not survive, as the crater's temperature was far too high. That was why the surviving fire toad seemed so distressed. Kim grew emotional after seeing it, while Ryak thought for a moment and told her to wait. He jumped down toward the creatures, and Kim wondered where he was going. As the fire toad noticed him, it gurgled angrily. Birdie warned Ryak that the creature was extremely sensitive at the moment and might think he was a threat. The toad quickly lashed out with flames, but Ryak calmly reached out and tapped its head with a finger. He released a small dose of paralysis toxin from a Neca cobra, explaining that it would not harm the creature since fire toads were immune to toxins. It would only immobilize it briefly. Kim shouted in worry, but Ryak reassured her he was fine since he carried fire toad cells within himself. Assessing the situation, Ryak knew nothing could be done for the dead female, but the surviving one still had a chance. As the paralyzed toad lay still, Ryak carefully placed the abandoned eggs onto its back, telling it to hold on until they hatched. Soon after, the toad recovered and turned toward the resting female, almost as if to say goodbye. Then it leapt high into the air, landing heavily some distance away. Kim was stunned as it turned to look at her one last time before moving away, leaving them all in silence. The fire toad began hopping away. As it moved, Kim realized the creature had looked back at them, and it almost seemed like it was thanking them. Ryak, however, thought that maybe the toad had only been looking once more at the lifeless body of its mate, and that was probably all it was. Ryak then called out to Kim, telling her to come down quickly because they needed to gather the luminous glow stones and return home without wasting any more time. Kim became excited, deciding to dig the stones out quickly so they could head back. She began plucking luminous stones from the cracks, admiring how pretty they were. Ryak reminded her to be careful, warning that she could get hurt if one slipped and fell. Meanwhile, Birdie was struggling, unable to pry even a single stone free because of their size. After finally managing to pull out just one, he was already exhausted and felt bad about himself. Ryak noticed his fatigue and asked if he was all right. Birdie thought to himself that once, when he was bigger, he could have tossed and played with these stones easily, and if he had not shrunk, it would have been different. But Ryak told him he didn't need to help with mining. Instead, he should just focus on the errands he needed to handle in the volcanic region. Ryak also mentioned that Birdie had brought gifts since he would be meeting his friends. Birdie immediately became flustered, squawking at Ryak and asking what kind of friends a monster could even have, since he never planned to meet them. He insisted the gifts were only something to leave behind, but Ryak noticed his shyness and suggested that maybe Birdie missed his own kind. After all, intelligent monsters were different from the usual ones. Birdie quickly denied it, explaining that he wasn't missing them, only regretting that he had left without saying goodbye. He thought about how gaining intelligence had its good points, but also many downsides. In the land of one-eyed monkeys, he would have felt less lonely if he had never learned language. Because of that, he had left the group and lived alone. Perhaps his kind didn't even know he was gone, since they never had any sense of companionship or comradeship to begin with. Even so, Birdie grew frustrated while trying to pull out another luminous stone. Kim encouraged him cheerfully, and finally one stone came loose from the cracks, but with it came a sharp cracking sound. Kim turned toward the noise and realized it wasn't just rocks breaking, it was an egg. She saw that it was a monster egg, though she couldn't tell what species it belonged to. The shell was already broken at the top, and after looking closer, she thought maybe the crack had been caused when Birdie's stone hit it. Ryak explained that normally, the baby inside should break the shell on its own, since that was how they grew healthy and strong. Kim wondered aloud what they should do, then finally declared that they should take the egg with them. If they left it here, it would only end up roasted. Birdie was stunned by this logic and disagreed with her decision, but Ryak remembered there was a perfect spot nearby that could serve as a nest. Since he was also curious about what was inside, he thought they had no choice and agreed to take it. Kim immediately volunteered to carry the egg, but Birdie was against it. He asked Ryak if he was serious, pointing out that he had never seen an egg like this before. What if something dangerous hatched from it and Kim was put in danger? But Ryak only smiled and told him not to worry, promising that nothing bad would happen as long as he was there. Birdie finally relented, saying that if it was Ryak himself making the decision, then it would be fine. After deciding to take the egg, Ryak told them they would mine a few more luminous glow stones and then return home quickly. Once the work was finished, the scene shifted. Ryak, Kim, and Birdie arrived back home, only to find Se-jun waiting for them. He looked at the three, wondering where they had been and why Ryak had returned so soon. Instead of pressing him, Se-jun simply stepped forward and offered to carry Ryak's luggage. Ryak handed it over but warned him it was heavy. Se-jun, confident in his strength, still found the bag impossible to lift and wondered what on earth Ryak had been carrying to make it so heavy. Looking closer, Ryak noticed Se-jun's face was damaged and wondered what had happened to him. Meanwhile, back in the volcanic area, a giant packet of ramen had been left behind by Birdie as a gift. His monster friends were eating and dancing around it, completely absorbed in the flavor. As the scene shifted, Ryak wanted to know from Se-jun what had happened to his face and if he had gotten into a fight. Ryak had never thought of him as the type who would end up beaten, yet according to Se-jun, he often got hit by Kim back in the demon realm. Without giving a proper answer, Se-jun quickly ran off, calling out that he was hungry and urging Ryak to hurry with the meal. The focus then moved to Ryak, who was busy carving luminous stones. Kim came over and asked him what he was working on. Ryak explained that he was making fluorescent lights by carving alumina stones, adding that if they were to be used for a ceiling, it would be nice to make them look pretty. Kim suddenly realized something and told him he was really smart, not only because he understood what he was doing, but also because he explained it clearly. On top of that, she said, he was kind-hearted, almost like a father figure. Ryak smiled at her words and asked if her father was still doing well in the coconut tribe, reminding her of the lies she had told before. Kim nodded quickly, agreeing that her father was fine. Time passed, and by sunset the air grew warm enough that Birdie felt as though his body was melting, though not as much as it had in the volcanic region. Just then, he was surrounded by strange figures with glowing red eyes, blocking out the setting sun. They were none other than the mandras who attacked him while he slept, using their new formation technique called the Mandrake Triple Fusion Rolling Splash. The attack, however, was ridiculous, bouncing harmlessly off Birdie's squishy stomach. He woke up, confused about what had just happened, while the mandras celebrated what they believed was a successful strike. Kim, watching from the side, wondered why the mandras were even picking a fight. Perhaps, she thought, it was because Birdie had wandered into their territory. Before anyone could dwell further, a voice called out. It was Se-jun, thanking them for waiting as he arrived with a new dish. He had prepared a delicacy called inarazushi, a sweet and sour treat popular with children. The dish looked tasty, cut open to reveal meat and rice filling inside a crunchy shell. Though simple, it looked quite presentable. Birdie complimented Se-jun, saying it looked decent even if he didn't fully understand what it was, and Se-jun encouraged everyone to dig in. But before they could eat, Ryak grew serious. He asked Se-jun again what had really happened to his face. The scene shifted once more, revealing the truth. Se-jun explained that when he went to the Hunter Association to apply for the screening test, he had run into some A-ranked hunters. They mocked him for trying for the 7th time, and when he fought back, he was beaten down. Kim didn't seem to care much, asking only if there was more food. Se-jun admitted he felt miserable, bullied for being a B-rank who kept trying despite constant failure. The bullies even taunted him, saying his pride had fallen off along with his hair, that had been the final blow. Ryak, who had never realized this, had always assumed Se-jun simply preferred a buzz cut. Now he felt guilty for asking about it at all. Wanting to change things, Ryak asked Se-jun when his next promotion test would be. Se-jun said it was scheduled for next month, maybe within 60 days. Hearing that, Ryak stood up and declared that they would begin special training for him starting immediately. Se-jun couldn't believe it at first, but quickly promised to work as hard as he could. Ryak then announced that Se-jun would take over dishwashing from Kim and would also need to wash the lumina stones they had collected, since they were covered in volcanic ash. Se-jun was confused. This sounded more like errands than training, but Ryak told him bluntly that if he didn't want to do it, he could just remain a B-rank for the rest of his life. With that, Ryak asked Kim if she wanted to go fishing, and as soon as she agreed, she ran off with excitement. Left behind, Se-jun felt downhearted, wondering if this was all a joke. Still, he tried to stay optimistic, thinking maybe Ryak truly had a plan. So even though it was hard work, he grabbed the bag of luminous stones and headed toward the lake. As he walked, he reminded himself that while people thought of him as a natural-born genius, he had only reached B rank through sheer effort. He was someone who trusted until the end, who kept trying even after 6 failures, and who built everything on diligence and perseverance. At the lake, Kim grew bored as no fish came to her bait. Instead, all the fish were drawn toward Se-jun, who was busy washing dishes. Suddenly, Se-jun cried out for Ryak's help. Water-type monsters were attacking, and because his attribute was their opposite, they were hurting him badly. Ryak sighed in frustration, realizing how high-maintenance Se-jun could be. He approached and asked why Se-jun wasn't using his mana to protect himself. Se-jun admitted he was still practicing the technique and couldn't maintain it properly. Ryak then pulled a luminous stone from the bag and told him to hold it. The moment Se-jun did, dark demonic energy poured out, making his hand go numb until he dropped it. He explained that he couldn't put any strength into his arm. Ryak explained that sometimes luminous stones contained condensed magic, and since the magic of the demon realm was primordial and unrefined, it had to be pushed out using refined mana. Ryak assured him that he already had enough mana within his body. He was just clumsy at handling it. So, Ryak tapped into Se-jun's energy and opened some of his mana pathways, telling him to follow the new flow and concentrate while lifting the stone again. Se-jun gave it another try, putting all his focus into circulating his mana. At last, he managed to lift the stone, though it took every bit of energy he had. Relieved, Se-jun realized the dishwashing and stone cleaning were all part of Ryak's training plan. Excited, he happily accepted his role, promising to keep circulating mana while he worked. He even told Ryak to call on him if he needed help, claiming he was quite domestic. That night, Se-jun slept peacefully after his training, dreaming of the day he would finally become an A rank. Birdie, however, couldn't sleep. He had already napped earlier while the others fished. Instead, he sat quietly, keeping the egg in his nest warm so it would grow healthy. It was then he noticed Kim wake up. Covered in a strange red miasma, she silently stepped outside. Birdie tilted his head, wondering where the little girl was going so late at night. It was a dark night when Nari looked at her dress. It was completely dirty, and she felt sad seeing it, wondering why her clothes kept getting dirty. Since Ryak had given them to her, she didn't want to throw them away. She thought it was fine and decided that washing would make them clean again. Behind her were Birdie and Ryak. As the camera moved closer, we saw that Ryak was still oblivious, wondering why Nari was washing clothes in the middle of the night. Birdie immediately snapped at him, saying he was clueless. As Nari was a girl and had no clothes to change into, it was obvious she wanted to clean them. Ryak realized that for him it didn't matter what he wore, but for Nari everything was different. Near the lake, Nari was happy because the stains were finally gone. Ryak knew that as the girl was still a kid, she needed other things, and maybe he had been too careless. But Nari was already happy because now, after washing, her clothes were stainless and looked perfect. She was surprised to see both Birdie and Ryak coming towards her, trying to act nonchalant. Ryak started talking about how nice the weather felt. Nari asked Ryak what he was doing near the lake, and he lied, telling her he was just walking Birdie out, asking if she was out for a walk too. Nari decided to play along, nervously walking around so they would believe her. Then Ryak told the girl to hold on a second and started tying long, strong leaves like a belt while adding a flower. After that, Nari's dress looked similar to Ryak, and she found it really pretty because it resembled his. The boy even gave her the Sathya flowers that were his favorite. Suddenly something started rustling in the bushes. Hearing that, Nari became scared and came closer to Ryak, wondering what the noise was. Ryak analyzed the area and just smiled, telling the girl not to worry because it was only a bug. We saw that it was a steel grasshopper, a B-ranked monster. The sudden sound scared Nari, but Ryak asked if she needed anything like clothes or shoes. The girl was already happy because Ryak had given her a dress and she really liked it. Ryak was moved by this talk and told the girl it was good to hear. As the scene shifted, we moved near District 30 in the slums of the human world. Ryak appeared out of a portal, thinking that even when Nari said she was fine, making her wear just one set of clothes that didn't even fit was wrong. Birdie had even scolded him for it. Meanwhile, the other pedestrians wondered why the young man was barefoot and what was going on with his clothes. At first, Ryak thought he would take Kim Nari along and let her choose the dresses, but with her condition the human world was still too much, and she had once had a tracker on her which could still be activated in a grim chance. Still, Ryak found it funny coming all the way back to the slums just for some clothes. He tried to remember something because he had seen a clothing shop there once, wondering if it had closed down. Suddenly someone came from behind and grabbed his shirt, asking if he was looking for a clothing shop. When he turned around, he saw a boy completely dirty and wearing tattered clothes asking Ryak for 10,000 so he could take him to the best shop. The boy thought Ryak wasn't from around there and was ready to lead him to a cheap and good place. Ryak told the boy he would pay once he got change because he didn't have small bills right now. But the boy thought Ryak was broke, a hunter without even $10. The boy assumed Ryak must be a rookie who went to the demon realm and got stripped clean. The boy asked Ryak if he had money for clothes, and when Ryak nodded, the boy told him to follow, explaining that normally he took payment first but would make an exception just for him. The boy turned around and started walking while Ryak thanked him. We came to know the boy's name was Bong, and Ryak also introduced himself. Bong said he'd just call him Big Brother because he was a senior. As they were walking around, Ryak noticed petrol cars going through the slums, which had really changed the situation. Bong suddenly asked Ryak if he had been awakened for long because he had come out of a gate with no gear at all. Bong thought maybe Ryak had brought some equipment and some punks must have taken it all, and he told Ryak not to be down because everyone went through that phase at first. Ryak just smiled, telling Bong that he knew a lot for only being a kid. Hearing that, Bong started shouting that he wasn't a kid, that he just hadn't grown because of malnutrition, and that he was already 17. Ryak didn't care much and turned to look at something else. Bong told him not to go near District 13 because the place always had a bad reputation, but recently the space gang from District 11 had expanded there, and even the cops had given up. So they never went near District 13 to save themselves. The place where Ryak was standing was District 12. He wondered about what the space gang was and whether the orphanage back in District 13 was still standing. As the scene shifted, we came to a small shop with a board reading 1+1, as they were offering to buy one and get one free only for 20,000. It was run by a beautiful lady who wasn't so beautiful anymore because she was worn down, contemplating her life choices and wondering if she had done well by opening a clothing store in the slums. The situation was so bad that young couples couldn't even afford kids anymore, and her shop mainly contained children's clothes. She thought that maybe she should change businesses, but suddenly someone came inside. It was Bong and Ryak, and the lady was named Park. The boy waved to her and called her madam, which made her furious as she scolded Bong for calling her madam when she hadn't even been married yet. Ryak didn't care about any of this. He was just looking around, wondering which clothes he should buy. Meanwhile, Bong explained the situation, that Ryak needed some clothes and that he was a hunter. Hearing this, the lady became even more furious, calling Bong over and grabbing his cheeks while scolding him for constantly dragging broke hunters there. By doing that, he was being of no use to her. Even when the boy couldn't speak properly, he still blurted out some words about how he was supposed to know whether a hunter was broke or not. Park turned toward Ryak, telling Bong to look at him and wonder if he had any money. Meanwhile, we saw that Ryak was just hovering through the children's section, while Bong thought that even if Ryak was broke, at least he was handsome. Now Bong was furious too, explaining to the lady that she was the one who had said that if he saw any pitiful hunters who reminded her of her dead brother, then he should bring them. Park interjected, telling Bong that that was only for charity and only once or twice, and if they kept it up they would be out on the street because the store was not profitable. We came to know that Bong had been helped by the lady when he was hungry and had no money. Hearing that, Park just told Bong to go and wash up. But suddenly Ryak called out to the lady, telling her that he would like to buy some clothes. We saw that Ryak took out a 10 million bill and gave it to the lady, asking if he could get some good clothes for the money he had. The lady's eyes started gleaming as she saw the check of 10 million, not able to believe it. She had thought Ryak wouldn't get anything in the world with so much money. She immediately changed her expression and personality, welcoming Ryak instantly into the shop. While Bong got some snacks and cold drinks for the customer, Park kept on announcing that they had clothes from adult fashion to kids. Ryak explained that he needed preschool girls, clothes, and maybe some for himself too, and some shoes as well, because he was barefoot. The lady smiled widely while explaining to him that children's fashion was their speciality, so they should start with this year's spring and summer collection. She started showing Ryak some laced clothes, telling him that they were must-haves and comfy sets for a lot of activities, and telling him that if it was pink, he should just grab it. She went on, and soon a long bill was given to Ryak. On the other hand, Park was crying because she had taken a path that was always worth taking. Her whole shop was sold out. She wasn't able to sell any more and was worried because she was out of stock. There were over 100 pieces, and the lady was ready to have the clothes shipped, but Ryak told her there was no need because he wanted to carry them himself. After the shopping was done, Ryak also gave a new set of clothes and 100,000 to Bong to take, along with asking the boy for one more favor. Bong was shocked, wondering what was happening. For Ryak, trying new clothes was actually a nice feeling. They came near an inn, and Bong told Ryak that it was clean and safe right by the police station. Ryak told him to wait and went inside, while Bong thought something was weird, because no matter how much money anyone had, why would someone pay him 100,000 for guiding and also buy him new clothes? Bong started thinking about traffickers who leave kids with money these days, wondering if he should run. But deep down he wondered if Ryak was really a good guy, just like Madam Park. Just then Ryak came out of the inn, agreeing with whatever Bong had said, telling him that the owner was nice and the place was clean. He immediately grabbed some keys and gave them to Bong, telling him to live inside the room because he had been living on the streets for too long. He explained that he had already paid 1 year's worth of rent up front, so Bong should stay there from then on. As the meals were covered too, Bong should not skip them. After doing all this, Ryak was just going to leave. Bong straight up told Ryak that he knew if he went in, he was getting kidnapped, but Ryak told him that was not possible because Bong was the one who had brought them there and there was no prior knowledge. Then the boy wondered what the catch was because they had just met today, and Bong was already tearing up because he had free clothes, even a room, along with some money too. So Bong wondered why Ryak was doing this. Ryak just turned around and looked at Bong once again, telling him that Bong reminded him of his own past because he used to live like him once too. Even though it was a long time ago, Bong should take care of himself because they were going to meet again. As the scene shifted, we saw that Ryak went back into the demon realm once again, and both Kim Nari and Se-jun came running towards him. We saw that Se-jun was naked from top to bottom, so he covered himself with a blanket, while Kim Nari wondered where Ryak had gone without saying. The boy explained that he had been out shopping and had brought gifts for Kim Nari. She couldn't believe that she was getting a gift, and Birdie was also shocked at how many clothes he had brought. Se-jun was actually shocked too, realizing that there were none for him because the shopping was done solely for Kim Nari, and the effect was visible because she was really happy with the clothes she got. They were pretty ones too. Ryak calmly told the girl that if she liked something, she should try it on, and as soon as she got permission, she started trying them out right away. But inside the house, the egg was already cracking and something was trying to come out of it. As the scene shifted, Ryak was folding all the clothes he had brought back. He realized that once he started folding, it somehow relaxed him. Meanwhile, both Birdie and Ryak were watching Kim Nari trying on the new outfits, surprised to see how pretty the dresses looked on the little girl. She seemed almost newborn in her excitement, never having had clothes of her own before and still figuring out how to wear them. It turned into a small, funny sequence as she tried one outfit after another, acting like a ghost swirling around the room because she couldn't decide which one to pick. Ryak was happy to see her so hyped up, and even Birdie couldn't deny that Kim Nari looked really cute. Finally, Kim Nari announced that she had chosen her favorite outfit. As we got a closer look, we saw that the hoodie had a little chick stitched in the middle of it. It looked just like Birdie, and that's why she liked it so much. Birdie was shocked, wondering if the chick was supposed to be him. Ryak only smiled and told her it was a good pick, wondering if the girl would try putting the rest away by herself. She was so excited that she was ready to do any work he asked her to. Birdie, though, had a serious concern about what Ryak was going to do with so many clothes because there was no space to store them. Ryak admitted that he had been thinking of expanding the house and adding a dressing room with a walk-in closet. Birdie realized that meant cutting down more trees, but Ryak told him to relax. He had someone else in mind for chopping wood now. He looked out toward the forest and called out to Se-jun, asking if he was up for some special training. Suddenly a burst of energy came toward them. It was the shiny head of none other than Se-jun himself, who loudly announced that he was always ready for special training no matter what. He explained that he had even brought Ryak's training gear. Ryak wondered what he meant by that, but Se-jun believed the leather outfit Ryak wore every day was actually some kind of training uniform. The leather was drenched in an intense poison, and Se-jun had once touched it by mistake, nearly dying but somehow surviving. He thought this must be the secret behind Ryak's daily strength, training in such armor, and his respect for Ryak only grew stronger. He vowed to work even harder following Ryak's lead. In reality, Ryak simply couldn't be bothered to wash the leather properly, but seeing an opportunity, he immediately told Se-jun that he should wear the armor instead. This shocked Se-jun from head to toe. He wondered what was going on and why he was suddenly the target. Ryak reasoned that the leather would make a solid training uniform and that his own training was already done, so Se-jun should wear it and chop some wood while Birdie showed him which trees to pick. Se-jun squirmed, trying to tell Ryak that he would die if he wore this armor, and on top of that, why they suddenly needed wood at all. Before Ryak could answer, Nari shouted from inside the house, calling him because the egg was acting weird. The scene shifted as all three of them, along with Birdie, gathered around the egg as it shook violently. Ryak judged from its movements that it was about to hatch. Nari was shocked, never having seen anything like this before, while Se-jun wondered if it wasn't some kind of disaster-class monster. Nari insisted that whatever was inside must be cute, and they started bickering over who was right. Then some eggshells dropped and a pair of eyes peeked from inside. Nari was curious while Se-jun nearly fainted, realizing that the egg was hatching. Sharp claws began tearing through the shell along with a long leg. Se-jun panicked as he saw thick scales and a tongue snapping out in rage, wondering what kind of monster this was. But then it was revealed that the creature wasn't menacing at all, it was trying to chirp. Nari instantly knew the creature was adorable, while Se-jun couldn't decide whether it was a chick, a snake, or something else entirely. The little creature's leg was so powerful that it jumped out of the egg immediately and grabbed the bald head of Se-jun without hesitation, which resulted in a scream that would have woken everyone up if it had been night. The scene shifted again to later, where Se-jun was finally training while Birdie slapped his shiny bald head with a stick to keep the momentum going, telling him they had a mountain of work to do. Se-jun, not able to understand Birdie at all, wondered why the creature on his head felt like it was scolding him over and over again. Meanwhile, the poison seeping from the leather jacket was so strong that Se-jun could barely breathe, his mind spinning at the thought of how Ryak managed to wear something like that around the clock. Ryak, oblivious to the suffering outside, had finally finished folding all the clothes he had brought back, realizing with a faint sense of surprise that it wasn't just a fluke. Folding garments really did relax him and give him a moment of calm. Nari's voice rang out from the other room, calling to Ryak that the little monster was eating bread and behaving gently, almost obediently. Ryak realized at once that it must have been because the creature recognized Nari as the one who had saved it. Still, one serious question remained between them. What should they call it? Nari tilted her head, thinking aloud that since it was snake-like and still small, they should name it Sasa. But as soon as that name left her lips, the little snake darted off, its eyes gleaming as though the name had triggered something, and both Ryak and Nari stared, wondering where it was going. Nari ran after Sasa, and the two of them ended up playing together, or at least that's how it looked to Birdie. Ryak noticed too that Nari had already grown fond of the new family member. Yet more importantly, he wondered if Sasa was an actual species. He had never seen any monster like this before. Birdie, usually full of commentary, was also at a loss. Finally, he warned Ryak in a low tone that if Sasa had really come from the volcanic region, they would need to watch the mandras carefully. Ryak frowned, asking why, and Birdie explained that monsters from volcanic regions had an opposite affinity to plant monsters. Plants were scarce in their habitat, so these beasts would devour any they could find, especially ones with strong demonic energy. That warning proved right almost immediately. Sasa had started heading straight for the mandra fields, and Birdie predicted it would try to dig up and eat the mandras as soon as it got the chance. In other words, Sasa might be the mandra's natural enemy. When Ryak and the others reached the field, they saw it, Sasa and the mandras facing off, eyes gleaming with a strange malice as their defensive instincts kicked in. Nari wanted to intervene, but Ryak held up a hand and said it might be better to let them settle their pecking order here and now. This was the demon realm after all, and both sides were still young. They weren't dangerous enough yet for the fight to turn lethal. A bizarre cowboy-style standoff began between Sasa and the mandras, each side starring before the first strike. The mandras had formed their defensive pattern, the longest one standing at the front. Ryak could only admit that Birdie had been right all along. As soon as Sasa darted toward the smallest mandra, the largest one lunged, blocking the attack with practiced ease. It was the mandra's triangle formation, defense first, then counter. The second mandra swung its stick in a coordinated strike, but Sasa caught it neatly with its tail and blocked the blow. Birdie shouted for it not to drop its guard yet, but before Sasa could react, the smallest mandra sprang from behind with a special attack and punched Sasa clean away. One small punch was enough to make the little monster cry. It had never been hurt before. Nari saw Sasa's shock and realized this was its first time being struck by anything. Tears in its eyes, the creature turned and ran, while the mandras swayed proudly, happy to have defended themselves. Ryak announced with a half-smile that the mandras had won this round. Even though the fight was short, it had been epic to watch. Birdie, too, thought it was a good match. Se-jun, still catching his breath, wondered aloud if they should head back. But Birdie immediately started slapping the man's bald head with a stick, telling him to get up because training wasn't over yet. As the scene shifted, the camera of the world seemed to pull back, revealing the open, vast sky and a massive ocean beneath it. High above, something was flying, a creature with a human body but the head of a bird, wide vampire-like wings holding its silhouette aloft against the clouds. As the scene shifted, the new dressing room was slowly but surely taking shape. Birdie hovered nearby, wings flicking as he smacked Se-jun's bald head with a stick every time the man slowed down, barking at him to work faster. Nari knelt on the planks, carefully applying a layer of green glue to each piece of wood so that the panels would hold. Sasa coiled near the doorway, watching its master's busy hands with flickering eyes. Ryak, meanwhile, moved back and forth between piles of folded clothes and the half-finished room, stacking garments neatly on the new shelves. By the time the sun dipped behind the jagged horizon, the entire day had slipped away. 2 full days passed before Se-jun finally flung the poisoned leather jacket aside, his body sagging with exhaustion. His training was over at last. He had worked for 2 days without sleep, and it had been pure hell. He muttered to himself that he should demand guaranteed breaks, but he also knew that training under Ryak always required sacrifices. Even so, he looked at the newly built room, crude and a little haunted-looking perhaps, but exactly as Ryak had wanted it, and wondered if it was finally acceptable to use. Ryak came to stand beside him, arms crossed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He told Se-jun he had done better than expected. Se-jun blinked, not sure what Ryak meant by that praise, but before he could ask, Nari spoke up, saying the dressing room smelled like flowers. At first he thought she was imagining it, but once she had mentioned it, both men realized they too were enjoying the sweet fragrance drifting from the new room. The whole place smelled of lavender. Se-jun closed his eyes and let it wash over him. After 2 sleepless days, the scent was almost dizzying in its calm. Nari tilted her head and wondered aloud why it smelled like flowers. Birdie proudly explained that he had helped pick aromatic wood for the shelves, so the clothes would always carry a pleasant scent. The mandras were in heaven over it too, their little leaves trembling with pleasure. Sasa was curled up asleep, clearly enjoying the smell in its dreams. Se-jun only then realized the snake's name was Sasa, and Kim Nari beamed as she said Ryak had come up with it. Ryak said he was still open to changing it if someone had a better idea. Sejun chuckled and suggested calling it Snake Chick because it looked half snake, half chicken. Ryak wrinkled his nose at that, and Kim Nari, as usual, ignored both of them and simply called the creature Pia after the sound it made. Ryak still didn't think that fit either and finally turned to Birdie for a last suggestion. Birdie, without a trace of irony, said the monster should be named the Grand Footsteps in the Drawer. Ryak just stared at him and asked what his real name was. Birdie puffed his chest and explained that his true name was Rocky Mountain Horseshoe because that represented his identity. At that moment, Ryak realized all three of them were hopeless at naming things. He decided to keep Sasa, especially since the snake seemed to like it, and the others were already used to it. Birdie suddenly asked Ryak what the next plan was now that the house expansion was done. Ryak straightened up, his expression shifting. He told them that on his way back from the human world he'd had an idea. Back then, alone, he'd never had time to think about it, but now things were different. He was thinking of building a sturdy fence around the property so that even if he were away, no one could simply wander in. Sejun looked at the darkened forest surrounding the home and wondered aloud if anyone would even dare come near it as it was. But Ryak didn't want to take chances. An S-ranked monster could appear, and there were always hunters who might come searching for Kim Nari or for him. Birdie nodded thoughtfully and said he knew exactly what they would need, something strong and dense with demonic energy. He suggested the coastal region, where a yellowish quartz harder than black stone could be found. If Ryak built the fence from that and set luminous stones at the base, the barrier would be both strong and beautiful. At night, Birdie added, their house would glow like a campsite. Ryak imagined it for a moment, then agreed. Kim Nari clapped her hands in excitement while Birdie remained neutral. Sejun, on the other hand, stared at Ryak as though he'd lost his mind, demanding if they even knew what kind of place the coastal region was. He felt a sudden warm trickle from his nose and realized his stay in the demon realm had already pushed him too far. Still, it was perfect timing for him. He slumped a little and began acting like a weak child, telling Ryak he needed to go back and drain some of his demonic energy or it would become fatal. Ryak accepted this calmly and told Sejun he should stay behind and take care of the mandras if they were late. Sejun nodded but warned Ryak to be careful in the coastal region. It was dangerous, practically off-limits to anyone of A rank or below, and worst of all, 2 disaster-class monsters ruled the entire area. Ryak did not catch the hushed speculation behind him as the others tried to make sense of what they were facing. Sejun, calmer than the rest, explained that these creatures had once been chimera hunters who had escaped the laboratory ages ago. Their faces had warped into avian shapes, but their bodies had stubbornly remained human. Along the coast, another unit of adventurers caught sight of the same bird-headed monster. Shock rippled through their ranks as they realized the creature was within their sector. Orders snapped out to ready the tracker, and one impatient fighter channeled his energy into a glowing ring before hurling it at the hybrid. For a moment it seemed the strike had landed, but when the dust cleared, the monster stood unharmed, sprinting across the sand. Or so it appeared. Disaster-class beings were rarely running away, and their brief sense of victory gave way to doubt. Perhaps the rumors about its power were false, they thought, and this one was weaker than reported. They debated whether to attack again, but the leader cautioned patience. Better to wait until the creature retreated to its lair and then strike by surprise. The tracker had already attached. Yet the attacker could not stop wondering why, even after 60 years, these failed experiments still lived and still looked half-human. One of the oldest among them answered grimly that failures could not be predicted. Chimera hunters had been humanity's greatest achievement and its deepest disgrace. Such mistakes must be erased, and today was the day to erase this one. The fighter called to the leader, unsettled by a new realization. The creature was not fleeing at all, but accelerating straight toward them. The leader barked for an emergency barrier, but before the incantations were finished, the hawk-like hybrid was already upon them. A translucent shield flared into being at the last second, yet the wind streaming from the monster's charge smashed it like paper. One strike shattered their defense, and in that instant they knew they had misjudged. Disaster-class hybrids were not quarry to be handled lightly. Panic edged the leader's voice as he shouted at the Chimera hunter, ordering it to halt. Then another voice rolled across the shore, familiar and commanding. Nari had arrived, calling out for the hybrid not to dare bully the weak. The bird-headed creature stopped mid-lunge, recognizing something in her presence. It realized that Nari too bore the mark of a chimera. She dropped to the ground, and behind her Andrew came into view. The hawk halted and landed as well, claws digging into the sand. Nari explained to Ryak that an uncle who looked like a sparrow had been harassing people. Ryak, eyes narrowing, wondered if it was instead a sparrow wearing the body of a man. The adventurers grew increasingly flustered. Their scanners had begun to pick up the signal of a machine creature nearby. The leader frowned at the readings, sensing trouble. Unbeknownst to them, Nari herself was also carrying a tracker, complicating matters further. Stranger still, the hawk hybrid seemed to recognize Ryak and began descending toward him. Ryak asked quietly if the creature remembered who he was, revealing that they had once been roommates in the lab. What number had it been? Ryak could hardly believe the bird monster was still alive to stand before him. The Chimera hunter recoiled in shock, while the surrounding adventurers now looked at Ryak with suspicion. The leader signaled for retreat, thinking to regroup later. But Ryak knew retreat would only worsen the situation for both sides. At the same moment, the hawk was smiling, a predatory, knowing smile. It had never forgotten Ryak's scent. In that instant, its identity clicked into place. This was subject number 33, one who might forget everything else but not the smell of the boy who had once shared the same cell. The hybrid's memories of the Chimera cell fusion drug from the TDA laboratory burned bright. At last, the hawk realized who stood before it. The boy once designated number 17 himself. The scene shifts to 66 years ago in the forest near the TDA lab, where we see that some people were actually chasing some runaways, which included the bird experiment number 33 and his sister, who had been running away from the TDA lab after many experiments. We come to know that the little girl was actually having a high fever which was coming from a seizure, from the side effects done by the lab. As number 33 was running away, he wondered if he had made the right choice by taking his little sister with him. He knew that even if the lab scientists had finished him, it would have been better to leave his sister Gia inside the lab. We see that number 33 was crying while thinking that if only he had turned into a real bird, then Gia could feel that his wings were really warm and that she was really fine. So the bird should actually just focus on running. As the scene shifts, we see that number 33 told Gia to hold on a bit longer because he thought that once they were out of this forest, someone would definitely help them. The bird-human hybrid was running with full force, but suddenly he encountered another boy, who was none other than our boy Ryak, who was a little boy called number 17 back then. Bayam wondered about what 17 was doing there, but our boy explained that he had overheard at the lab that number 33's side effects were so bad that he was scheduled for disposal. So he had already run to the forest so that he could warn number 33 about it. Bayam could not believe that the weirdo 17 could be kind at the worst time. Number 17 knew that even if they escaped the lab, the detonation spell would definitely kill them if they didn't return in 3 days. But as Bayam's sister Gia was not on the disposal list yet, it would have been better to get suppressants from the lab and live one more day for her. But hearing that, Bayam became angry, telling Ryak that he would not get it since he did not have any side effects till now, so he would not know what it was like for someone who was getting side effects. Bayam remembered the constant seizures and headaches that he had, which were getting even worse. It was like his head was going to explode, and he was not able to bear it. Gia suggested to Bayam that they should just run away because she just wanted to live like before, even if it was only for one more day. The scene shifts back, and we see that Bayam put Gia down onto a tree and asked Ryak if it is the length of the life that matters or the way that someone lives it. Suddenly his uniform tore down, and some tiny little wings came out of it, while Bayam told Ryak that he wanted to live free even for one day, and for that he was going to do anything that was possible. He told Ryak to quit talking nonsense and fight him instead. But number 17 was as nonchalant as he could be, suddenly grabbing a stone and breaking it, forming a portal. It was a gate to the demon realm, and Bayam was shocked, wondering about how 17 had got a gate stone when they were not allowed. It is then that we come to know that if a chimera crosses into the demon realm, then one of two things will happen. The human cells will be poisoned by the demonic energy, or the monster cells will absorb it and awaken with the mutation intensifying even more. The scene shifts back as we see Ryak telling Bayam that if he really meant whatever he said, then going to the demon realm was actually a better choice. Because even if they could not handle the demonic energy and turned into monsters, they would still live free until then. And the lab's detonation spell would also not get triggered if they were in the demon realm, which was a completely different dimension. But Bayam wondered if a human could even survive inside, because theoretically they needed enough mana to shield their body and mind from the demonic energy. And even when it would not be easy with his power now, nobody knew about what the future holds. Bayam was shocked, wondering about why Ryak was helping them, even when it was of no benefit to him. Meanwhile, we see that the lab workers were actually shocked to see that a gate was opening right in the middle of nowhere, and they spotted Bayam and his sister. On the other hand, Bayam told Ryak that he was going away, but suddenly he realized something. Before going inside, he told our boy that they had been roommates for 4 years and didn't even know each other's names. The birdie introduced himself as Bayam, wondering about what 17's name was. It was then that the boy just smiled, telling the birdie that his name was actually Ryak. The scene shifts back to the present once again, and we see that Ryak was asking the adventurers who were near the cliff about what his name was. But something had happened, and a kind of powder was floating in the air, manipulating the minds of the adventurers and their leaders, who were unable to remember the name of our boy. Ryak tested again and again, asking them about why they had come there and what they had seen, but the leader constantly told our boy that they didn't know about it. After the whole check-in was complete, Ryak just told the adventurers that they should go inside the gate and get back to reality, along with forgetting everything that had happened in the demon realm. Both Sasha and Bayam were looking at what was happening. Meanwhile, Bayam realized that Ryak had wiped the adventurers' memories with the dust of oblivion, along with hypnosis. It was explained that Ryak also had some oblivion herb cells inside his body, and about 3 hours of memory before and after would be completely vanished without any retrace. Bayam was still shocked that Ryak had not got any side effects after so many implantations, being planted with all kinds of things, from plants to monsters. But still Ryak told Bayam that a lot had happened after he left. In the present, we see that Ryak still remembered number 33's name, and Bayam was surprised by this gesture. But suddenly it was Kim Nari who was pulling the shirt of our boy, slightly asking him if he was really friends with the sparrow uncle. Ryak laughed and told the girl that the uncle was from the sparrow tribe. Meanwhile, 33 wondered about how and why he looked like a sparrow to the child when he was clearly an eagle hybrid. Meanwhile, Ryak mockingly asked Kim Nari if the sparrow and the coconut tribes were allies, and if it was not so right now, still continuing to tell lies. Kim Nari agreed that they were allies. Meanwhile, Bayam was actually surprised, wondering about what coconuts and allies meant, because he did not know what they were talking about. Meanwhile, Kim Nari suddenly came in front of the eagle saying sorry and still calling him Sparrow Uncle, apologizing because she had thought at first that he was bad. Suddenly growling noises came from the stomach of the little child, as she told Ryak that they were hungry. Ryak asked Bayam if they had got any food and where his house actually was. Meanwhile, the man was confused, wondering if the child was Ryak's daughter, or if he was raising a kid for someone, or worse, it was some kind of role play. As the scene shifts, we get to the coastal region beach where there was a large structure made out of branches and trunks of trees. Kim Nari was surprised by such a huge house, wondering if it was really the Sparrow Uncle's house, because it looked just like a nest. But still Ryak realized that it was not bad at all. Suddenly we see that Bayam came near them with a plate full of multiple food items. Not sure about how it tasted, but still willing to let them try, he had cooked some grilled clams with demon realm plant butternut, which was actually butter-flavored, along with a demon realm plant called red moss, which had a savory paste flavor. Kim Nari was shocked after looking at the dish, realizing that the clams were huge, while Ryak was pretty impressed by how good the cooking actually was. It was the birdie himself who started eating, and he was immediately sent to heaven as he was blushing intensely, realizing that the freshness was as fresh as anything could be. He wondered if he had swallowed the wave, or if the wave had swallowed him instead. The clam that Kim Nari was eating was as if it was dancing with every chewy bite, and the whole dish was being complemented with red moss, which was making everything better. Even Bayam told them that red moss worked with everything that they had. He bowed down in front of them, getting happy that his guests had liked the food, telling them to eat slow. But suddenly something happened, and the eagle's face turned pale instantly, as it seemed like he was in a lot of pain. Ryak noticed it but did not say anything about it. Suddenly Kim Nari started causing a commotion, telling the sparrow uncle that she wanted even more to eat. The eagle nervously told the kid that he was out of ingredients today and wondered about what he should do. But hearing that it was such a small problem, Kim Nari wanted to know that if she caught some clams, would the sparrow uncle be making the dish again? Bayam was shocked, realizing that even when he could make the dish multiple times, it was really dangerous for a kid to catch clams when the ocean was full of monsters. But both the birdie, along with Kim Nari and Sasha, were actually completely fine with it, deciding that they would get 10 clams so they could eat even more. Kim Nari was sure that they at least needed these many clams so they could be full. Meanwhile, we see that both Ryak and Bayam started talking, while the eagle was not able to believe that he had survived thanks to the immortal cells that had already been planted inside him. And after that, he had a pretty good life. The eagle wondered if Ryak was planning revenge on the TDA lab, but the boy was enjoying the scenery instead, telling Bayam that even when he thought about it, sometimes it was not so bad. And as life was not that bad right now, Ryak decided that he would take his time. The boy reverted the question, asking the man instead if he wanted revenge. But the eagle explained that even when Ryak's spells disappeared after he revived, the eagle still had the detonation spell inside of him, and it would explode the second he got back to the human world. Ryak decided to change the topic, still serious while asking Bayam if he could properly control his wings right now, and if it was so, then why he could not change his head back. It was then revealed that Bayam could change back to his human form, but still he would not, because his sister's face had actually been changed forever after the mutation. And if he looked normal and she did not, she would only feel worse about it. But suddenly Ryak wanted to ask even more questions, wondering if the eagle already knew or not that he had only got a month left to live at most. Bayam was surprised, but still, he had already figured it out. Ryak could notice as it had brought back many old times. The eagle was remembering the flashbacks while telling Ryak that it was rough when they first came inside the demon realm. Still, he fought like crazy, building mana just to live so that he and his sister could survive. And then one day his mana and the demonic energy balanced out, and both of them stayed at peace for a long while. But not long ago, Jia's mana hole twisted for some reason, and her demonic energy went wild. In the desperation of saving his sister, the eagle had hurt his own mana hole, forcing it down. Bayam was barely holding on, but Jia still ate fruit with sleeping poison and just slept all day, putting herself in suspension to slow the rampage instead. Ryak realized that all the eagle needed was a mandra, because even after damaging their mana hole, making medicine with mandra roots would heal someone right up. Ryak wondered if the bird brain did not know about it at all. As the scene shifts inside the nest, we see that a half-bitten apple was thrown out of the nest, and someone inside was actually screaming in pain and agony. And it was none other than Jia, who had been mutated pretty badly, hurting herself as her demonic cells were completely possessed by it. As the scene shifts, we see that Bayam was shocked that he and his sister could really live longer and his mana hole disease could be cured. He wondered about how it was done, and Ryak knew that this reaction was justified, because of course the birdhead did not know about it since they didn't even teach alchemy at the lab until the experiments turned 15. According to Ryak, all they needed was mana hole purified water brewed from the fine roots of a mandra. As the eagle did not know what mandras were, Ryak explained that they were plant-type monsters who were set to shriek when pulled from the earth, and even when its fine roots may look like nothing, they were the core of its life force, feeding on demonic energy underground and even sprouting into new bodies to reproduce. That's why the water purified from the roots of mandra worked so well to repair mana holes. Ryak was thanking God that they had been raising mandras in their garden, promising the eagle that he was definitely going to bring it to him. Bayam was shocked about why Ryak was going to such lengths for someone like him, but Ryak ignored it, explaining that they would be needing an alchemist to prepare the purified water. And as Bayam could not set foot in the human world with the detonation curse on him, Ryak decided that he would go to the human world instead, and in exchange, Bayam would just have to take care of Kim Nari and the birdie, along with Sasha, who had been playing in the coastal region. The eagle hybrid immediately agreed to whatever Ryak said, because getting healed was a really big thing for him. But Ryak realized that the alchemist who would brew the medicine would want something in return, and both Ryak and Bayam did not have enough money to offer. But suddenly we see that the bird had a bag full of goodies and put it onto the sand of the coast. Ryak wondered about what it was, and Bayam explained that he packed it with stuff that hunters always bring in the demon realm, wondering if this was really enough. Ryak realized that it was more than enough and smiled while looking at the sky, while still taking out a gate stone and promising the bird that he'd be back really soon. As the scene shifts, we come back to the human realm and we see that both Ryak and the guide Kid Bong were actually walking in the streets of the slums. While Bong asked Ryak if he was looking for an alchemy-type awakened individual, we come to know that Bong was now a full-time guide who was really in proper clothing and presenting himself quite properly. Ryak told him that he needed someone skilled for the job. Bong explained that the Alchemist Association opened a branch in the slums last year, and they would probably find someone there. But Ryak was noticing something else. He noticed sandbags which were woven by Bong, as he wondered about why the boy was wearing them on his arms and legs. The boy explained that he was doing some stamina training because he wanted to get as strong as Ryak himself. Ryak wondered about what happened with Bong, that he was ready to do so. Bong explained that as he saw Ryak marching into the demon realm with nothing but the clothes on his back, that meant the boy was insanely strong, and Bong wanted to be like that too. So now, as he had money, he was eating a ton and working out non-stop. Ryak smiled happily as he saw Bong's good condition, and he seemed taller, guessing that it might have been a growth spurt which had been hindered by malnutrition. As the scene shifts, we come to the Alchemist Association near the Slum District 13 branch, and Bong explained that the new manager of the place, Mr. Kim, had just arrived, and he was really scared and a nice person too. But just when they decided to enter, they noticed that Mr. Kim was actually outside the building, and he was kind of scared, talking to someone on the phone, telling him that he had not missed a single interest payment in over 20 years. Bong realized that Mr. Kim had got another call from a loan shark. Ryak wondered about what it was, and the boy explained that around the slum area private loans were the norm. And Mr. Kim had worked at the Gold City branch for 20 years, but got demoted and sent here, while also getting his salary slashed into half. Ryak straight up gave the answer that maybe if he was demoted, then the man must have done something wrong. But Bong was sad as he explained that back in Gold City, one of Mr. Kim's higher-ups was siphoning the slum support funds, and he was infamous for stealing credit, lining his pockets with dirty tricks. For that, Manager Kim reported him, got on his bad side, and then got thrown out from his well-paid job. After this explanation, we see that Manager Kim turned around and was getting back to the association building, while he looked at Bong with surprise and happiness, wondering about what the boy was doing near the building. Even the man also noticed that he had grown up a bit. Bong did all the formalities and informed Mr. Kim that Ryak needed an alchemist for something. On the other hand, our boy also noticed that when high-ranking alchemists were so rare, he did not expect a person like Mr. Kim in the neighborhood, who was actually having a really refined aura. The boy looked at the duo while they were smiling and talking with each other. But suddenly Bong informed Ryak that he should get back to training, and Mr. Kim wondered if they should head in and talk instead. As the scene shifts to the association building, we see that a young man was sitting near the reception while thinking that he had been stuck with a rotten boss, which was a nightmare for him. The best that the receptionist could hope for was a D-rank hunter buying a low-tier potion, and there were no kind of achievements that he could get in this building, and a promotion was out of reach nonetheless. But suddenly the doors opened with the bells chiming, and the manager along with our boy entered the building, shocking the receptionist and the assistant manager named Park. He was ordered politely by the manager to grab them a drink, but Ryak denied, telling manager Kim that he had no time, so he decided to get straight into it. Ryak explained that he already knew that Mr. Kim was an A+ ranked alchemist, and he could brew mana whole purified water with mandra, so he should do it because Ryak needed it immediately. Mr. Kim was shocked, wondering about how he got mandra roots in the slums, which was ridiculous. And even worse than that, how did Ryak even know about the manager's rank? The man informed Ryak that he could make it, but since they didn't have such rare ingredients in the association building, it was impossible. But just then Ryak asked him if this would do, and the man was shocked from his head to toe as his core was shaking while Ryak opened some mandra roots. The man inspected it and realized that it was having dense demonic energy, and no doubt it was a live mandra root and was no fake. It was so fresh that it looked like it had just been freshly dug up. Even the manager had never seen one that was this pristine, even after being an alchemist. But Ryak did not stop, opening the bag given to him by the Eagle Head, telling the manager that for the production fee they would pay with coastal region specialties, and that they should appraise it without much problem. For the manager, it was even more shocking for an adventurer to come back alive from the coastal region, and that too with some coastal region specialties, which were glittering with quality again and again. The manager knew that an S-ranked black pearl was something that not even the headquarters had, and on the other hand, Ryak had brought them 3 of it, like it was mere child's play, along with a demon red giant clam which was still alive and not dead like the others. And last, but not least, was the red moss which was key for top-grade potions. It had only just been discovered by humans and was ultra-rare. Ryak wondered if this much was actually enough for the fee. The manager shockingly told Ryak that it was not only enough, but this could buy the whole building without much effort. The assistant manager told manager Kim that he needed to fetch the appraisal machine from the lab because for items like these, a high-quality machine appraisal was mandatory. The assistant manager told them that he would be right back and started going into the lab, while Ryak suddenly had his interest piqued as he saw a bottle of water in which something was kept. We come to know that it was a dried-up mandra. Ryak was shocked because manager Kim had told him that they did not have mandra, and for this, the man explained that the one kept in the bottle was actually dead. It was 10 years old, and all its medical powers were actually gone. We come to know that Mr. Kim was fascinated with mandras, so he kept it as a relic instead of throwing it away. But Ryak informed him that the one in the bottle was actually alive. Ryak started giving it complete mana so that it could be revived, and the mandra was actually starting to breathe as oxygen bubbles formed inside the water. Ryak showed it to Mr. Kim, telling him that it was indeed alive and was responding whenever it was fed mana. Mr. Kim was shocked to the core once again as he was making distorted faces, realizing that its demonic energy had run dry, so it was hanging on in suspended life. Ryak decided to give it a bit more mana, but Mr. Kim was shocked because it should have been impossible. He had tried multiple times and given the mandra plenty of mana before. But the conversation was suddenly interrupted by the opening of a door with a bang. And we come to know that an old-looking geezer with a golden-clipped tie entered the room, telling manager Kim that it had been a while. We come to know that this man was Executive Ahan, who was surveying the vicinity, joking around that this small office should not be an office at all, joking about the condition that manager Kim had after messing with him. The man was surprised, wondering about what brought the executive to the association building. But Executive Ahan told manager Kim that he got word that some extraordinary item showed up in the slums. We come to know that the snake who told the executive brat about it was none other than the assistant manager Park, who had already tipped off the executive for his promotion. The manager frustratingly told Ahan that he moved really fast, and the executive mocked Mr. Kim, telling him that unlike the manager, he had capable subordinates who were twins, their movement being awakened, so Executive Ahan was able to travel at double speed. Now the executive was shocked that Ryak was the one who brought all these treasures into the slums, and the boy wondered about what the big deal was. The old man introduced himself as Executive Jeong Ahan of Gold City Branch, and he offered to Ryak that he should come with him to Gold City, and he would be treated properly. But as Ryak was having a decent talk with manager Kim, it was really irritating for him. But suddenly something jogged his memory, but Ryak ignored it, while Executive Ahan told him that he would not get a fair price in the slums, and instead he should sign an exclusive contract with him, with bonuses up front and taxes all covered. Ryak was not interested in anything, and suddenly asked the old man if there was a mole beside his nose. The old man wondered about why Ryak was asking something so insignificant, but Ryak asked the executive once again if he had any relation to a man named Ahan Bok Diak. The executive started laughing devilishly with a distorted face while wondering about how Ryak knew about his grandfather, explaining that he was the grandson of the great Gold Peace Prize laureate expert Ahan Bok Diak. But Ryak just smiled while telling the man that the genes were truly vile. We come to know that when 17 was small, he also encountered a wild human who told him that they were nothing but subhuman wretches whining for their mothers. And now that they were chimeras, he wondered if their parents should also be sent into the demon realm along with them. The wild man was holding a whip in one of his hands and was laughing with a contorted grin, and he had the same mole near his nose as he told 17 that he should go and cry to his new parents for salvation. Ryak was unable to contain his anger, throwing off his demonic energy here and there, which was even enough to bring Executive Ahan down to his knees. He was crawling in mere instants, as Ryak asked him if he was just like his grandfather, who liked crushing people with power and grabbing whatever his eyes fell upon. Executive Ahan wondered about what the slum boy was spouting, as it was utter nonsense. But Ryak was not playing around anymore, and he was finally serious, telling the executive to answer carefully about whether the TDA lab still existed and was making illegal chimeras. Ryak questioned angrily and shouted for a better answer to his question. He questioned about the TDA Research Institute and its existence, if it still existed. Executive Ahan, scared, became humbled and nervous after hearing the name of TDA. He answered while bowing on his knees that he had never heard that name before. Ryak questioned again, asking if he didn't know about the illegal Chimera Research Institute where his grandfather worked as a senior researcher. The question even shocked manager Kim, who was hiding behind the table listening to the conversation. He was shocked to learn that the Gold Peace Prize winner scientist had worked at an illegal research institute. Executive Ahan, trembling, said not to insult the deceased, because his grandfather had devoted his life to research and to training future generations at the university. After retirement, he had donated his entire fortune to the families of Gate victims and received the Gold Peace Prize for that contribution. Ryak, in agony and with an evil grin, thought to himself that after killing so many kids behind the scenes, it seemed that the old man has repented in front. Ryak then stated that he had thought Ahan's grandfather might live longer since he was an awakener, but he died earlier than expected. Ahan, trembling in fear, was shocked even more when Ryak questioned if it was because of the aftereffects from falling out of the window. This shocked Ahan even more, because that incident was not known to the public, and he couldn't understand how Ryak knew about it. Old memories flooded Ryak's mind, taking him back to the past when the experiment was still ongoing. In those memories, it was revealed how Ryak had pushed the old grandfather out of the window, the man who had kidnapped children, turned them into chimeras, and even threatened to throw them into the gates. Overcome with anger and agony, Ryak had pushed him out of the window. When the memories faded, Ryak growled in anger, declaring that he would give Ahan one chance to return and investigate his grandfather and the TDA Research Institute. Ryak was determined to find the executive again when the time came in the future. Ryak thought to himself how unexpected it was to meet the old man's grandson here. His backstory began when he was only 9 years old, the age when he first underwent chimera biological experiments. After that, the process of monsterization began in his 20s. However, his memories from that time were hazy, as if he had lived in a world where civilization had vanished. Without a sense of self or reason, he had likely only followed commands and instincts. This made Ryak wonder if so much time had passed that the TDA Research Institute's name had already changed several times. His thoughts were interrupted when Manager Kim entered the room, carrying purified whole water made from mandra. Apologizing for the wait, he presented bright green bottles to Ryak. Ryak expressed his praise, saying that, as expected of an A+ grade alchemist, Manager Kim was fast as ever. He then asked if it took around 30 minutes to make. Manager Kim replied that the materials were so good that the process was easy. He added that he would prepare the remaining materials right away while making calculations on his device. Ryak, observing him, thought about how skilled and well-mannered Manager Kim was. After a brief pause, Ryak stated that he would hand over all the remaining combination materials and suggested forming a personal contract with Manager Kim. The contract would last for 10 years, during which Ryak would provide the materials, and Manager Kim would only need to handle the combinations properly. The proposal left Manager Kim stunned. The idea that such valuable materials were being entrusted to him, along with an exclusive contract, filled him with mixed emotions. He asked Ryak in disbelief if selling those materials could easily buy a building, yet Ryak was still offering them to him under a contract. After hearing all the good things Ryak said, Manager Kim was deeply moved. Though he tried to hide his emotions, tears silently fell from his eyes. Seeing this, Ryak wondered why Manager Kim was crying, but to his surprise, Kim explained that he was from the slums. Memories flooded Manager Kim's mind. Back in his childhood, his parents had taken out heavy loans. From that moment, he had promised himself that he would repay all the money for their sake, no matter how hard his life became. Yet, despite all his efforts, he had remained stuck in the same place for years. Now, after hearing Ryak's offer, he was so moved that he asked how he could ever repay Ryak's kindness. Meanwhile, Ryak was quietly thinking about how Kim was already worrying about repayment, when nothing had even begun yet. Manager Kim then said that he would take care of Ryak from now on, and sincerely thanked him from the bottom of his heart. But Ryak knew that there would be quite a few things to discuss with Manager Kim from now on, and he would have to work even harder after the medicines were made. Ryak decided to return since it was already evening, assuming that nothing serious would have happened while he was away. As the scene shifts, we move to the demon realm, where chaos was unfolding. Jia, completely out of control, had grabbed Bayam by the head and lifted him up, acting like a feral beast. The eagle-headed Bayam regretted his mistake, realizing he should have anticipated that Jia might lose control in her condition. The boy was crying, begging his sister to come back to her senses, but Jia only growled in a demonic tone, slamming him onto the ground and throwing him several meters away, smashing through rocks. Bayam knew he was too late, but suddenly he saw both Kim Nari and Birdie running toward him, asking if he was okay or if he was hurt. Birdie wondered why Bayam was taking all the hits instead of fighting back. Despite everything, Bayam told himself that Ryak shouldn't worry, as his top priority was to keep his promise, protect the girl and Birdie no matter what. He steadied his wings, knowing Ryak had saved them once before, and this time he would return the favor. With tears in his eyes, Bayam dashed toward his sister at high speed, determined to deliver a fatal blow, whispering that in her next life she should live happily. But just before they could collide, a jellyfish-like creature appeared between them and expanded. It was Ryak. He had used monster cells to calm the girl down. Bayam was stunned, unsure what he was seeing, while Ryak looked down, wondering if such a small dose of sleeping poison had really made her faint. Kim Nari cheered in relief that Ryak had returned, while Bayam blinked in confusion at the sight of the jellyfish emerging from Ryak's body. Then he noticed Ryak sitting on top of Jia, using the jellyfish as a cushion. The boy was shocked, while Ryak just sighed, wondering if there was any other way to subdue her without doing this. Bayam wiped his tears and asked Ryak if he had managed to get the medicine. Ryak smiled and replied confidently that, of course, he had gotten it without any trouble. He had brought 2 bottles, one for the boy and one for his sister, and told Bayam to feed it to her quickly. Later that night, a small campfire flickered under the dark sky. The 2 bottles lay empty on the ground, and nearby Jia, Kim Nari, and Birdie were sleeping peacefully. When Gia slowly opened her eyes, she was startled to see a small child sleeping in front of her, wondering if she was dreaming. As she regained her senses, she spotted Bayam and Ryak sitting near the fire. Ryak turned around when he heard her stir, and Gia immediately covered herself, screaming in confusion, asking who he was. The noise woke Nari, who asked sleepily if Sparrow Auntie was awake too. Gia blinked, baffled at being called that, but then her brother smiled in relief and told her to check her mana hole. Gia, still confused, asked about the little kid, and Nari introduced herself cheerfully. As Gia examined herself, she suddenly realized her mana hole was normal again, and her face had returned to normal too. She was overwhelmed, not understanding what had happened or who these people were. Bayam looked surprised that his sister didn't seem to recognize Ryak, since she used to talk about wanting to see him so often. Then Gia froze, staring in disbelief at the boy eating quietly beside the fire. Her eyes widened as she realized it was him, number 17. She kept repeating it in shock while Bayam explained that once again they had been saved by none other than Ryak. Ryak, however, seemed completely indifferent, asking if there was any more red moss left. Birdie told him that was all for today, and Gia, though still processing it all, was now sure. This was definitely Ryak, the boy who had no sense of empathy. Gia took off her mask and smiled softly, thanking Ryak for saving them once again and giving them another chance at life. But then Nari suddenly noticed something glimmering in the distance and pointed toward the ocean. The water was sparkling with golden light. Gia put her mask back on and told the girl it was a sea fairy. Nari asked what that was, and Gia explained that it was originally a seahorse-type monster that lived deep beneath the sea, but she nicknamed it Sea Fairy because it looked like one when it flew through the water. She added that these creatures only came to the surface at night to play and returned home when the sun rose. If they followed the sea fairy, they could find yellow glowing quartz. Ryak's eyes widened as he realized that the real reason they had come to the coastal area was for the quartz. He asked Bayam how long until sunrise, then stood up with a grin, saying it had been a long time since he'd gone swimming. Meanwhile, in a distant laboratory, the scientist with recently regrown hair was staring at a monitor, trying to locate a mechanical creature. His panel reported that around 10 B-rank hunters had spotted it multiple times in the forest area but failed to capture it, and it now seemed to be hiding near the coastal region. Recently, some A-rank hunters who went there returned with memory loss, and even after that, their tracking devices still showed the creature's last known location. Then, a shocking moment. Executive Han called the scientist. As he picked up, Han's furious voice demanded to know whether the scientist had any connection to the TDA Research Institute. The scientist tells Executive Han that he has not heard of the lab, but Han insists that it was an illegal research facility that had been secretly run a long time ago. But the scientist stopped Han midway and explains that the Hanbit Research Lab doesn't perform the kind of experiments Han is talking about. He reminds Han that his grandfather always told him to remain an upright and honest researcher, and that their lab has never been involved in shady dealings. But we all know from the expression that the scientist knows really well about what Han was talking about. After the call ends, the scientist leans back in his chair, lost in thought. He begins to wonder uneasily how Han could possibly know about the illegal lab, something that was supposed to be erased from all records. A moment later, the door to the main office got knocked, and the scientist told the person to come in. We see one of his attendants who rushes into the room with a spark of excitement, announcing that they have finally succeeded in combining liquid metal and mandra, creating a liquid metal mandra. The scientist's face lights up at the news of the success, because the mandra, he knows, are remarkable beings, especially noted for their deep sense of kinship and instinctive loyalty, along with extremely powerful coalescing property of the liquid. He feels glad that he had left a small portion of the liquid metal behind for further testing. Confident in his work, he believes that a chimera combining the metal mandra will track down the mechanical life form faster than any other hunters could. It was built with precision and programmed to sense her unique mana signature. Without hesitation, he orders that the bounty on the mechanical creature be tripled, and that all elite A-class hunters be mobilized immediately. No matter what it takes, he must find her after all, She is his life's masterpiece and the peak of his research. As the scene shifts back in the demon realm, Bayam stands quietly before the vast, shimmering sea, recalling a conversation he once had with Ryak about the quartz. Ryak had casually mentioned that he wanted to use it for building his house, which had completely shocked Bayam. He also invited the bird head to his house, pointing out that they even have a good cook. Bayam realizes that Ryak, despite living in the dangerous demon realm, seems to be enjoying his life more than anyone else. Ryak then asks Bayam if he would ever like to visit the human world. Bayam admits that he is not particularly curious, yet deep down he wonders how much the world might have changed since he last saw it, and if anything got better. Ryak then tells him that there might actually be a way to remove the curse from the birds and his sister's body. Curious, Bayam listens closely as Ryak explains that he recently met an alchemist named Manager Kim, an exceptionally skilled A-grade researcher, who also made the mandra water. Ryak wants to persuade him to study cursed spells and find a cure. He wants the bird to at least have a choice, because there is a big difference between choosing not to go and not being able to go, though he warns Bayam not to get his hopes too high. Overwhelmed by Ryak's kindness, Bayam starts to tear up. He asks why Ryak always helps them even though they have never done anything for him in return. Ryak simply says that watching the siblings reminds him that there might be things more important than survival. Helping the bird head and his sister gives him a strange sense of purpose. He believes that by supporting them, he might finally discover the answer he's been searching for. As we come to the present, we see that Bayam stares into the clear blue sea. The bird head sister suddenly appears in the distance in the sky, waving at him from a distance and throwing a thick rope across the waves. She shouts for him to catch it and pull with full force. Confused but obedient, Bayam grabs the rope and starts pulling with all his might. The rope feels incredibly heavy, but he doesn't give up. After a long effort, he finally drags out a massive net filled with glimmering quartz stones. Bayam is speechless at the sight. He can hardly believe Ryak and his duo of just a small girl had managed to mine something this large. Nari and Ryak, both drenched and laughing, had clearly enjoyed swimming in the deep waters while mining the quartz. When they reached the sea fairy's palace beneath the waves, they found it breathtaking. Nari noticed that its walls were shining like golden coral, looking like a yellow palace. Nari smiled and told Ryak that they should visit the palace again someday when they have more time. But on the coast, because of the sheer amount of quartz they gathered, Bayam wonders aloud how Ryak plans to transport it all back home in the forest zone. Ryak scratches his head and admits that he hasn't figured that part out yet. Just then, a massive shadow passes over them, and Ryak looks up to see a massive parrot-like vulture bird monster flying above. He's puzzled because birds of that kind usually move in flocks, yet this one is flying alone. Nari marvels at the bird's vibrant feathers, saying how beautiful it looks, but Gia quickly warns her that she'll change her mind when it gets closer. Gia explains that these birds grow over 4 meters long and are extremely vicious. Even she and Bayam avoid confronting them. Bayam glances at Ryak and instantly realizes what's going through his mind. Ryak smirks and admits it. He had been looking for a way to transport the quartz, and now a flying truck has conveniently appeared. Back at Ryak's house, Sejun is still training to expand his mana flow, while all the cute mandras were looking at him calmly. Sejun can feel his mana hole steadily growing wider, a sign that his power is increasing. He smiles with satisfaction, believing that his long-time dream of becoming an A-ranked hunter might finally come true. His concentration is suddenly broken when a strange metallic creature, the liquid mandra, appears behind him. Panic sets in as he turns around, but his fear deepens when he spots 3 intimidating A-rank hunters standing right behind the mandra. They instantly recognize Sejun by his bald head and burst into mocking laughter. These were the same hunters who had bullied him during his promotion exam. Sejun feels trapped and helpless, but to his shock, the 3 mandra standing in the garden suddenly take defensive stances, bold and unwavering. The hunters are thrilled, knowing how valuable mandras are on the market. One of them moves closer, trying to deceive one of the creatures. But before he can react, the largest mandra launches a powerful kick that sends the hunter flying several meters away. At that very moment, the bird head and his sister Gia arrive at Ryak's house, only to sense chaos from a distance. They exchange confused looks, wondering who could be causing trouble this time. Apparently, they had traveled ahead of Ryak to reach his house first, since the parrot-like bird monster was flying much slower, partly because Ryak had beaten it half to death while trying to tame it. Looking at the monsters, Seijun wondered why all this was happening all of a sudden, that too when he was alone in the forest area. He thought that both Bayam and Jia must be disaster-level monsters who were living in the coastal area, wondering why they appeared in the forest all of a sudden. Seijun also remembered that both Nari and Ryak had gone to the coastal area that way, and his face turned pale as he thought maybe something bad had happened to the two of them. He thought that he should join forces with the hunters who came into the forest area. But before the man could even do anything or call out to the hunters, they were flying in the sky as they were fighting Jia, who immediately came closer to the Baldy, asking him if he was the chef of Ryak, because whatever the boy had told them was matching. Because he had a bald head, this much was enough to scare Seijun away as he scrammed through the place, and we come to know that even in his long-haired era, Seijun had zero female interaction. So even when Jia was a monster, the man was startled. But just then, he realized that the lady had talked about Ryak and wondered if she happened to know about his brother. It was then that the bird told Seijun that Ryak was her friend. Hearing that, Seijun was shocked from head to toe, wondering how Ryak had disaster-level monsters as his friends, and what kind of life he had been living to be friends with these dangerous people. But Bayam immediately asked Seijun about who those hunter guys were, because they didn't seem like customers, and suddenly something clicked inside the mind of the Baldy as he realized that this was a really good opportunity to protect himself. Now the man was smiling with an evil grin on his face, and the adventurers realized that something bad was going to happen to them and were crawling from head to toe. An hour later, we see in the sky that both the bird and her friends landed on the ground with insane speeds, breaking it into pieces. But as the dust and smoke cleared, we see that the parrot-vulture monster had been carrying all the cores that both Ryak and Nari had collected, along with her cute pets. Ryak called out to Nari, telling her that home was the best after all. But on the other hand, the parrot-vulture monster was screaming in pain, because it had been through such a long flight with such a heavy load that it was becoming unbearable for him. Ryak suddenly patted the monster's head, telling it that it did a great job and that it should take a rest. Both Jia and Bayam were shocked that Ryak was really able to tame the beast, but the bird head was sure that if it was Ryak, then he could do so. But suddenly, from the feathers of the parrot-vulture monster came rolling the birdie, who was feeling really dizzy as he rolled around because it had been so long since he had flown so high. But as the birdie opened his eyes, he got slammed onto a shoe and wondered about what it was. It was then revealed that it was the 3 A-ranked adventurers who had come into the forest area. Ryak wondered about what was going on, and the eagle head thought that maybe it was an attempt to steal the mandras, but still something felt off to Ryak. Even when the eagle hybrid tried to talk, he was hesitating. Jia understood what she had to do and bent down near Nari, telling her that she had heard that the valley was really beautiful and wondering if the kid could show her around her house. Nari was happy as she immediately jumped up and told Jia that there was a beautiful waterfall near their house too, and both of them started going there, while Nari happily told Jia that she would also teach her how to catch fish. Then the eagle head started telling Ryak that the A-ranked hunters were commissioned by the Hanbit Research Institute, and Ryak knew that if it was Hanbit, then they might have come because at first Seijun also came looking for the mechanical creature, and he was a reliable source. Even Ryak had expected that more hunters would come because Nari had a special tracking device attached to her that worked even in the demon realm, and that's why the kid was not free. But still, Ryak wondered about how these people ended up in the forest area when in actuality, Ryak was with Nari in the coastal area till now, and they had just returned. Even the eagle head had not thought about it enough, but suddenly he remembered something and took out a metallic little thing, showing it to Ryak, telling him that they must have been to the forest area because of this guy. We come to know that this was the same mutated mandra that the Research Institute had created, and even Ryak realized that they had synthesized liquid metal with mandras. He wondered if they made it to track Nari. Even the eagle head had heard that liquid metals attract each other, so that's why this was made. But coming to the forest area, the mandra was not drawn by Nari and was instead drawn by his kind, as it found healthy mandras near Ryak's house, and that's why they came there. But Bayam had heard that the adventurers were planning to go to the coastal area next because they were not going to easily give up on Nari. Ryak knew that they needed to think about a countermeasure, but suddenly he noticed that all the mandras came running towards him. As he wondered about what was going on, all those mandras were excited as they gestured to Ryak, trying to tell him that even if the mandra was a chimera, he was still their kin, and the mandras wanted to take care of him. Ryak started going towards the mandras and gave them the liquid metal one for good company, but the little mandra was still cutely screaming at Ryak, as if telling him that something else was left. Ryak realized that the small, cute creature was right, but he wondered about how they came to know about what was in his pocket. As the boy took out another shriveled mandra from his pocket, Bayam asked Ryak about how such a scrawny guy came inside his pocket. We see that both the new mandras were entered into the triplet family, and Ryak explained to the eagle head that the shriveled mandra was being raised by an alchemist and that he had agreed to take care of him. We come to the flashback where we see that the alchemist himself had given it to Ryak, having faith in the boy that the mandra would really be better off with him than with the alchemist himself. Even when he was crying while giving it, he told Ryak to take good care of him, and the boy nervously agreed. Here, we see that all the other mandras immediately started digging holes for their new buddies and told them to come inside and enjoy the nutritious demonic energy which was filled in the farmland. As they got inside, both the new mandras were in heaven, and even the eagle head noticed that, telling Ryak that these guys looked like serious perverts. But for Ryak, it was fortunate that they were not hostile, knowing that they would fit perfectly in the environment. But suddenly, Ryak wondered about where Seijin had gone because he should be back by now. Just then, Jia called out to Ryak from above, and as the boy turned around, he saw that the lady had come back with both Nari and Seijin in her hands. Seijin was really crying and becoming happy by the fact that Ryak had come back, getting ready to hug him, but he was slapped by Ryak immediately as the boy wondered about what was wrong with Seijin's condition. Jia told Ryak that Seijin was getting bitten by fish all alone in the water, and the man explained that since Ryak was so easily handling the fish, he thought he should also try to treat them but ended up being attacked instead. Nari continued that the sparrow auntie had saved both of them in style, but Seijin came back to his senses and told all of them that if they waited a little bit, they would have some delicious food to fill their stomachs. But in front of him was a giant creature, and as Seijin noticed it, he started screaming with a pale face, wondering if he was food for the parrot monster instead. But Ryak decided to explain it later because he was hungry and food preparation was necessary. Even Seijin did not mind and started cooking, while Nari wondered about what was on the menu today. But suddenly the girl ran towards the liquid metal chimera because she was being attracted to it, and as soon as she tapped onto the chimera's leaf, something was being communicated to her, and she was instantly sad. As the scene shifted, we see that it was evening, and it took so much time for the food to finally be complete. Both the eagle head and Jia were shocked to witness what was made for them. It was revealed that it was kimchi curry rice, which was simmered as long as beef bone soup, and it was a culinary dish made by none other than Seijin himself. The man was proud of it, even when it was instead curry and simple kimchi, but he added some delicious salmon and pork and then chopped a variety of vegetables generously. Then Seijin started stirring and did not stop for an hour so the bottom of the broth would not burn, and after that, the delicious food was prepared and was on the table. The siblings knew that the smell was nice, and Ryak wondered if they should try it now, while Seijin hoped that the food tasted good. As soon as Jia and the bird head ate it, they were straight into heaven, realizing that this was what they called the meeting of East and West. Even when it was spicy, the boy liked it because it was delicious, wondering if there were some Indian spices in the soup, while Ryak realized that the siblings' reactions were like a comedy skit. But then he also noticed that Nari was not eating at all, wondering why she was not eating and asking the girl. But she just turned around, telling the boy that she did not have an appetite. She suddenly got up and started running, telling Ryak that she was going to sleep early, and even when the boy understood that maybe the girl was worried about the liquid metal chimera, he did not think that something so grave was going to happen. As both the new mandras were enjoying their stay, the shriveled mandra was suddenly woken up and wondered about what was going on. The scene shifted again to Bayam and Gia as they were really happy, stating that they had really overeaten after a long time. But this much was expected from a professional chef whose cooking was completely different. Gia also thought that she had definitely turned into a pig instead of a bird monster. But suddenly Ryak got up, asking the siblings if they should make a fence to help with digestion, and the siblings told Ryak that he should leave the cutting of the stone to them. But suddenly something grave happened, and as Ryak turned around, he heard a noise and realized that a gate had opened out of the blue. In front of the gate was Nari, who was thinking that if she stayed in the demon realm, then it would be dangerous for the others too. So she, along with the metal mandra, decided that they should go back to where they originally were, not knowing the true powers of Ryak. On the other hand, the boy was nervous, wondering about what was going on, and we see that Nari was crying while telling her uncle to take care as she was going to enter inside the gate. But we see that Ryak came to the rescue immediately, calling out the child's name again and again, while she was crying, wondering about what the hell she was going to do. We see that the portal was opened inside the house, and Nari was almost going to leave. But Ryak asked her if this was not her house, just like she said a few days back, hearing that was like oh damn's water getting out of control. We see that both the siblings Bayam and Gia realized that the kids grew up in an instant, while we see that Nari turned around and hugged our boy while strangling the metallic chimera mandra. Even Ryak realized that he cannot afford to get distracted now. But you all can afford to hype the video if you are liking the story so far, as it would help me a lot. As the scene shifts, we see that Nari was out on the dining table with a bowl full of tasty-looking ramen, which she was gulping with her pouted mouth as her eyes were completely swollen from all the crying. But as she had one bite, she immediately told her Sejun uncle that the ramen had been even tastier than the last time. Sejun just smiled, telling the girl that late-night snacks were best when they have to eat ramen. But as Nari was finishing the whole bowl in an instant, Gia was angry on her, telling her that she was so little and she was already running away, which was not acceptable at all. And if she do that again, she will get scolded by a big sister a lot. Nari immediately agreed that she was wrong and continued eating. But then she realized that it was really, really spicy, and Sejun came in clutch with a bottle of probiotics milk, slamming it onto the table and telling Nari that if it was really spicy, then she should drink this instead, because his mom also told the man that it tastes the best when things get spicy. Bayam also recognized the milk, as it was something that the Research Institute gave out occasionally. Sejun ensured everyone to eat as much as they like, because there's more to come. And after the food was finished and Nari was satisfied, Sejun asked Ryak if he should clear the dishes and take care of the task that Ryak had assigned to him. Meanwhile, Bayam also stood up, wondering if they should now try cutting some quartz again, because it was getting delayed, and Gia also agreed, twisting her body and stretching it completely. After more than 3 bottles of probiotic milks was finished, Nari suddenly apologized for making Ryak worry, while drinking one more bottle of milk, and Ryak apologized to her as well, telling her that what she thought was right, and she did not do anything wrong. But she does not have to worry at all. Ryak knew that the ones who did wrong were probably those who created the mechanical creature, and was trying to use such a cute child. But then Ryak returned in the serious mode, asking the girl about her friends from the coconut tribe, and what kind of kids were they. At first, Nari was shocked, wondering about what friends she had. But Ryak, on the other hand, knew that if he was planning to clean up the Hanbit Research Institute, then he would have to save all the other kids. And Nari might know something about them, but still, as he cannot say it completely out loud, he decided to ask Nari about them in this way, because back in his time he also had 3 close friends in the institute. After hearing that, Nari started making excuses because she does not really have any coconut tribe or any friends, but Ryak knew that he does not have to ask specifically about the lab's location because Sejun would know it anyway. But just then, Ryak remembered a task that he had assigned to the man, wondering if he was handling it well enough. As the scene shifts, we come to another place where we see that Sejun was smiling with her devilish laugh. While someone was strangling while their mouth was covered, we see that it was the same heir and adventurer that came after Kim Nari, and Sejun immediately removed his mask so he can speak, while being assured that if you told him that he had suppressed the mana of these guys so they cannot use it for a while, it was enough. After putting down the mask, we see that Sejun was slapping the hunter again and again. But the hunter was not so cooperative, immediately telling Sejun to stop so that they can make a deal. The man was startled, wondering about what it was, and the hunter hastily explained that if Sejun would let them go back then in the human world, they will reward the man as much as he asked, because they have got some money that they have saved up, and that kind of money could buy a house in Gold City, which was the most expensive, and in exchange of that Sejun would just have to let them go. But hearing that, Sejun started tinkering inside his pocket, telling the hunters that even deals would have to make sense to him. We see that inside the pocket was a great deal, because it was a black card issued by banks to rich individuals, and Sejun flashed it in front of the hunter while saying that he was not the type to fall for that kind of pocket chain. Even the hunter knew that this special black card that the bank was issuing was only for the ultra-elite, and someone like Sejun, who they thought was pushover, was actually in possession of this card. But Sejun immediately snapped the hunter's attention, telling him that this was not the most important thing right now, because it turned out that his revenge from the promotion exam hall not long ago ends like this, when everything came back to money. The hunter immediately apologized to the man, telling him that they have made a mistake, but Nepaldi was not going to let it slide, because they have called him bald and shiny head and whatnot, and still Sejun refused to give up. But these hunters were actually the real bad guys who were ending it. Famous thugs in the neighborhood doing bad things just for money. Sejun immediately asked the hunters if failing in the promotion exam was a bigger fault, or beating up weak people because they were strong, and then taking their money was way bigger than anything else, which also resulted in the hunters scamming people. It looks like Sejun had many things inside his pocket as he started rummaging around inside once again, taking out 3 golden balls which were having a devilish aura around them. Sejun smiled to compliment the devil inside, and told the hunter that this was the pollen from the forget-me-not flower that Ryak had given him, which was all mashed together. And Sejun had pressed it down so hard, and made such a concentration that he had no idea how strong the effect will be. Only by sniffing, the hunters realized that their memories were all over the place, and they were suddenly becoming victims of way brutal crimes that they actually never did due to the medicine's after effect. But the hunter was still not ready to give up. So Sejun decided that he should use the forget-me-not flower, ready to finish it once and for all. He forcefully opened the jaw of one hunter, and just when the man started screaming, the scene cut off to the next day. Kim Nari and Birdie were running around while Sasha was perched on Kim Nari's shoulders, the bird thinking that child-rearing was really tiring. At that moment, Ryak and Bayam were talking about how the boy was going to clean up the Hanbit Research Institute, and how he was even taking Sejun with him along with Birdie to make things easier. Ryak wanted Bayam to take care of the house while he was gone, and the eagle assured him that nothing bad would happen. Just then, Ryak was called from behind by none other than Sejun himself, who told him that all the preparations were complete. They noticed that their chef was in a really good mood, and Sejun explained that Ryak had promised to introduce him to an A+ grade alchemist who might be able to solve his problems. Bayam realized how serious Sejun's issue must have been. Meanwhile, Gia was watching all of them, wondering if Ryak was really planning to enter the institute with his real face and wreck everything. She thought that maybe he should at least have a disguise. It didn't seem like a bad idea, but Sejun wondered if they would have to disguise themselves to meet the alchemist too. Just then Gia took off her head mask, looking as beautiful as ever, and told Ryak to take at least the skull with him so it would help as a disguise, because being a wanted man with a real face was never good. Ryak wondered if the mask would even fit him, while Sejun's mind was completely blown as he kept staring at the girl. Meanwhile, Bayam joked that even though his sister's face was small, her head was really big, so if the mask fit her, it would definitely fit Ryak. Sejun's heart started pounding as he blushed, realizing that something strange was happening. He was actually falling in love at first sight. Meanwhile, Bayam was getting beaten up by Jia for his comment, his head being stretched while he screamed. Sejun immediately got down on one knee and told Jia that he had a personality where he acted on whatever came to mind right away. Then, with his most charming face, he asked her about her type. Both Bayam and Ryak spat out the water they were drinking in shock, and even Jia froze for a second, surprised by the sudden question. Ryak and Bayam sat down with some popcorn, saying it had been a while since they'd had such entertainment. Bayam explained that his sister always took every question seriously and would always answer honestly, no matter how strange it was. So Jia thought for a moment and said that, for now, she liked something flashy and something that could dance well. Hearing that, Sejun wondered if she preferred peacocks over humans, and what completely crushed him was when she added that she also liked people with lots of hair, the more the better. The one thing Sejun lacked most was hair. Fueled by new determination, Sejun turned to Ryak with fire in his eyes, saying they had to meet the alchemist as soon as possible. Ryak asked where they were stopping on the way, but Sejun didn't care. Anywhere was fine as long as he could fix his hair problem. The scene then shifted to the real world, where a huge gate had opened, scaring all the humans who saw it. They wondered why a return gate was so massive. Suddenly, a gigantic beak emerged, followed by a colossal monster bird that burst out at incredible speed. Everyone realized it was the parrot vulture, and they quickly decided to report it to the association. For a moment, some thought they saw people riding it, but since that didn't make sense, they focused on reporting first. From above, however, we see 3 people riding the parrot vulture. Sejun asked Ryak where they were going, and why he was bringing such a massive bird with them. People were bound to be shocked. Ryak simply said that there was no reason to walk when they had a ride. As the camera zoomed in, we see that both Sejun and Birdie were wearing masks, while Ryak, smiling beneath his skull head, enjoyed the view of the bright sky. He decided that this new ride should be called Blue, to match its color. Sejun kept asking where they were headed, but Ryak didn't answer. Meanwhile, at the Hanbit Institute, the head scientist was being told that all the hunters sent this time had returned with amnesia and remembered nothing. When he asked about the Tri-King Chimera, he was informed that it had been lost in the demon realm. Furious, the scientist slammed the table repeatedly, scaring his subordinates. He knew that losing the mechanical creature would not only ruin their reputation, but also endanger their government funding, as a shady organization that had invested heavily would not take it lightly. Just then, an assistant approached with something found in one of the hunter's pouches, a small condensed orb, and a note saying that the person would visit the head scientist soon. Seeing this, the scientist screamed in rage, demanding an immediate investigation. But before he could finish shouting, the mirror behind him shattered as the parrot vulture crashed through the wall with a heroic entry. Dust and smoke filled the air as the enormous bird landed clumsily, its left tail feather bent awkwardly. Ryak thought that they should fix that once this job was done. As the parrot vulture lay unconscious, Sejun and Birdie rolled on the floor, dazed and wondering if they were still alive or had ascended to heaven. Meanwhile, Ryak calmly asked the terrified employees in the office who among them was the lab director. The scene shifts to a little while ago, just before the raid on the lab, as we see that Ryak and Sejun, along with the birdie, were flying through the parrot vulture monster. Sejun told Ryak that the Hanbit lab was actually located halfway up in the mountains, somewhere between the slums and Gold City, which was just a little further away from where they were. But still, Sejun wondered if what they were doing would really be okay, because even when he didn't know, he felt out of the loop. Hanbit was not just any research institute. They had successfully developed mechanical organisms using liquid metal, naming them the liquid metal chimeras. They were also the creators of Nari, who herself was a mechanical organism made of liquid metal. The institute even made it to the media and received awards for their creations, when in truth, it should have been considered a crime. Sejun knew the reality of how Nari had been treated. But he saw that Ryak wasn't paying attention at all, certain that maybe Ryak already had a plan. Then Sejun turned and looked at the parrot vulture monster, realizing that its tail feathers looked really different. Ryak explained that the left side of the monster's tail feathers wouldn't grow, which made him unique. Ryak had noticed this from the first time he saw the monster. It had been attacked by its own kind because of its tail feathers and was running away because they were different. That was when Ryak saw the opportunity and saved him. Even the parrot-vulture monster seemed happy after being rescued by Ryak, as if it was thanking him. Sejun, still curious, wondered why the tail feathers not growing back was enough for the monsters to attack one of their own kind. Ryak explained that parrot vultures were obsessed with beautiful tail feathers, and it was in their instincts that the moment they saw someone different, they would immediately attack. This was why Blue, the parrot-vulture monster, had been ostracized from the group. They kept attacking his tail. This made Sejun tear up, as he understood the feeling of wanting to grow something in a place where it would never grow, symbolizing his own fallen hair that had left him bald. Suddenly, Sejun noticed that the building of the Hanbit Research Institute was close, and they were going to reach it in just a few moments. But as Ryak saw the building, he immediately told Blue, the monster bird, to go straight ahead and not stop until they crashed. Sejun wondered what he meant, but the monster had already picked up full speed. The birdie was terrified, almost ready to throw up from the height, and it felt as though Sejun might be thrown off at any moment. Ryak yelled at him to hold on tight to the bird, since the monster's uneven tail feathers made it a terrible flyer. It couldn't balance itself at such insane speeds. Even though Sejun knew it was impossible, he still clung to the parrot-vulture's feathers for dear life as they crashed straight into the building. We returned to the present, where all the scientists were shocked, wondering what in the world was going on. A female scientist recognized what she saw before the crash, a dangerous monster of enormous size. A male scientist with glasses grabbed something nearby for support, realizing he couldn't see a thing through all the dust swirling around. But when he turned to see what he was holding, he immediately wet himself. It was the parrot-vulture monster, standing right inside the Hanbit Research Institute. Before anyone could process what was happening, strong spider webs suddenly wrapped around them, tying them all together. It was done by none other than Ryak himself, who had used his monster powers and captured them all. As Sejun got up along with the birdie, he asked Ryak why they had used the back entrance when the main one was perfectly fine and safe. Ryak explained that since the head researcher's office was usually on the top floor, they had to follow this route. Wondering if the head researcher was plotting something, Ryak immediately asked the tied-up scientists if this was indeed the Hanbit Research Institute. The scientists didn't answer, confused about who Ryak actually was. Ryak introduced himself as Kim Nari's guardian, but the scientists didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. This pissed Ryak off, and suddenly he noticed something was wrong. A strange, ominous feeling was spreading through the air, the presence of a chimera. Ryak instantly realized that something was not right. The scene shifts to Gold City, and in the Hunter Association building, where we see that an old man asked a young boy about how his B-ranked exam prep was going on, warning the young man that if he failed, then the old man would kick him out of the house, so he should be aware. We come to know that this young man was named Lee, who was actually a C-class individual, and the old man was a C-ranked hunter too, who was the grandfather of Lee and the head of the Hunter Association. Lee wondered why his grandfather was so hell-bent on him leveling up when he was only in his early 20s, knowing that it was going a bit fast. And more importantly, as Lee was back in the Hunter Association's building office after a long time, he wanted some pocket money from his grandfather. The old man sighed at this behavior of his grandson, telling him that he had been raised with care because he was the old man's only grandson. But the old man was already 84 years old, and it was about time someone took over the position of the head of the Hunter Association. We see that Lee was not at all interested in this, and was sweating all over his face because this conversation actually made him nervous. But the grandpa explained that in his youth, he saw the awakened as they risked their lives to save people, and it was due to this that the old man created the Hunter Association so that he could help them because he wanted to do his part, however small, to protect the world. But the awakened ones of today were no longer ready to take on dangerous jobs, and most of them were only interested in profitable ventures, only running towards money. The old man was not signifying that the hunters should go to their deaths just because they were awakened, and even the Chimera research started in the first place to protect them. But to hire a Chimera hunter, the Hunter Association would have to pay a huge amount of money so that the Chimera Research Institute could run. The experimentations done by the Institute were affecting lives in the poor areas, who were inevitably exposed to danger even when it was all for survival. The old man couldn't help but blame the other hunters because he still couldn't forget about the heroes of the old era who actually saved people, no matter if they were rich or poor. And the old man also believed that a world where life and death were decided by money was wrong, and it was only at times like these that the Hunter Association needed to stand even taller. But everyone only looked at money and coveted the position of the Hunter Association head. The man knew that if Lee would become the association chairman, then he could form a more solid foundation and be righteous because for the old man, it was late, as he had awakened pretty late in his life. And now he was living as a powerless association chairman because his rank was low. But if it was Lee who had awakened at a young age, things could be different. The boy was getting annoyed by all this and was going to snap back at his grandpa. But before that, an assistant came inside the office, telling the head that inside the slums, a giant parrot vulture monster had appeared. Hearing this, both Lee and his grandpa were shocked, wondering how it could happen when there were no naturally occurring gate signals. But the assistant told the chairman with hesitation that all the hunters were being contacted, but no one was ready to step up, and they were actually ignoring all the calls. The head knew that this would happen because the incident happened in a slum, and there were no people who could afford these hunters. So the old man decided to take matters into his own hands as he told the assistant to contact all the Chimera labs near the vicinity of the incident, deciding to go himself. Hearing that, even Lee couldn't contain himself, telling his grandpa that he would also be coming for support. The scene shifts back to the Hanbit Research Institute once again, where we see that Ryak had binded the head researcher with the spider web, but it was really strange because the man was not speaking at all and was giving off a purple miasma of a chimera. Ryak knew that something was wrong, and he binded the spider web so tight that the researcher was split in half. This horrified Sejun, but then he noticed that in actuality, the head scientist was a chimera made out of liquid metal. Looking at that, even the birdie was shocked, knowing the true potential of what the liquid metal chimera could do. Even the scientists working in the lab were shocked, knowing that the director had turned himself into a chimera with his disfigured body and ugly face. Ryak was being challenged by the chimera director, who asked about how Ryak dared to enter a lab so sacred. The Chimera director was ready to even send Ryak to his death if this was what it meant to protect the secrets. And as Ryak realized that the Chimera was the head of the lab, he started analyzing everything, knowing that this director was also turned into a liquid metal Chimera, just like Kim Nari, but he was not completely liquid metal yet. Ryak realized that maybe the director had done biological experiments on his own body so that he could enhance it all. But suddenly, the birdie told Ryak something shocking as he communicated to him telepathically, saying that he had succeeded in getting the memories of the Chimera director. As we get into the flashbacks, we see that this director was even more cruel and evil than the previous scientist On, who wanted to succeed more than the deceased scientist. This much was enough to make Ryak rage in insane anger, as he grabbed the deformed head of the scientist and asked him about how he also dared to kidnap children and do awful experiments on them just for the sake of money and fame. Even when Ryak was angry, it seemed that the head scientist did not regret anything at all. Even while being grabbed by the powerful hands of our boy, he told Ryak that those kids were gutter rats rolling around in the slums, and that they should be grateful to have even been given a chance by the head scientist. Hearing that, Ryak became so furious that he slammed the Chimera scientist hybrid onto the lab floor. It was so bad that the scientist realized his hybrid body was not moving properly, forcing him to liquefy himself quickly. But Ryak was not ready to let the scientist go unscathed. He began channeling his demonic energy, telling the scientist that he sure talked a lot, so he should reflect a bit in the chamber of pain and time. Even the scientist had never witnessed such immense demonic power before. Now he was tormented in the same way he had once tormented the innocent kids. Even though it was painful, Ryak did not stop at all. Honestly, this was what the scientist had deserved for a long time. The scientist's body began to condense and compact slowly but surely, pulled into Ryak's hands. In no time, the entire scientist was nothing but a small bead-like ball. Seeing this, both Sejun and the bird were shocked, wondering what Ryak had done to him. The crystal ball that had formed began to glow, and Ryak picked it up, telling it that he had a few questions that needed answers. He then turned toward the other scientists, asking if they were ready to cooperate or if they also wanted the crystal ball treatment. Hearing that, all the scientists began sweating from head to toe, terrified about what would happen to them next. As the scene shifted, Ryak and the bird were walking somewhere, having learned that Scientist Han and Scientist Book used to be master and disciple. Everything had begun when Scientist Han's research was stolen by Scientist Book, who had fled with the biological experiment data and even turned himself into a chimera so he could remain young whenever he wanted, proving that human greed knows no bounds. However, there was nothing about the TDA lab in Executive Han's memory, which made Ryak wonder if the old man truly didn't know about it. Still, Ryak already knew that Kim Nari's tracker was part of Hanbit's internal program, and that it had been properly dealt with by destroying it, preventing them from tracking her any further. Ryak also knew that Sejun would handle the cleanup well, since the giant parrot, Vulture Bird Blue, was with him. The interrogation was going smoothly, and all that remained was to uncover Dr. Han's legacy and the results of his illegal experiments. The bird had already used telepathic communication on the doctor and learned about a location deep underground. Soon, both Ryak and the bird were standing in front of a massive door. Without wasting any time, Ryak kicked the steel door open, and what he saw inside shook him and the bird to the core. There were giant green canisters, each containing children being forcibly turned into chimeras. Even the bird understood now that the scientist was nothing but a vile monster who preserved dead chimeras in the name of data, never letting them rest even after death. He asked Ryak what he wanted to do. Ryak instantly flashed back to the time when he had been treated as an experiment by several illegal doctors who wanted to know why Subject 17 showed no side effects. They thought they could dissect him endlessly because of his healing powers. One doctor even told another that killing him would be like killing the goose that laid golden eggs, since Subject 17 was making them huge profits. Being both chimera and human, Ryak was exploited as a natural awakener to generate income for the lab. In truth, Ryak had never been cared for. Flies buzzed around his body as the scientists argued about dissecting him. Back in the present, Ryak felt a deep sadness, deciding that at least he should grant these children peace. But suddenly he heard someone behind him. When he turned, he saw what seemed like a child, but as the figure stepped into view, it was actually a fox. The creature was surprised by the scent Ryak carried, saying that he knew that smell. Ryak somehow realized who the fox was because Kim Nari had told him before, though he was still surprised to hear the fox speak. He whispered to the bird, wondering if the fox had caught Kim Nari's scent from him. But the bird quickly denied it, saying it must be Ryak's scent since the bird was hygienic and bathed daily. Ryak didn't waste time and asked the fox if he knew about mechanical life forms. The fox immediately responded, asking if they had met Kim Nari. Ryak explained that the girl was doing fine and living happily in the demon realm with them. Hearing this, the fox began wagging his tail and crying with happiness, saying he had been waiting to know that she was alive and well. Ryak remembered Kim Nari telling him that her best friend in the lab had been a fox, and this was the same fox now crying before him. Ryak asked if there were others besides the fox. The creature called them out, revealing a small tree-like being, an ant, and multiple mutated ground squirrels fused with mandra DNA. There were 7 creatures still alive in the lab, the only surviving chimeras since all combat types had been killed or sold for profit. Since all of them had traces of demonic energy, Ryak knew they would do well in the demon realm. He immediately opened a gate, telling the creatures that they would be safe once they entered. They were shocked but trusted him. As the scene shifted to evening, a massive fire engulfed the Hanbit Research Institute. Both the Hunter Association chairman and Hunter Lee arrived at the site, realizing that the slums had been a distraction. The real target was the research lab. Then Hunter Lee noticed the flying parrot, Vulture Monster, and told the old man to look. The chairman was stunned to see someone riding the beast with ease. High above, Sejun told Ryak that all the researchers had been secured and evacuated just as ordered, confirming that no one remained inside to be harmed. Ryak knew the Hanbit research lab was technically legal, so no one outside suspected the scientists' crimes. Sejun wondered if they should have made the scientists take memory-erasing pills since they had seen everything, but Ryak just smiled and said this was exactly why they weren't hiding. Though Sejun didn't understand, he decided not to question it. Ryak looked down and asked Sejun if he knew who the two people below were. Sejun explained that the old man was the Hunter Association president and the younger one was his grandson. Down below, the president was shocked to see a human flying on a parrot, vulture monster. Ryak realized they had arrived in response to the fire report, and something about their names sounded familiar. Suddenly remembering something, he smiled, holding up the crystal ball made from the Chimera scientist and throwing it straight toward the president. Sejun was shocked, wondering what Ryak was doing, but the old man easily caught the high-velocity crystal ball. As he looked at it, the president began sweating, while his grandson asked what was going on. The old man, reminiscing, thought he would never see such a crystal again. It was a mana sealing spell, which could only be undone by someone whose mana exceeded the caster's. The director wondered who could have done this to the scientist and why. Just then, hunters ran up to the chairman, reporting that there were no casualties, though some researchers had given strange testimonies, claiming the head scientist was actually a chimera and that the attackers had helped them evacuate from a fire they had started themselves. The old man wondered what on earth was happening, suspecting that perhaps the child he once knew was still alive. The scene shifted again. Ryak and the others were flying as Ryak told Sejun they should head back to the slums. Sejun joked, asking if they were going to meet the one who could solve his hair problem, but Ryak explained that he had planned to settle things peacefully in the human realm. However, now that the association was on their trail, it would become a hassle. Later that night, Mr. Kim was sleeping soundly at the Alchemy Association's slum branch night duty room when something slammed against the door, startling him awake. He got up, wondering who was visiting at such an hour. But as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by Sejun, badly injured and in terrible shape. The alchemist screamed, thinking he was a thief, but behind Sejun stood our boy. Ryak told the man to relax, removing his skeletal helmet. Even after calming down, the alchemist still screamed, asking what brought them there at this hour. Ryak simply smiled and told him to come to the realm with him immediately, no questions asked. As the scene shifted, the Sparrow siblings continued their work while speaking with Kim Nari. They were crafting a fence out of quartz and luminous stones, explaining that they first needed to drill holes into the neatly cut quartz pieces and then fit polished luminous stones inside. The moment they pressed the glowing stones into place, light bloomed across the surface, and Kim Nari stared at it with sparkling eyes, calling out excitedly to Baum, the Sparrow uncle, that it looked amazing. Gia laughed, admitting that even she would never have thought of something like this. Sasa, however, jumped at the glowing stone contraption in alarm, assuming it was an enemy, while the Sparrow brother calmly explained that now they simply needed a longer fence and wondered aloud how many pieces they would need. Before anyone could answer, a sudden gate materialized nearby, shocking Gia, who immediately assumed that Ryak had returned. But instead of Ryak, a group of adorable little chimeras spilled out, having been teleported unexpectedly. The siblings wondered if Ryak had sent them, but Kim Nari instantly recognized the creatures and dashed behind the house in panic. Gia saw her running and tried to understand why she reacted that way, but Kim Nari's surprise left no time for explanation. In another corner, Sasa was interrogating the chimeras as if they were criminals, while the bewildered newcomers struggled to understand what was wrong. The Sparrow siblings initially thought Sasa might simply be scared of strangers, but Gia quickly caught on to what was really happening. Sasa wanted to assert dominance over these newly arrived chimeras. His first target was the leafy chimera, whom he confronted boldly, but the leafy creature ignored him entirely and walked past without sparing him a glance. Drawn by instinct, the plant-like chimera wandered straight toward the lush vegetable patch Ryak had cultivated for the mandras. Just as the leafy one stepped in, a chorus of furious mandras burst out with a loud thud, shocked to find an intruder in their territory. Everyone on the farm already knew the vegetable patch had owners, and those owners always responded aggressively. Now their numbers had grown to 5, looking even more impressive as they faced the newcomers. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Ryak and the others arrived safely. The giant bird blue happily stretched his wings, enjoying the familiar environment, while Ryak told him to take a break. With him were Sejun, Manager Kim, and the alchemist, each relieved to finally return home. Manager Kim looked around in awe, shocked that Ryak had managed to build an entire home in such a place. He muttered in disbelief, wondering if he could even call this a house, since a home constructed inside the demon realm was practically priceless. He examined the structure, searching for rooms, a front door, and windows, unable to grasp how Ryak had achieved it. Ryak, however, was focused elsewhere. He spotted Kim Nari standing alone near a tree, realizing she still had not made up with her friends. He immediately instructed Manager Kim and Sejun not to move yet and to stay where they were. They agreed without question as Ryak approached Kim Nari, offering her the skeleton mask. She hesitated at first, wondering if everything had been handled properly, but he assured her that everything had gone perfectly. Jia added that she planned to make another skeletal mask, just for Ryak as well. Before Ryak could reply, he turned to see the grass chimera and the mandras staring each other down. Jia explained that the sapling chimera had its eyes on the vegetable patch, but now both sides refused to back down. Baum noticed the ant preparing to leap in and assumed it sensed danger, but they soon realized the ant was actually helping the sapling chimera by grabbing a small vine from its back and hurling it forward like a shot put. The vine soared across the patch with remarkable accuracy. Even the smallest mandra was stunned by the synchronized attack. But the metallic mandra immediately retaliated, swatting the thrown vine aside and sending the ant into a rage. The siblings watched in amazement, realizing that the mandra's teamwork had improved significantly, but the sapling and the ant were impressive too. Before the conflict escalated further, both sides reluctantly retreated out of the vegetable patch along with the other chimeras. Ryak exhaled, satisfied that their chaotic welcome ceremony had concluded. But one more issue remained, the broken relationship between Kim Nari and the fox. The fox sniffed around Kim Nari repeatedly, certain now that the girl before her was indeed the machine creature she once knew. She lowered her head, determined to apologize, refusing to move until Kim Nari accepted her remorse. As the scene shifted into a flashback, the truth of Kim Nari's past emerged. In a sterile laboratory, scientists discussed the machine creature's repeated refusal to participate in ranked matches despite her top scores. They noted that whenever she entered a ranked match recently, she simply stood there and accepted every attack without resisting, as though ignoring all orders. They theorized that despite being engineered for combat, she was born with a gentle nature, which clashed with the violent environment she was forced into. They recalled how she had once been bullied by many other camera kids, and now, rather than fighting back, she simply endured everything. The scientists worried this would be her downfall, but head scientist Han dismissed these concerns, calling her a foolish creature, insisting that if personality was the problem, they could simply remodel it. Their solution was ruthless: assign her weak roommates, creatures who would follow her easily, bond with her, and then, once she trusted them, command those same roommates to betray her in battle. This would break her spirit so completely that she would fight out of desperation. This was how she met the small chimeras. They were kind, gentle, and quickly grew attached to her. But when the scientists' cruel plan unfolded, those same creatures were forced to betray her in matches. The scientists watched with twisted satisfaction, claiming nothing hurt more than being stabbed in the back by those she trusted. As the machine creature crumbled emotionally, they approached her coldly, insisting that friends did not exist and that next time her former companions would kill her. It was in that moment that her survival instincts awakened. As they told her that if she did not want to die, she should kill her friends first, she made her decision. She would not harm anyone. Instead, she fled, running past the gates and escaping straight into the demon realm, leaving the stunned scientists behind. They knew immediately that allowing her to vanish into the demon realm would lead to catastrophic consequences. Back in the present, Kim Nari had returned to her mechanical form, trembling and crying as she faced the fox. The fox also broke into tears, lamenting that she had been the one who bit Kim Nari, so why was Kim Nari crying instead of hatting her? But Kim Nari reached out and told her that she had missed them, that she had missed all of them, and she would never leave them again. The bird siblings and Ryak witnessed the reunion from behind a tree. They exchanged glances and quietly decided to retreat, pretending they had seen nothing. Even though they now knew Kim Nari's true form, they respected her privacy. Ryak felt relieved that they reconciled so quickly. Meanwhile, Sejun and manager Kim were still standing exactly where Ryak had told them, stiff and silent, unsure how long they were expected to wait. Ryak, mildly surprised, told them they could move now. He had only asked them to stay still so Kim Nari wouldn't be startled by strangers. But the Sparrow siblings immediately became curious, wondering who the man in pajamas beside Sejun was, since he looked oddly comfortable. Ryak introduced him as an A-rank alchemist who would help lift their curses. Manager Kim stepped forward politely, introducing himself and immediately asking the siblings if he could pluck a few of their feathers if it wouldn't trouble them. The bird siblings stared at him in shock, wondering what strange intentions this alchemist possibly had. As the scene shifts, we return to reality where Bong and the shop lady were talking about how the place had gone crazy earlier, how a huge blue monster bird had flown straight out of the gate, and hunters from the Hunter Association had rushed in like a swarm, plunging the entire area into chaos. The lady, who had stayed inside the whole time, wondered aloud if it had truly been that bad since she hadn't heard a single thing. Bong abruptly changed the topic, mentioning that the weather had been getting pretty cold lately. The lady agreed, thinking winter might be on its way. Before he could say more, Bong stared in surprise at what she had just served him, hot roasted sweet potatoes steaming gently in the chilly air. She added tea and a few tasty side dishes, insisting nothing beats roasted sweet potatoes on a cold day. Bong thanked her shyly and began eating slowly, feeling warmth spread through him with every bite. The lady urged him to eat plenty since there were more potatoes where those came from. But the boy hesitated, embarrassed that he was the only one eating. She quickly clarified she had already eaten earlier. It wasn't hunger she was concerned about. What worried her was Bong's pale face and the way he kept shivering. Worried, she asked if he had caught a cold. Bong explained it was probably just body aches from pushing too hard during his training. Even after taking medicine, the chills refused to stop, and it had already been 10 days. The lady's eyes widened. She told him bluntly that these were exactly the symptoms of an awakening: fever, dizziness, lasting aches that stretch around 10 days. And since Bong was already 17, the age lined up perfectly. Awakenings usually happened in late teens. But Bong shook his head stubbornly. He didn't believe he could awaken. The lady grew annoyed, scolding him loudly. Awakening didn't care where someone was from, she said, especially since Bong had shot up in height recently. He still refused to hope for anything because even if he awakened, what if his rank was too low? That's when the lady smacked his chest with a handful of coins, pouting angrily. He didn't even have bus fare, so he better take that money and go to the Hunter Association branch in Silver City to get tested. He never knew he might become an amazing hunter one day. Moved, Bong thanked her, calling her ma'am, which instantly triggered the woman into shouting that she wasn't old enough to be called that. Bong cried dramatically, promising that if he succeeded he'd pay her back tenfold, and kept calling her ma'am until she realized he was doing it on purpose. Meanwhile, back in the demon realm, everyone was working. Jia inserted glowstones into quartz, carefully drilling holes and fitting polished luminous stones inside to turn them into glowing fence posts. The chimeras helped too. Saucer occasionally attacked the glowing stones, mistaking them for enemies, while Bayam carried materials around tirelessly. Seo Jun was exhausted down to his bones, but even as he said he was leaving, he kept helping anyway, mainly because the alchemist, manager Kim, was still there, and Seo Jun had his own motives for staying. After the work finished, everyone gathered around Ryak. He explained that while manager Kim was treating Blue's tail feathers, they should complete the rest of the tasks. Seo Jun hadn't told him the important part he'd intended to mention, but Ryak knew manager Kim needed perfect focus for his work, so Seo Jun could wait or head home and talk later. Despite being overwhelmed, Seo Jun decided to stay in the demon realm. Ryak didn't question him. Instead, he told everyone that if they were going to live here, everyone must contribute, big or small. Kim Nari, the fox, and all the chimeras immediately agreed, telling him to leave everything to them. Even Bayam, the bird-headed chimera, felt proud to have a role. Later, Ryak and Kim Nari walked together. She asked where he was going, and he explained he still had some fence pieces left, so he wanted to line them along the path. She smiled brightly, saying it would look really nice. Ryak then asked gently if she had fully made up with her friends. Kim Nari froze, answering slowly that she had, but then hesitated, asking if Ryak had really gone to the coconut tribe. He nodded. She grew uneasy, believing he now knew she wasn't actually a human girl. Kim Nari tried to tell him the truth, saying she wasn't from the coconut tribe at all, but before she could finish, Ryak suddenly flicked all the glowstones into the sky and snagged them with his webs, lighting the whole area in a breathtaking glow. He told her no one would come after her anymore. He had taken care of everything. Then he added that since their family had grown, they needed a name, so why not become the coconut tribe themselves? Kim Nari's eyes sparkled. She smiled, repeating her thanks again and again as the glowstone pillars lit the surroundings in warm light. Ryak patted her head gently and told her they should head back. Everyone was waiting. When they returned, Kim Nari proudly announced that from now on they were the coconut tribe. Ryak laughed. Jia and Bayam exchanged looks, relieved that the talk had gone well. Seo Jun, half collapsed from exhaustion, perked up in joy that Ryak had returned. The group had successfully covered the entire area with fences. But the moment Kim Nari stepped inside, Fox came running and threw herself onto her, panicking about where she had disappeared too. Ryak let them be, kids fight and grow, he thought. Then Blue swooped down at absurd speed, nearly crushing Ryak with excitement. Ryak caught the giant bird easily and hugged him, laughing that he had missed him too. Blue, despite being huge, was still a child at heart. Manager Kim rushed over, not surprised Blue had arrived before him, announcing the treatment was finished. Ryak examined Blue's feathers. They were completely repaired. Manager Kim proudly explained how he'd saved a little red moss Ryak had given him earlier. When applied directly by an alchemist, its effects multiplied dramatically. Ryak lifted Blue playfully as if helping him fly, amused by how strong even an A-rank alchemist could be. Manager Kim thanked him repeatedly. Seo Jun, shocked that Blue's feathers had regrown so fast, saw his opportunity. He leaned to whisper in Manager Kim's ear, asking if the alchemist had any interest in developing a hair loss cure. To his surprise, Manager Kim looked even more shocked, wondering how Ryak knew about it. Manager Kim confessed he had been researching a cure for 10 years. Seo Jun froze as Manager Kim added that conquering hair loss was the dream of every alchemist, and once he succeeded, he would gift some of the cure to Seo Jun, because he clearly needs it. Seo Jun fell to his knees, overcome with emotion, declaring he would do anything for him. The Sparrow siblings listened as Manager Kim explained that the spell formation on the mandras and the feathers was an ancient, extremely complex one. If he had a large supply of mandra fruit, he might find a solution. Ryak, who had been silent until now, casually asked if Manager Kim meant the red mandra fruits. The alchemist stared at him, shocked, wondering how the boy knew about them. In truth, Ryak had eaten tons of them already. He revealed that he had been feeding the mandras the highest grade mana, and that his entire backyard was a mandra orchard. Manager Kim nearly dropped his notebook. Ryak continued, explaining that mandras grow by absorbing and refining energy, producing fruit that they then reabsorb continuously. Their fruit holds extremely condensed pure energy. If forcefully picked, the energy corrupts into deadly poison for humans. The fruit can only be harvested willingly by the mandra. He also mentioned adding rocks to the patch, since mandras hide in caves when bearing fruit. Manager Kim scribbled rapidly, marveling at how Ryak knew all this. Ryak only smiled, saying the memories had come back recently because he had a history with mandras. A flashback emerged that showed test subject 17, long before he was Ryak, had been deployed to the Alpine region for a 10-day survival drill alone in the demon realm. To him, it had felt more like a nature walk, so he set his sights on reaching the mountain's summit. But then he heard rustling and discovered an injured mandra. The boy quickly grabbed the mandra, but as soon as the creature got conscious, it thought it was being attacked and smacked Ryak's hand away. The boy realized that this mandra was a feisty little thing for its size. But the reality was that the mandra was dried up and really injured by something, looking like it could collapse any minute. Ryak then noticed something amusing as he realized he was feeling sorry for another creature when he should not feel anything. The boy put his hand on the ground and started supplying mana to the mandra as it slowly began absorbing it and calming down. Even when it was still just a monster, Ryak was feeling pity for it. After absorbing the mana, the mandra finally slept. The boy knew that because it was exhausted, once it felt nourished, the mandra would get sleepy. He wondered if he should keep this creature with him for a few days after looking at its cute face. That evening, we see the boy walking as usual, with the mandra sitting in his front pocket as if showing him directions. The mandra guided him to a deep-looking cave, and the boy was happy after finding it, deciding to sleep there tonight. As the scene shifts, we see that Ryak and the mandra were inside the cave. The creature kept taking multiple peeks at our boy, wondering what the human was doing. And Ryak wondered if the creature was feeling better after getting high-quality mana because it was scurrying around so energetically. The boy drank the water he had collected, but then he noticed that the mandra was looking at him with puppy eyes, stars glittering through them. The boy realized the mandra must be thirsty too. Apologizing to it, he gave the remaining water to the little creature, who felt refreshed after drinking a lot of it. But as it was shaking itself, Ryak told it not to do so, otherwise it would be hard to give the creature water again. He knew that if anyone saw this little thing, they would think it was dancing happily. But suddenly, a shock hit the mandra's head, and it ran inside a small crack in the cave as a blue light started flashing everywhere. Shortly after the light died down, the mandra returned with 3 small red fruits. The boy wondered where those came from, but now the mandra gave these fruits to the boy for them to eat. Even though Ryak was supposed to be careful eating fruits from plant monsters, he was resistant to most toxins anyway. Considering the mandra's sincerity, he decided to eat it without a doubt. As soon as Ryak took a bite, he was shocked by the sweet and fragrant flavor. It was even refreshing. He also felt mana filling his mana hole slowly but surely. Ryak realized the berries contained a lot of mana. He then decided to peek inside the small crack, wondering what on earth was going on inside there. It is then he witnessed that the little guy was producing multiple red berries filled with mana. Ryak was shocked as now there were 5, and the number kept increasing. Even though the mandra was getting weaker and weaker, it kept producing fruits and giving them to Ryak continuously. The boy realized the plant was trying to repay him for saving it. Seeing how much it was struggling, Ryak felt bad for the little plant who was continuously producing fruits only for him. Ryak finally denied the fruits, telling the creature that it was enough and that he was full. Then Ryak learned that mandras eat their own fruits, and as there were no seeds in them, they could gulp them down without chewing. Ryak also realized mandras were a species that eat their own fruits to grow, and mana began circulating through its body. Now Ryak felt even worse because he had been stealing the mandra's mana it needed to grow. He knew he would have to make up for that later or something. But then he was even more shocked as he saw the mandra climbing over the boy's legs and sleeping there. The boy wondered why the plant was climbing onto his lap on purpose when it already had a safe nook in the rocks that would protect it. But seeing that, Ryak wanted the creature to sleep well. He thought that the creature was really interesting, and he knew he would certainly not be bored while the mandra was there. But as the snow kept falling, multiple snow monsters appeared behind the cave. Ryak realized they must be after the mandra fruits because the fruits were packed with pure energy that would give them a lot of power. But as long as the cute little mandra was with him, the boy was definitely going to protect this creature from everyone. Ryak transformed his hands into giant monster-like claws. That alone was enough to scare many away. Those who didn't back down felt the wrath of our boy, as Ryak easily defeated each monster that came their way. Meanwhile, the mandra, fully supplied with mana, was feeling really good. Both the mandra and Ryak were happy that they were together. But then, something Ryak did not want happened. It was time for him to head back. He had to match the return spell the lab had placed on him, even when he did not want to. And just when the mandra was sleeping, Ryak decided to leave because if it woke up, it would be difficult. Ryak wondered if this was what people called goodbye. He thought about why he felt sorry for the creature in the first place. Being abandoned alone in the snow field reminded Ryak of his own past. Ryak was sure that once he left, the mandra would probably not survive, but he still had to go. The boy was sad, even though the mandra wondered what was happening. It was the first time Ryak regretted that his body was under a spell. If he did not return in time, he would die. And if the mandra was taken to the human world, it would end up as an experiment like him, which Ryak did not want at all. So the boy immediately used his spider webs and formed a trap-like structure all around the cave, telling the mandra that it was a safety device made from silkworm thread and that it should keep monsters away. He also gave some silkworm thread to the little plant, telling it to wear it properly and not lose it. The mandra was shy receiving a gift from the boy, wondering why it was happening. Just then, a gate opened in front of the creature, and Ryak told it that he was going now. The mandra started running, but it got hit by a rock and started crying while Ryak said goodbye to the cute creature, telling it to take care with a heavy heart, feeling sorry that he could not protect it until the end. Even though the mandra was crying, this had to be done. We suddenly return to the present and see that both the mandra and Seojun were crying intensely. The bird wondered what had happened to the mandra. We learn that Ryak went back 2 weeks later, but there had been a landslide and the cave was gone. Ryak kept searching, but there wasn't a single trace. Ryak felt horribly guilty. Bomb told Ryak not to feel bad because the plant probably got buried or eaten by something else. But Seojun was not ready to believe that, thinking that since it had the silkworm thread, it might still be alive. Ryak cried at the thought. Seojun was happy that the siblings were discussing going back to the snowy mountain. Ryak didn't want to think about it, but if the mandra was alive, it would have been great. And then the scene shifts to the snowy region, where we see countless mandras standing like an army. And the leader of these plants was none other than the same mandra Ryak had once protected. But the manager was positive that he should search for them, because now Ryak had also made a vegetable patch in the demon realm, and if he found it out then, it would be great. And with how fondly Ryak had narrated the story to everyone, Manager Kim was sure that the boy must have really liked the mandra and truly loved the creature. But just then, the manager remembered something and asked Ryak if he could try giving the mandras from the vegetable patch some of his own mana, because they would be hungry without mana since they had been busy building fences. But Ryak wondered if this would be safe, because these were different from the ones that humans had seen in their world. But that was exactly why Manager Kim was even more interested in doing it. He sat down on his knees, wanting to give these creatures his mana, but Ryak was still skeptical, knowing that no matter how great an A-grade alchemist Manager Kim was, he still needed to be careful, because Ryak had learned this lesson after having mandra cells implanted in him. That the true power of a healthy mandra was that it was a mana vacuum cleaner, absorbing all the mana of the giver if not kept in check. And this was what was happening with the manager right now, because Ryak's mandras had an incredible appetite, and they had also gotten used to the amount of mana that had been given to them by our boy, which was far too much for any human possible. As all the mandras were sucking the mana from the manager, he couldn't believe it, and slowly but surely he started fatting and then became unconscious. Seeing that, Seojun came running toward the manager, telling him to be careful, and as soon as Seojun reached him, he held the manager's hand and started crying, telling him that he couldn't go like that without curing him. But the manager was still a bit conscious and told Seojun that he wasn't just going to die like that. But Seojun was shocked knowing that even a grade alchemist was not able to satisfy the mandra's hunger. And on top of that, Kim Nari noticed that all the mandras were throwing up. And it was then Ryak realized that it was a matter of quality over quantity, realizing that mandras were picky eaters and not all mana was suited for them. As the scene shifts, we come near a lavish building, and inside many people were sitting. It was Gold City's Congressman Park's office, and someone was discussing how the research lab was attacked, and how the money she had invested in the mechanical creatures based on the congressman's advice had turned into a pile of scrap overnight. The lady was named Jessica and was the CEO of Gold Auction. Along with her, another lady was sitting, named Violet, the wise leader of the Red Brick Gang, wondering about what Park was going to do about these losses. Suddenly, a man continued that the attack was not all, because the Hunter Association President Lee had also started an investigation. This man was Jiang, the chairman of Gold City's Merchant Association, knowing that he would be liable if anything was found. But suddenly a smug man with a beard and sunglasses started speaking, saying that if this matter gets out to the media even by accident, then things would be bad. But he was laughing, wondering if everyone was actually scared of an old chairman who had lost all his strength. We come to know that this was the former Hunter Association chairman named Gajang. Hearing that, Jiang started screaming at Gajang, but Gajang just laughed, wondering if he had said something wrong. Finally, we get to see Congressman Park, who was listening to everything, and he was the scummiest of them all, telling everyone not to worry about it because he was going to control it on his end. He informed everyone that some strange guy had shown up in some unknown slum area, and when national affairs can get messy like this, then these things have to be taken care of. Park snapped his fingers, and a projection appeared on the wall while he told everyone that they had a new source of funds right there. A pink dot appeared, and Park told everyone that they had received information that there was a large-scale mandra habitat at the summit of the snowy mountain. Hearing that, both Jessica and Violet were shocked, wondering how large-scale they were talking about and who would climb to the top of the snowy mountain and how, because even rank hunters avoided that place due to its weather. But Park assured them that they didn't need to go all the way to the top and just needed to recruit as many hunters as possible to go halfway up the mountain. Hearing that, now Gajang was getting restless, wondering what Park meant, and this is when Park revealed that he had gotten a teleporter who could help them, and that too was unprecedented. As the scene shifts, we go through a flashback where we see that Bong had appeared in the association building, telling the receptionist that he wanted to measure his awakening status, introducing himself as Bong, and it was none other than Bong himself, who was that rare awakened one with the teleporter ability. As the scene shifts again, we go inside the snowy mountains where multiple people were talking about how even in the high mountains with so many A ranks going, it felt like a school trip, and even when they were halfway up, most of the monsters were avoiding them on their own, not trying to meddle with them. But the hunters wondered about where the teleporter kid was, because the kid had a rare case with an impossibly long transfer distance and power, and they thought that the expedition leader must have him because something powerful like that had to be handled by the leader. But we see that it was Bong who was somehow possessed by another individual. We come to know that Bong was only an F-class individual who had awakened this time, but such kind of teleportation couldn't happen unless someone at least reached D-class. Now we come to know that the leader of this expedition had an amplification ability, and he was going to use it on Bong to amplify his powers, but amplifying an F-rank skill would take a toll over Bong's body, and he could also die. But during the briefing, the expeditioners were told that Bong could be used as a puppet after being hypnotized, and would do whatever he was told, because at the end of the day, Bong was just a street kid living in the slums, so no one was going to care if he died, and they would have one less person to divide the money with. But just then the leader stopped everyone's trashy talks and told them that the distance they were at should be durable. He was the expedition leader with the amplifying skill, calling out to Bong along with the puppet master, telling him to use his powers. The boy was hypnotized, and even when blood splattered from all over his pores, he kept doing it, even when he was being tortured as the leader amplified his skills, straight up teleporting mandras from the top of the snowy field and dropping them down onto where they were. Everyone started laughing about how it was still working without any regard for how much pain Bong was having due to them amplifying his skill. But now all the hunters started running while leaving Bong unconscious, telling each other that they were first come, first served, and they had to get as many mandras as they could. At first, one hunter thought he had trapped many, thinking he was successful, quickly preparing for capture, but then came the special mandra, the one and only pet of Ryak, who told every other mandra to attack. The whole army jumped onto the net used to capture them, biting straight onto the net while the hunters wondered if this large mandra was the king of the pack. At first it seemed like they were eating the net, but in actuality the mandras were absorbing its mana, knowing that at this rate the net of light would dissolve. But suddenly, a physical-type hunter started attacking using his enhanced physical strength, smacking away all the mandras above the net. This was even risky for the king mandra, and the man said that even though he wanted to smash the creature into pieces right now, since he was huge, he would be pretty expensive, so he decided to beat the mandra enough so it wouldn't fully get damaged. But just then, a man interfered, and with one punch he threw the hunter several meters away, and he was none other than our boy himself, Ryak, who protected his old friend while the hunters wondered who the guy was and why they had never seen him before. The boy was already angry and was having yellowish eyes giving off his chimera energy, making the hunters pee their pants while they wondered who the man in front of them was. And the mandra was so emotional that it immediately realized it had been reunited with its old friend. Ryak enveloped himself in a devilish aura, scaring off all the hunters who had targeted the mandras. Ryak's intimidation was working, as the hunters wondered who this powerful being was, while the bird siblings wondered why an entire swarm of hunters was present in the mountain region and why there were so many mandras gathered there. Both Bayam and Gia were shocked when they saw the very mandra that Ryak had talked about. As Ryak and his former pet were reunited after such a long time, the mandra began shivering. Ryak also realized that what the creature was wearing was definitely the silkworm caterpillar thread he had tied around it. He knew he had been only 15 years old at the time. His clothes were different back then, and he was shorter too, yet the mandra had still remembered him, perhaps through the aura of his mana. Now the mandra was crying after seeing his old friend. He immediately lunged toward Ryak, trying to hug him, crying like a baby. He was acting just like a cute little puppy. Ryak then analyzed his surroundings, noticing that many mandras were present all around the area, wondering if they were companions of his own. At that moment, the creature jumped off Ryak's lap and spun around, presenting himself as the king of all the others in the pack. The mandra even stood on his tiptoes, trying to show Ryak how much he had grown. He was expressing himself so clearly that he had not changed even a bit from the little guy Ryak once knew. As the scene shifts, we see Gia landing safely on the ground, happy that Ryak had finally found the creature. The bird sibling could not believe that the mandra was still wearing the same thread, and even Ryak had never expected to meet his old friend alive after so much time. The birds wondered if Ryak was planning to raise the little guy in his garden back home, and even Ryak would not have minded it. But since the mandra had already found a place where he belonged, leaving the area would not be easy. Ryak thought it was better not to get attached than to be disappointed later. Suddenly, the bird siblings turned toward the hunters, asking Ryak what they should do about them. The team was sure that the hunters had come specifically to target the mandras. Ryak initially thought they could simply chase them away, but when he turned around, his face showed imminent horror. Bong was lying there on the ground, unconscious. Ryak wondered why the kid was there, while the bird siblings asked if Ryak knew Bong and questioned what a child was doing in the demon realm. Ryak explained that Bong was the kid who had guided him through the slums some time ago. Now, Bong was surrounded by a purple aura. Ryak realized that Bong might have awakened, but he was in extremely bad condition. Gia analyzed the energy signature and determined that Bong was a teleportation user who had awakened only a few days ago. Bong also had a mark on his hand, indicating that some kind of amplification user had cast a skill on him that was still active. Since each bar represented 1 day, at this rate, Bong would not last even 3 days. Ryak was furious, but no one could tell. He decided to find out exactly what was going on, and his intense glare caused the entire environment to tremble. Judging by the mana mixed within Bong, Ryak knew there had to be an amplification user in the group, and the person standing next to him was merely a puppet. Ryak was perceptive enough to immediately expose all the hunters. They needed mandras but did not have the guts to climb the snowy mountain themselves, so they resorted to kidnapping a child who had just awakened. One of the hunters felt Ryak's aura and realized that he was facing someone far beyond his level, unable to even gauge Ryak's power. The hunter tried to talk his way out, telling Ryak that if he was also after the mandras, the hunters could help him sneak a few out. An intense kick struck the hunter's head, slamming him into the ground and cracking it several meters deep. The hunters knew they were completely finished as a purple miasma enveloped all of them. Ryak told them that they were all Rank hunters, yet it was incomprehensible that a 17-year-old child had crossed through the gate of the demon realm. The hunters kept watching the boy, thinking about how they could use him. Ryak knew this feeling all too well. Since Bong was just a slum orphan, the hunters likely figured they could use him up and discard him afterward, already planning how to spend their cut once the job was done, without caring about the boy at all. It was survival of the fittest, after all, and Ryak knew that. It was not as if the hunters had committed a sin worthy of death. But Ryak was serious when he told everyone that they should have no problem with him doing the exact same thing to them that they had done to the poor kid. And for starters, Ryak was going to begin by beating them within an inch of their lives, since they had nothing else left to give him. As the scene shifts, we see that all the mandras were deeply embedded inside a frozen bed, while Ryak and his pet watched over Bong, who was lying atop a giant rock. Ryak felt a bit saddened as he remembered that Bong had been training constantly to become a hunter. Bong wanted to grow strong just like Ryak, having been deeply impressed by the fact that Ryak had entered the demon realm without any gear, proof that he was an incredibly strong hunter. Bong wanted to be like that too. Now Ryak felt even worse for the boy, telling him to hang on just a little longer no matter what because he would save him. But just then, Ryak heard someone crying out Bong's name. Turning around, he saw that it was none other than Manager Kim, who was deeply shaken by the sight of Bong in such a state. Even as Jia tried to hold him back, Manager Kim would not stop. Manager Kim could not believe that such a small child had ended up in the demon realm. Ryak told him to save the questions for later, and to first check whether Bong could be treated immediately. As Manager Kim began examining him, he quickly realized that the damage was far beyond the scope of ordinary healing. Bong had completely exhausted his life force, and at this point, pouring even the highest-grade potions into him would not help. Manager Kim could not believe that something so horrible had happened to such a kind child. Meanwhile, Ryak was deep in thought, pondering over the concept of life force itself. He realized that there might actually be a way to solve this situation. Manager Kim was confused, wondering how such a thing could even be possible. Ryak then immediately drew a magic circle onto the thin ice, telling Manager Kim that this should be the solution to the problem they were facing. Even before Ryak finished, Manager Kim instantly recognized it. This was an ancient transmutation circle, capable of extracting mana and converting it into life force for another being. However, Manager Kim also knew that artificial mana extraction was extremely dangerous. It had been banned and declared a forbidden technique by the government. On top of that, it required an immense amount of mana, enough to drain everyone present. And if the process failed, there was no guarantee that Bong would survive. Suddenly, Ryak shocked everyone by saying that he wanted the manager to extract his mana instead. Even as everyone strongly disagreed, Ryak insisted. He told them that he had done it before, and more importantly, he refused to let Bong owe his life to scum like those hunters who had tried to use him. Ryak then recalled a flashback, one where a scientist told his subordinate that Ryak's mana capacity exceeded all known limits and was virtually unmeasurable. With his near-infinite mana, they had once created the first transmutation circle capable of extending a person's life. That obsession with immortality had led to disaster, and a massive explosion followed. Back then, it had been Ryak himself who had forcibly caused a backlash, unable to tolerate what those researchers were doing. Strictly speaking, even that circle had been poorly constructed. Still, Ryak was willing to try again. He had to save the kid. With resolve in his eyes, Ryak began taking off his shirt, revealing his toned muscles, and asked calmly if they were ready to begin. As Ryak sat down shirtless within the transmutation circle, Manager Kim prepared to begin the mana extraction using the same circle carved onto Ryak's back. He could not help thinking about how Bong had been deceived, and how Ryak was still willing to help him despite everything. Manager Kim knew that he had to make this transmutation succeed. A blue aura surrounded everyone, signifying the convergence of life force. Finally, as the transmutation was completed, the life force truly took on a physical form. Manager Kim was both happy and shocked, realizing that now all he had to do was transfer it to Bong for the process to work. But just as the mana fully manifested, all the mandras suddenly began attacking Manager Kim. He was completely confused, wondering why the creatures were behaving so aggressively. Ryak smiled faintly, understanding that the mandras probably believed Manager Kim was attacking him. Even Ryak's pet mandra joined in, attempting to attack the manager. Manager Kim desperately tried to calm them down, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding and begging them to stop. Ryak was genuinely surprised by how much these creatures cared about him. Still, he decided it would be best to send them back to their home while he remained in a trance. The manager kept pleading for Ryak to intervene, but the scene soon shifted. An orange-colored potion was prepared, and a few drops were administered to Bong. As the medicine began to take effect, the amplification bar started to fade away, and Bong's breathing slowly returned to normal. Everyone felt a wave of relief upon seeing this, and Manager Kim broke down in tears, realizing that the treatment had succeeded and that Bong was finally going to survive. It was all thanks to Ryak, no one else. While Manager Kim cried, Bayam and Ryak quietly spoke to each other. They both felt something strange about the situation. To think that the brutal experiments they had once endured at the TDA laboratory were now being used to save a life made them realize how ironic and cyclical life could be. Manager Kim explained that Bong would still need more medicine and time to recover. Once he woke up, the manager planned to take the boy to his own home and personally care for him so there would be no further complications. Bayam then wondered how they were going to pass through the gate now that the amplification effect had worn off. What Bayam had forgotten was that Ryak was far more powerful than he realized, and forming a teleportation portal was effortless for him. However, deep inside, Ryak was thinking about how the transmutation circle had been banned by the government long ago due to the risk of it being abused to extend lifespans unnaturally. He decided that once he finished extracting the hunters, mana, he would erase Manager Kim's memories of this entire event. Manager Kim understood that it was better not to remember such a terrifying technique anyway. But he was still shocked when Ryak mentioned extracting mana from the hunters as well. Ryak explained that he would use the same method on them as punishment for standing by during a crime. Since they still needed to cross the gate, he would drain them until they were completely depleted. As for the extracted mana, he planned to discard it entirely. Bayam smiled upon hearing this, knowing it was typical Ryak behavior. Still, the bird wondered whether Ryak really intended to send the hunters back just like that, and whether their memories should also be erased. Meanwhile, Jia watched silently as the hunters were slammed face-first into the ground. Ryak clarified that he had no intention of wiping their memories this time. He wanted them to remember everything, because people rarely change easily. Keeping those memories might at least make them commit fewer sins in the future. When Ryak put it that way, even the birds agreed with his reasoning. As Ryak continued thinking, he realized that simply sending the hunters back felt like a waste. Then an idea struck him. He asked Manager Kim whether the hunters could be forced to build a research laboratory right there in the demon realm, in the snowy mountains. Even at their rank, the hunters could survive a few more days inside the realm. Ryak thought it would be beneficial for Manager Kim to have his own exclusive laboratory. Upon hearing this, Manager Kim was ecstatic. The idea of owning a lab in the demon realm thrilled him, and he immediately ran off to the hunters, promising to get everything ready at once. Ryak also felt that having a lab inside the demon realm would allow Manager Kim to take on more work, since traveling back and forth to the human realm was troublesome. Seeing everything fall into place, Ryak smiled. He knew the hunters would not submit to mana extraction quietly, so he asked the bird-headed companion to keep a close watch on them. For the bird, that task was easy enough. But he wondered where Ryak was going. Hearing that, Ryak smiled and began taking something out of his pocket. Everyone saw that it was the pet mandra, still sleeping peacefully inside the pocket of his pants. Ryak knew then that he had to take the little guy home. As the scene shifts, we see Blue, the giant bird, flying over the snowy mountains as they all reach the summit. Ryak told the giant bird to wait there for a moment. We then see that Ryak was carrying a large bag. He opened it, and from inside came many mandras, all happily returning to the snowy mountains. The pet mandra was still perched on Ryak, clearly overjoyed to be back. Ryak realized that, just like everyone else, the mandras also had a place they truly belonged. There was really no place like home. Slowly, Ryak took the pet mandra off his shoulder and placed him gently on the ground. He knew it was time for them to part ways. He could not be selfish and take the creature with him when it had grown into a monarch of a large group. The mandra, however, was confused about what Ryak was doing and clearly did not want him to leave. Even when Ryak explained that this was not a goodbye forever, and that he would continue living in the demon realm so they could visit often, the pet mandra refused to accept it. Instead, it suddenly ran off toward another direction. Ryak wondered where it was going, but the creature turned back and gestured for him to follow. As the scene shifts, we see Ryak following the mandra as it took small, quick steps forward. Ryak soon realized that this was the opposite direction from its usual habitat. Ahead was a dark place, one that looked very familiar. Ryak recognized it immediately. It was the same cave from back then when he was only 15 years old. Surprisingly, the cave was still remarkably clean for an abandoned place, judging by the tracks on the floor. Ryak wondered if his pet had been coming here often. The mandra led him to the same cracked rock formation where it used to grow its fruit. Ryak wondered aloud if the mandra had found this place on its own. The creature simply smiled, as if agreeing. Suddenly, many mandras began arriving at the cave, searching for their monarch, worried because he had been missing. Among them was an elderly mandra who looked especially anxious. Seeing this, the monarch mandra hesitated nervously, then suddenly realized something. The mandra removed the silkworm thread Ryak had once tied around it and handed it to the elderly mandra, transferring the title of monarch. The other mandras murmured among themselves, surprised by the decision, as the elderly mandra trembled under the weight of the responsibility. But soon, all the mandras accepted him as their new leader and began celebrating. Ryak realized then that his mandra had willingly given up his position, just for him. Even as the creature cried, Ryak asked if he was truly sure about this decision. Despite the tears, the pet mandra looked happy, ready to sacrifice everything for Ryak. As the scene shifts, night falls and snow begins to fall softly. Ryak and the mandra rested inside the cave, just like in the old days. Once again, Ryak realized that everyone must choose for themselves where they belong. As long as the creature was happy, Ryak had no objections. The scene shifts to the next day. Bong was still lying on the giant rock, though his appearance had slightly changed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, confused about where he was. The first thing he saw was two bird-like creatures staring directly at him. Startled, Bong panicked and grabbed his jacket to cover himself. The bird siblings were surprised that Bong had recovered so quickly. Bong, on the other hand, was terrified, wondering why monsters were surrounding him. Jia calmly asked him if his name was Bong and welcomed him to the demon realm. To Bong, however, this sounded like a threat, as he wondered in shock why he was inside the demon realm at all. Jia wondered what was wrong with Bong, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, and she wondered if it was all because of them. Bayem realized that it was probably Bong's first time in the demon realm, and that he was simply overwhelmed. After all, he had almost died and then come back, so of course Bong would be shaken. But as Bong listened, his mind was flooded with flashbacks. He remembered how the receptionist had told him that he had awakened, and how happy he had been, thinking that Madame Park had been right. He had immediately started heading back, believing that he needed to tell her right away. But then, he was stopped by a shady-looking man who somehow knew that Bong had awakened recently. It was the same puppet user who had offered him a can of cold drink, asking if Bong was a teleportation user and congratulating him on becoming a hunter in training. The cold drink can was tossed toward Bong, and he caught it happily. The man told him that the drink was good for his mana pool. Bong thanked him, believing that he was a kind person. But the moment he drank it, his vision became hazy. Now, back in the present, Bong felt furious about how everything had turned out. He was just a slum orphan who wanted to become a hunter, yet he had been tricked like this. Bong began to cry, thinking that he had disappointed everyone who had believed in him. As the scene shifts, we see Blue once again soaring through the sky, carrying Ryak on its back. The mandra was sleeping peacefully inside Ryak's shirt. As Ryak looked around, he noticed multiple hunters already beginning construction on a laboratory. Ryak landed on the ground effortlessly. Bayem was shocked by how easily Ryak did it. He then wondered whether the mana extraction from the hunters had already been completed. Bayem was surprised that it had not taken long, and since leaving the hunters idle felt like a waste, he had already put them to work. One group was gathering materials, while another was laying the foundation and raising the frame. Ryak had expected resistance during the mana extraction, but thankfully, the hunters had been very cooperative. Bayam, however, nervously explained that it was Gia who had educated them a little. She had scared them so badly that they ran like bobbies to their mothers. One of the hunters had told the others that they were having their mana extracted just because a slum kid had almost died, and that they were being dropped to D rank after it had taken them over 20 years to reach their current rank. The hunters had come here to make money, and they could not understand what kind of mess they had gotten into. Bayam did not care, as manager Kim extracted all of their mana anyway. The top 3 hunters wondered if they were really going to accept this quietly, while the others realized they had no choice, since 2 disaster-class monsters were standing right there. The amplification user, Cortana, thought that maybe if they combined their strength, they could take on these monsters since he could not see the pretty boy anywhere. But before he could finish his sentence, Gia smashed her heel straight into his head as she flew toward them. In a devilish tone, she asked what they thought they were going to do if they combined all their strength. As Gia re-educated the hunters once again, Bayam realized that maybe his sister's temper was a bit too intense. But Gia warned them to listen carefully. She said she could overlook many things, but she would never forgive anyone who messed with children. She demanded that the hunters stop whining and choose, either let their mana be extracted quietly or die right there. Under her intimidation and piercing glare, the hunters immediately agreed to have their mana extracted quietly. Now back in the present, Gia was shouting again, wondering why they were resting when the research lab needed to be finished by tomorrow. The hunters apologized repeatedly. Ryak realized that Gia was truly terrifying, but Bayam was confident that at this pace, the lab would be completed soon. He told Ryak to leave the construction to them. Ryak was carefree about it as well, knowing Bayam was good at building. Suddenly, manager Kim approached from behind and informed Ryak that he had disposed of all the extracted mana from the hunters, as instructed. Ryak was satisfied and asked about Bong's condition. Manager Kim replied that Bong had woken up a while ago and was recovering quickly, but still seemed to be in shock. The manager asked if Ryak would like to see Bong. Hearing this, Ryak was surprised. As the scene shifts, we see Ryak standing behind Bong, gently asking him if he was awake. Bong was shocked to see Ryak standing in the demon realm. Ryak immediately noticed that Bong had changed. His bangs had clearly turned white, and Ryak wondered if it was because Bong had come back from the brink of death. On top of that, Bong's mana hole had become much larger, possibly because Ryak's mana had mixed with his own. Ryak decided to look into it later and instead asked Bong why he looked so downcast. Even though Ryak had gone through all the trouble to save him, Bong still looked half-dead emotionally. Bong began explaining how useless he felt. He said that a kind lady had trusted him and even given him bus fare, yet he had been fooled by the very first person he met. Bong broke down crying, wondering how he was supposed to live now after becoming such a disappointment. Hearing this, Ryak became serious. He called Bong over and told him to come with him for a moment. As the scene shifts, we return to the hunters. Ryak grabbed the man with the hypnosis ability, slapped him across the face, and threw him several meters away. He asked Bong if this was the same person who had harmed him. Ryak then explained how Bong had been approached by a pathetic brat who fed him lies and used a puppet spell on him. Ryak told Bong that if he wanted, he could kill the man himself. Even though Bong was angry, he stepped back and shook his head. He said he did not want to do that. Bong explained that he had survived while the man had lost his powers and that people like him would always exist. Instead, Bong declared that he would become stronger and stronger, strong enough that no one else would ever fall victim to scum like that again. Ryak smiled, knowing Bong was a good kid. He told the puppet user to leave and finish his work because Bong had spared his life. The man tried to thank Bong, but Bong did not care. Ryak then told Bong to start mana training under Manager Kim's guidance. Manager Kim placed a hand on Bong's shoulder and told him that he was from the slums too, and that he would help Bong in every way possible. The bird siblings stepped forward as well, telling Bong that there was nothing wrong with coming from the slums, since they were from there too. Hearing this, Bong turned around and burst into tears, thanking everyone for their support. Ryak smiled quietly, realizing that if Bong was raised properly, he might one day surpass even Sejun. At that moment, the pet mandra peeked out from Ryak's pocket. The bird siblings were surprised and asked if Ryak had brought the mandra with him. Ryak explained that the monarch mandra had passed his title to another so that the pack could have a new king, and afterward, Ryak had brought this mandra along, tying a new thread of companionship around it. Gia was shocked that a monster had willingly passed down the title of Pack King. Ryak then told everyone that he was heading to the forest region for a while to show his new friend their home. He told them not to worry and asked them to say hello to Kim Nari and the others for him. With that, Ryak jumped onto Blue's back along with the mandra and said his goodbyes as Blue took off immediately. Bong stood there in disbelief. Ryak had appeared out of nowhere, helped him, and even saved his life. Bong wondered what kind of person Ryak truly was. Bayam told him that Ryak was just a crazy bastard who had once had nothing, so he feared nothing. After spending his life being used, Ryak had become someone who wanted nothing more than to build a house in the demon realm and live peacefully. As the scene shifts, we see Kim Nari and the other chimeras along with Se-jun stuck in a difficult situation. Ryak wondered what was going on and whether everyone had been doing well. Suddenly, Se-jun looked shocked as Kim Nari came running toward him, asking why he was so late. Ryak asked what was wrong, and Kim Nari explained that both Birdie and Salsa had disappeared somewhere. Heavy footsteps crossed the grass as Ryak approached the small group of animals gathered in the field, the sudden presence making them let out small, startled sounds while he wondered what was going on. As he came closer, he raised a hand slightly and asked if everyone was okay, and upon noticing him clearly, Se-jun's eyes widened in surprise as he called out, "Huh, brother!" Kim Nari came running straight toward Ryak with hurried steps, her eyes wide as she complained that he was late. Ryak looked at her in confusion and asked what was the matter and what had happened, only for her to blurt out that Birdie and Sasa were missing. Ryak's expression stiffened in shock as he asked what she meant, and Kim Nari's eyes quickly filled with tears as she began sobbing, explaining that they hadn't been seen since morning and that she and Se-jun had been searching everywhere. She recalled how she had run around calling out to Ku, telling him to come eat his food, but they weren't by the waterfall either. At the same time, Se-jun searched through the forest, calling out for Sasa, yet they weren't there as well, leaving the two of them with no clue where the missing companions had gone. Ryak fell silent, his gaze lowering slightly as he thought things through with a quiet hum. In the next moment, a faint wave of energy spread outward from him, sweeping across the surroundings as if scanning the entire area. After sensing everything carefully, he concluded that there were no signs of any intruder and that he couldn't feel any strange aura either. Lifting his head again, Ryak asked if anything unusual had happened. Se-jun hesitated, scratching his cheek awkwardly as he admitted that he felt uncomfortable saying it since it would sound like snitching, but Sasa had gone to challenge the Mandragoras again and lost. He recalled that it had already been 4 fights and 4 losses, and that whenever Ryak wasn't around, Sasa kept picking fights everywhere. Not long ago, Sasa had even gone after that sapling and lost once more, and because of that he became so angry that he ended up sleeping the whole day. Kim Nari quickly agreed, saying that Sasa had been napping at every opportunity lately. Hearing that, Ryak repeated the words to himself thoughtfully, considering the possibility as he crossed his arms and brought a hand to his chin. After a brief pause, a realization dawned on him, and he wondered if it could be that Sasa was starting to molt already. A few hours earlier, Birdie fluttered its wings lightly while scanning the surroundings, when a faint rustling sound caught its attention and made it pause in suspicion. Narrowing its eyes, it tried to locate the source of the noise. Not far away, Sasa was creeping across the ground with an unmistakably suspicious gait, moving in slow, deliberate steps toward the patch of mandragora leaves as if he believed no one would notice him. Watching this, the bird immediately realized that Sasa was at it again, always trying to go after the mandragora leaves whenever he got the chance, and this time he was even targeting the youngest one among them. The tiny mandragora trembled slightly in its spot, still drowsy and unaware, a small droplet hanging from its mouth as it slept peacefully. In the next instant, Sasa suddenly lunged forward with a loud cry, attempting to snatch his target in one bold move. The shout echoed across the area and startled the surrounding mandragoras, causing them to jolt awake and turn toward him in confusion. Within moments, Sasa found himself surrounded on all sides, the group closing in with quiet but intimidating pressure that made the difference in strength obvious at a glance. Though his courage was admirable, it was clear he had rushed in without thinking. The mandragoras glared at him, their silent presence alone enough to make him falter. Before he could retreat, one of them struck back, and Sasa was sent flying through the air. He tumbled across the grass and landed flat, tears pooling in his eyes as he groaned weakly and let out a small, pitiful beep. The gray bird quickly approached him, clearly exasperated, and questioned why he kept picking fights with those guys when there were so many other plants around. Seeing him lying there miserably, it eventually relented and pushed a flower toward him, explaining that he should eat this for now since it had deliberately chosen the one with the least mana. Sasa's mood shifted instantly as he happily devoured the flower, chirping with delight, his entire body wiggling with excitement. Watching this, the bird briefly wondered if this was how their worker felt whenever feeding them as well. However, that small moment of amusement vanished when it looked closer and noticed something unusual. Sasa's skin seemed to be peeling slightly. The realization struck hard, and the bird's expression grew serious as it wondered if he was about to molt. Molting was just as strenuous as hatching, and if the temperature and humidity weren't right, the process could fail and even lead to death. On top of that, no one could directly help him during the molt, and if he came into contact with the outside while shedding, there was even a risk of unwanted mutations occurring. Watching Sasa wobble unsteadily while still acting carefree, the bird concluded that at this rate, the real molting would start very soon, yet he was still far too young to properly shed on his own. That meant they needed to get him to a suitable environment immediately, a place that was damp and warm enough to support the process. Without wasting another second, the bird hurried off while calling out loudly to see if anyone was around, but the worker was nowhere to be found. At the same time, the others ran through the forest in a panic, shouting that they had to move Sasa right away before it was too late. The bird hesitated briefly, realizing there was no simple way to explain the situation to Mari or the worker even if they suddenly appeared, and that once Chindu-un arrived on Earth, the situation could become even more complicated. Glancing back at Sasa, who merely tilted his head in confusion with a curious chirp, the bird finally steeled its resolve. There was no other choice left now. If no one else could act in time, then it would have to take him to the suitable place itself. Back in the present, Birdie struggled through the cave, carrying Sasa along while sweat beaded on its face from the effort. It reassured itself that this was just a small cave on the back mountain and should be safe enough, even though the journey to reach it had been filled with danger after danger. The bird grumbled internally about how many near-death experiences they had already survived just to get here, even worrying that it might end up dying while trying to save him. But after a moment, it looked around and concluded that this place would do nicely. Just as it set Sasa down, a sudden shrill screech echoed through the cave. The bird froze, its eyes widening in alarm as it sensed multiple presences. In the next instant, a swarm of hostile creatures revealed themselves in the darkness above, their glowing eyes fixed on the pair. The bird panicked, wondering how these guys had gotten there already. One of the beasts lunged down ferociously, baring its fangs, and the bird instinctively pulled Sasa close, trembling but still trying to act brave. Even while shaking, it told him not to worry and declared that it would protect him no matter what. A brilliant flash of energy suddenly burst across the cave, drowning everything in white light and forcing the creatures back with piercing cries. As the light faded, a figure stood amidst the scattered debris. The calm voice that followed confirmed their savior had finally arrived. Hearing it, the bird and Sasa both stared in disbelief, realizing who it was. Ryak looked at them and simply remarked that they were here after all. The bird, still shaken, stammered and asked how he had known to come. Ryak answered plainly that it was mana detection. Despite the forest being enormous, he explained that this distance was still within range and that he could sense both the bird's and Sasa's energy clearly. Observing Sasa more closely, Ryak noted that judging by his condition, he was definitely molting, and the bird quickly agreed. Ryak then gently addressed Sasa, asking if now that it was safe, they should find a proper place for him to molt. He examined the cave carefully, checking the surroundings and asking if this spot was to their liking. After testing the environment, he confirmed that the humidity was sufficient, though it felt a bit chilly, and wondered if he should warm it up slightly. With a small motion of his hand, heat spread through the cave floor, creating a comfortably warm atmosphere like that of a volcanic area. Even so, Ryak wondered aloud if such a young one normally molted, noting that Sasa's body length hadn't changed much. Watching Sasa curl up slightly as bits of his skin continued to peel, he reasoned that this was probably a form of rapid evolution. The bird echoed the term in surprise, and Ryak explained that molting in monsters was essentially a survival effort. He went on to describe how the demon world was a place where every creature fought fiercely just to survive, and after suffering repeated defeats against the mandragoras, Sasa likely realized that he couldn't remain as weak as he was. That survival instinct must have triggered a kind of rapid evolution within him. The bird asked if that meant he would become quite strong after molting, and Ryak replied that he thought so, though since Sasa was a rare species, there was no way to predict exactly how he would change. Still, he admitted with a faint smile that he was looking forward to seeing Sasa's transformation. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Sasa's body, filling the cave with a brilliant glow that made both of them stare in shock. Ryak's expression stiffened slightly as he noticed something unexpected amidst the light. As the glow settled, a small flower appeared, resting gently on Sasa, and Ryak blinked in surprise at the sight. Meanwhile, Sasa looked up with sparkling eyes, completely cheerful despite everything, and happily chirped, "Ryak." Birdie stared at the flower resting on Sasa's head in confusion, asking what exactly that flower was, while Ryak examined it calmly and remarked that it felt like something they should keep an eye on, suggesting that they head home for now. A little later, back at Chanduan's house, Kim Nari came running toward them in a panic, shouting about where they had gone and scolding them for leaving without saying anything first. Birdie hurried ahead while she chased after it, insisting that they needed to be able to communicate properly with words, and only calmed down once she finally caught up, letting out a relieved sigh that she was glad she had found them. Sejun, still worried, asked if Sasa was really okay, while also wondering why there was suddenly a flower on its head. Ryak simply replied that they would know with time, adding that Sasa must be exhausted after molting and should be allowed to sleep for now. Nearby, the other creatures quietly watched over the sleeping Sasa, their small eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Thinking ahead, Sejun muttered that when Sasa woke up, he should at least prepare some baby food for it. Ryak acknowledged the idea briefly, and soon after he approached the mandragoras, realizing he had neglected them recently and wondering if he should give them some mana feed. As he infused the ground with mana, the mandragoras responded happily, and he also noted that they now had a new family member among them. The mandragoras reacted cheerfully, clearly welcoming the newcomer without any hostility, which relieved Ryak since he had been worried they might fight over who would be the leader. Watching them bond so naturally, he concluded that they truly shared a strong connection and gently placed the youngest mandragora into the garden plot, telling it that this would be the place it would live from now on and asking if it liked it. The youngest one responded with the most excitement, happily chirping in approval. However, the little mandragora soon refused to leave Ryak's side, clinging closely to him as if it had already decided on its attachment. Ryak wondered if he should get a bag to carry it around, while Kim Nari and Sejun approached, asking if that mandragora was the new one. Ryak explained that it was the one he had mentioned before, the one he had been separated from long ago and had coincidentally run into again when he went to the snowy mountains. Hearing that, Sejun admired how incredible their bond must be to meet again after going through so much. Kim Nari then looked up at Ryak seriously and told him that the little one clearly liked him a lot, so he would probably have to take it everywhere with him and look after it like a baby, even reminding him to pat it gently. Ryak, unfamiliar with the idea, asked what patting gently even meant, which led Kim Nari to demonstrate by softly patting Birdie as an example, explaining that it was like putting a baby to sleep with gentle pats. Birdie immediately protested loudly, telling her to stop and get her hand off its head, while Ryak observed quietly and admitted that the soft patting sound was actually quite nice. As he looked at the tiny mandragora, he even wondered if he should give it a name, briefly considering calling it Dodak. Just then, footsteps approached, and a tall woman wearing a skull-like mask and tribal ornaments appeared, prompting Kim Nari to call out to Aunt Sparrow. Sejun hurriedly greeted her as Jia Nuna, asking if she had been well in the meantime, while she casually replied that it had indeed been a long time. Sejun suddenly became fired up, declaring with burning determination that he would definitely obtain his cooking license and become Nuna's personal chef one day. The masked woman then explained that the lab was fully completed, so she had come to pick them up. Ryak responded that, as expected, she was fast, while both Kim Nari and Sejun excitedly exclaimed that they wanted to see the lab built by Nuna as well. However, Ryak gently pointed out that since Sasa had just molted, he needed to keep an eye on its condition, suggesting that they go tomorrow instead since it was already late. With a calm smile, he asked if they should head inside for now. Sejun immediately declared that he would make a delicious dinner, while Kim Nari cheerfully added that she would go pick out some warm clothes for tomorrow, the group finally settling down after the long and eventful day. That night, under the quiet moonlight, Aunt Sparrow watched silently from a tree overlooking the garden, sensing that something unusual was happening below. In the field, the small mandragoras gathered around Sasa, curiously observing the new flower that had appeared on his head. They tilted their bodies and hummed softly, unsure of what to make of the change, while Sasa looked back at them with a nervous expression, sweat forming as the glowing flower swayed gently. One of the mandragoras imagined the flower wilting away and grew worried, falling silent as the others continued to stare. Sasa's eyes suddenly widened, realizing something, and in the next instant he sprang upward and landed right on top of one of the mandragoras, startling everyone as they all cried out in surprise. The little creatures began moving around excitedly, circling the spot where Sasa had landed, and before long they started digging into the soil with determined enthusiasm. In no time, a small hole was made, and they carefully placed Sasa inside it, burying him up to his neck so that only his head and the flower remained above the ground. Sasa blinked in confusion at first, sticking his tongue out slightly as he processed what was happening, while the mandragoras hummed happily as if they had done something important. Slowly, Sasa calmed down, letting out a soft sound as he settled into the soil, surrounded closely by the others who watched over him. After a brief silence, Sasa's expression changed as a strange red glint flashed across his eye for just a moment, hinting at something deeper stirring within him. In the next second, he suddenly shot upward from the ground with a startled cry, only to wobble in place and look around nervously as if unsure what had just happened. He peeked over the edge of the soil and softly called out, "PPI?" in confusion, repeating it again with a trembling voice as tears gathered in his eyes. The darkness of the night made everything feel more overwhelming, and he looked utterly lost as he wondered what he had turned into. Not long after, Ryak and the others approached, noticing Sasa planted in the ground like a tiny flower pot. Kim Nari tilted her head and asked why Sasa had suddenly become a flower pot, sounding both amused and puzzled, while Ryak calmly replied that it seemed Sasa had disguised himself as a plant to get closer to the mandragoras. Aunt Sparrow looked at the scene from behind them, quietly observing how carefully the mandragoras had planted him, as if they instinctively knew that this was the best way to help him adapt after his transformation. Sasa suddenly let out a loud cry as he tried to chew on the flower sprouting from his own head, tears welling up in his eyes from the strange sensation. Birdie immediately panicked and shouted at him to stop, asking why he was eating that, while Ryak simply observed that it must feel a bit odd and suggested they quickly remove it before heading inside to rest. In the snowy field, Kim Nari bounced excitedly as flakes fell around her, her eyes sparkling while she marveled at the massive building before them. She exclaimed in awe at how amazing it looked, while the man beside her stared up in shock and asked if it had really been designed personally. The structure towered over the landscape, large and imposing, making even Ryak remark calmly that it had been built quite seriously. Kim Nari pointed out every small detail she noticed, even the doorknob on the door, and eagerly asked if he wanted to go inside together with Auntie. Ryak answered casually that Gia and he were professionals when it came to building houses, which made the others nod in admiration at how impressive it was. With the lab now completed, Ryak thought to himself that he could finally lift the curse on Gia's siblings and properly get other matters moving. Just then, a familiar figure ran toward them across the snow, announcing that they had arrived and explaining that he had returned from the human world with all the materials and equipment they would need. Ryak wondered briefly if Oh Bong-soo had already gone back, recalling that he had wanted to introduce Kim Nari to him, only to hear that he was doing well at their place and had recovered quickly enough to begin mana training. Satisfied, Ryak let out a small breath and concluded that things were progressing smoothly. A short distance away, several restrained men knelt on the snow, groaning weakly under the cold as Ryak looked at them with a calm, unreadable expression. He remarked that the only task left now was sending those guys back, then instructed Manager Kim to first place a gag order spell on them, adding that he would handle the rest afterward. Manager Kim nodded obediently and responded that he understood, while the cold wind swept across the white field, signaling that the next phase of Ryak's plans was about to begin. Cold wind drifted across the snow-covered field as the witnesses struggled to process what they had just seen. Ryak treated the situation as trivial, explaining that even if people talked about the incident, the gag order spell would activate and silence them, leaving manager Kim to handle the details. Sejun reacted in disbelief at the idea of relying on a gag order spell, pointing out that such methods were outdated and could easily be broken nowadays. Yet Ryak only gave a faint smile and assured him there was nothing to worry about because he would make it absolutely unbreakable. Blue mana slowly gathered around Ryak like flowing currents of light, and when Sejun questioned whether something like that was even possible, Ryak calmly affirmed that it was. Elsewhere inside the association building, a heavy atmosphere filled the office as reports arrived stating that dozens of A-rank hunters had returned as D-rank. No one could understand what had happened, and the question was directed toward Chairman Go for an explanation. The name of Congressman Park Woo-young surfaced during the discussion, and someone recalled the gag order incident from 57 years ago, saying the current situation felt exactly the same. The conclusion was reached that someone had sealed the spell with mana, making it impossible to break, and the mere mention of the incident from 57 years prior left the room unsettled. The matter appeared connected to Chairman Lee Woon-soo, and there was speculation that the technique used to seal it belonged to Han Myung-do, a figure identified as pre-modern. An insider even claimed Lee Woon-soo knew the person responsible for burning down the Hanbit Research Institute. Although the idea of a pre-modern being involved was dismissed as nonsense, the political opportunity was too valuable to ignore, and the situation could be used to force Lee Woon-soo out. The decision was made without hesitation that it could not be helped, and they would proceed with the slum cleaning project, beginning earlier than originally planned. A quiet winter afternoon settled over the small house as Kim Nari happily rolled a large snowball across the yard, completely absorbed in building her snowman while humming to herself. Not far behind her, Ryak calmly drank tea at the outdoor table as Sejun stood nearby, still sorting through everything he had witnessed. The realization slowly dawned on him, and he admitted he had completely overlooked something. Beyond the peaceful yard stretched the forest zone, now covered in falling snow, the phenomenon known as the silent invader. Yet the calm only made the tension around Ryak feel heavier. His gaze shifted toward the figures approaching from the distance, and he casually told them that when they returned, they should live an honest life and never bother children again. The warning sounded gentle, but its meaning carried absolute weight. Sejun trembled, unable to comprehend how a spell could be sealed with mana, saying he had never even heard of such a thing before. And then the memory struck him, the gag order spell incident from around 50 years ago. He remembered seeing it once in the news. An alchemist had turned himself in to the Hunter Association claiming he had conducted illegal chimera research. But because a mana-sealed gag order had been placed on him, he couldn't reveal a single word about the laboratory he worked for. Dozens of S-rank awakeners attempted to break the spell, and every one of them failed, leading the association to conclude it had simply been an anomaly during gate traversal. Looking at Ryak now, Sejun realized the sealing technique was far too similar to that very case. Nearby, Bird had panicked after being confronted for eating the snacks and fled together with Jia, both crying out in terror as they ran across the snow. Watching them disappear, Sejun pieced things together and concluded that if Ryak had known people like them since childhood, then he truly had to be a hunter from an ancient era, perhaps even a chimera hunter. He couldn't begin to imagine the kind of life Ryak must have lived, and yet Ryak had still accepted him without hesitation. Overwhelmed, Sejun suddenly pledged he would serve faithfully from that moment forward. Ryak simply sipped his tea and asked if he wanted to head to the cave zone since Kim Nari planned to go. Sejun froze in shock, stammering that the cave zone was one of the top 3 most avoided areas and asking why so suddenly. Ryak answered calmly that snow could begin falling in the forest zone at any time, and he figured it was about time they started preparing for winter as well. Snow continued to fall gently over the yard as Kim Nari pressed her small hands against the growing snowball, proudly shaping it while Sejun stood frozen in place, the implications of what he had just realized finally clicking together in his mind. Beyond the quiet home, the forest zone stretched endlessly under the pale sky, and the drifting snow that blanketed it was known as the silent invader. At a glance, it looked no different from ordinary mountain snow, soft and harmless as it settled on leaves and branches. But the moment it touched plant life, corrosion began. When winter deepened, the forest zone's vegetation would slowly melt away beneath the snowfall, only to regrow at a terrifying speed once spring returned. The explanation struck Kim Nari first, and she immediately panicked at the thought of their house falling apart again, shouting in alarm while Se-jun anxiously wondered if they would really have to rebuild everything one more time. Ryak simply laughed and reassured them that the house would be fine, his calm tone cutting cleanly through their fears. Se-jun quickly pieced together the reason. In the cave zone, there were mushrooms capable of preventing corrosion, and that was likely why Ryak intended to head there. Just then, manager Kim approached the table carrying a plate of cookies, cheerfully offering more as Ryak complimented his knowledge. The mushrooms in question were bright neon green, and if applied to the outer walls, the structure would be protected. Se-jun imagined a fluorescent greenhouse and felt a nosebleed coming on from the sheer absurdity of it all, wondering how rough this was going to get. Ryak casually remarked that the timing was good, noting the same thing had happened before when they visited the coastal zone, which only made Se-jun protest that it was unfair. As the conversation shifted, Ryak instructed Se-jun to head back to the human world and rest, then asked manager Kim to take a look at something. He presented two small plant-like beings sitting in a pot of soil, noting that they did not seem to be in great condition. Manager Kim examined them carefully and admitted that although they were better than before, their recovery was slower than expected, and their mana absorption was lower than the other three. After a thoughtful pause, he suggested admitting them to the lab for detailed testing, and confidently told Ryak to leave it to him. Before the matter could end there, manager Kim brightened and announced he had something to give Ryak as well. With great pride, he presented what he called an alchemist's essential item, moisturizing cream, explaining that handling materials often caused hands to crack easily. He had crafted it himself with high-quality ingredients, safe enough to use on Kim Nari or even on plants, and insisted it would come in handy since the cave zone was extremely dry. Ryak accepted it with a faint smile, saying he would use it well, while one of the small plant creatures stared at the container curiously, tilting its leafy head in confusion. Finally, Ryak called out to Kim Nari, asking if they should get going. Kim Nari immediately lit up with excitement at the thought of cave exploration and hurried over, eager to leave. As they prepared to depart through the snow-covered brush, Birdhead and Gia appeared once more, bowing nervously and asking if Ryak was leaving already, their voices laced with lingering fear and respect as winter quietly settled over the forest zone. After a brief acknowledgement, they mentioned they would return to their own place as well, since leaving it unattended for too long would allow others to take it over, and they would check on things after coming back. Soon after, a blue bird soared high across the sky as Ryak and Kim Nari traveled together, the vast land stretching below them. Curious, Nari asked where the cave zone was, and Ryak explained it lay a little east of the forest zone and would appear soon. She wondered why a cave would be dry when caves were usually damp, but Ryak simply told her it was not a typical cave. They arrived before a narrow opening between towering rocks, and stepping inside revealed a massive canyon-like interior that looked more like a desert than a cave. Ryak calmly suggested they head in. As they walked, Nari asked whether the place was dangerous since it seemed empty, and Ryak explained that at first glance even B-rank hunters could manage it because the density of demonic energy was lower than in other zones. The real problem, however, was that the cave functioned like a maze, its branching paths endlessly looping until travelers completely lost their sense of direction. Nari pointed out the open ceiling above them and asked if climbing up wouldn't be the easiest escape, and Ryak agreed it was, assuming one could actually climb it. When she asked if they could simply fly up instead, he explained the stone pillars were around 50 meters tall and far more slippery than they appeared, and for some unknown reason awakened abilities were restricted here to less than 10% of normal power. On top of that, gates rarely opened in the cave zone, meaning escape was unlikely, which was why so many people went missing. Unbothered, Nari declared she would just smash everything and leave, prompting Ryak to casually invite her to try. She struck the ground with confidence, only to bounce off awkwardly, blinking in confusion before admitting she suddenly felt much weaker. Ryak laughed and explained that was part of it, but the rocks themselves also absorbed impact like sponges, dissipating force instead of breaking. Even ordinary rocks would transform that way if left here long enough. Nari looked around in amazement at how strange the cave zone truly was, while Ryak quietly observed the deeper interior. realizing he himself had not actually explored this place very many times, and wondering whether he had ever gone further inside before. As they walked deeper into the cave zone, Nari curiously asked Ryak whether he had been there before. Ryak answered calmly that he had, though it had been a very long time ago. The dim cavern walls and drifting dust stirred an old memory in his mind, one that began with a formal designation, number 17, special orders from the director. He had once stood in a sterile room, facing a man in a white coat who handed down instructions without hesitation. The mission had been simple on paper: go to the cave zone and retrieve Kim Il-win. The director had described him as a dedicated researcher, someone Ryak should have known well. But the report in the director's hand told a different story. It suggested Kim Il-win had been selling internal information to outsiders. If he was left alone in the cave zone, he would likely die on his own, but if the association found him first, it would create serious complications. Ryak had been asked whether he understood what that meant, and the implication had been made clear. If retrieval proved difficult, he was authorized to eliminate the target. Deep inside the cave zone, Ryak had eventually found the alchemist sitting alone against the rock wall, exhausted but alive. The man had muttered that an alchemist wandering alone in such a place must appear insane, then recognized the designation number 17 and realized what it meant. Sending Ryak could only mean one thing: they intended to erase him. He insisted he had devoted his entire life to the TDA, and when Ryak asked for any last words, the alchemist revealed that his wife was suffering from a terrible illness. He had finally managed to obtain the last ingredient for her medicine and begged to be spared just once. He asked Ryak to pretend he had not found him, to claim he had already been dead, or at least to wait until he finished the medicine. After that, he would not resist. He would accept death if necessary. All he wanted was to save his wife. Ryak had replied that he followed orders and spells, implying there was no room for negotiation. But the alchemist countered that orders did not work on him, and that as Ryak's designated handler, he understood that better than anyone. The man broke down completely, pleading desperately for mercy, asking to be allowed to save his wife. Ryak had found it strange. He had witnessed the consequences of the alchemist's experiments, over 100 children dead because of them. He had asked why the life of the alchemist's wife was worth more than theirs. Through bloodied lips and trembling hands, the man had answered with raw fury that she was his family, that his wife was his family, and nothing mattered more than that. The word lingered in the silence of the cavern. The alchemist had insisted that one day, when Ryak had a family of his own, he would understand. Ryak had quietly repeated the word to himself, testing its weight, trying to understand its meaning. Before the moment could settle, a sudden presence had stirred behind him. The alchemist's terrified warning had barely left his mouth when a grotesque creature lunged from the shadows. Ryak had not even turned fully before activating his barrier, a burst of blue energy erupting around him and cracking the cavern floor beneath his feet. Dust and debris exploded outward as the impact was absorbed. When the smoke cleared, the creature lay shattered at the edge of the barrier, and the alchemist cowered on the ground, trembling and begging to be spared. Ryak opened the bag slowly, the faint glow of mana leaking into the darkness as the contents revealed a small, trembling larva nestled among green materials. The creature squeaked weakly, fragile and harmless in appearance. Ryak asked whether that offspring was also meant to become medicine for the alchemist's wife. The man hurriedly denied it, explaining he had merely found it by chance when its mother was nowhere around. It was not even a necessary ingredient, though it could sell for a fortune on the black market. Before the words had fully settled, the cavern trembled. A massive creature crawled forward from the shadows, its many eyes gleaming as it approached the tiny larva. The alchemist panicked, unable to understand why Ryak had returned the baby instead of taking advantage of its value. Ryak simply stated that the mother had come looking for her child, reminding the man that he himself had called family something special. The monster gently gathered the small creature, protecting it without hostility. The alchemist shouted that it was nothing but a monster, yet Ryak calmly questioned the difference between the man and the creature, adding that the beast had already saved its family. The alchemist faltered, confused and shaken, while Ryak admitted that watching a man risk everything for his family had surprised him. He had always believed the weak simply died, but even the weak could survive if someone chose to help them. He declared he would not kill the alchemist, and that what happened next depended entirely on the man's own choices. As Ryak turned to leave, The alchemist desperately called after him, shouting orders and begging him to return, but Ryak ignored the pleas and walked away into the darkness. In the present, Nari quietly asked whether that bad person had died. Ryak answered that he had saved him. Since the man's family did not know the truth, Ryak had made him confess to them first and then surrender himself. He had also placed a sealing spell on him to prevent further harm. For a moment he wondered what the family must have felt when they finally learned the truth. The small sprout creature resting against him watched silently, its eyes glistening as if understanding something beyond words. Nari watched Ryak for a while before quietly telling him that the small sprout creature seemed worried about him. Ryak found the idea strange, but she explained that while he had been talking about the alchemist earlier, he had looked unusually gloomy, and she had wanted to comfort him. She guessed the little creature had felt something similar. Ryak gave a faint smile, admitting the feeling wasn't unpleasant. Before the moment lingered too long, Nari suddenly brightened and ran toward a patch of glowing green mushrooms sprouting along the cavern wall. The entire area shimmered with soft light as clusters bloomed together. Ryak observed that they had found them sooner than expected. When she wondered why mushrooms would grow in a place that seemed dry, he explained the cave wasn't truly dry at all. Something beneath the ground rapidly absorbed moisture, creating short-lived pockets of dampness, and the dormant mushrooms seized those moments to bloom all at once. They gathered the mushrooms until their bag was filled, enough for their needs. As they prepared to leave, Nari noticed the small sprout creature had shriveled from the dryness. Ryak remembered the moisturizing cream manager Kim had given him earlier and carefully applied it. The little creature quickly absorbed the moisture, its body plumping back to life and happily squeaking as it recovered. Nari laughed as it clung to Ryak's hand, clearly wanting more, and Ryak muttered that he might need to ask for another jar later. Eventually the creature relaxed and fell asleep, and they decided it was time to head back. Nari worried about escaping the maze-like cave, but Ryak calmly stepped forward, activating the faint mana traces he had left along their path when they entered. Glowing footprints illuminated the cavern floor, forming a clear route outward. He explained that if the trail had vanished, he would have climbed upward instead, though it seemed unnecessary now, and together they began following the luminous path back through the darkness. As they followed the glowing trail across the cavern floor, Nari marveled at how clearly their footprints shone in the darkness. She asked whether Ryak's strength wasn't weakened inside the cave zone like everyone else. Ryak admitted he honestly didn't feel much difference. Nari mused that the place was fascinating, strength suppression, a maze, and an atmosphere that felt almost as if something was deliberately blocking intruders. Ryak considered her words and quietly agreed that, thinking about it that way, it really did feel intentional. He made a mental note that if he ever returned, he would come properly prepared. Elsewhere, at Sejun's home, faint blue energy swirled around his body as he trained. He stared at the light gathering in his hands in disbelief, realizing that the demonic energy within him had been purified in barely half a day. He attributed it to the big bro training clothes and decided it was time to return soon, wondering idly whether everyone had been eating well while he was away. Sejun felt satisfied as he headed back, pleased he had stopped by the mart beforehand and even brought a few thoughtful extras rather than only groceries. Still, he couldn't shake the uneasy atmosphere of Ryak's place and decided he should probably decorate it with something cute to soften the mood, especially that hardened snail slime which looked far too ominous. With that in mind, he hurried home carrying his boxes. When he arrived, he froze. The surroundings looked completely different, covered in green smears across the structure. Ryak stood nearby calmly spreading the crushed mushrooms across the walls while Nari urged Sejun to hurry, explaining they needed to coat everything or the house might collapse. Sejun stared in disbelief while the bird siblings, Birdhead and Jia, awkwardly stood nearby as if unsure whether they had done the right thing. Ryak simply remarked that it wasn't anything special, just oddly enjoyable work. Before Sejun could fully process the situation, a researcher rushed toward them in excitement, announcing a major discovery. He confirmed the mushrooms Ryak had brought from the cave zone were rare, high-grade specimens that were normally difficult to obtain. He then revealed he had found something else while studying the liquid metal mandragora. Its rootlets naturally detached once weakened, leaving behind only liquid metal. That meant the material could effectively produce liquid metal on its own. More importantly, by combining the liquid metal with the dismantling formula used for the detonation spell, he had achieved partial success. Completely removing the spell was still difficult, but it could now be temporarily restricted. The restriction would last 72 hours per week, effectively 3 days, meaning the two beings affected by it could safely remain in the human world during that time without problems. For a moment, neither of the siblings reacted. They just stared ahead as if unsure they had heard correctly. Then the realization slowly reached them. The possibility they had long given up on, returning to the human realm without danger, was suddenly real. Birdhead's expression trembled with disbelief while Gia stood frozen beside him, both overwhelmed by the weight of it. They wondered if they truly could go back, if it was really allowed now. Even Kim Nari watched anxiously, worried by the fact that the Birdhead was crying profusely. Birdhead's shoulders trembled as the truth settled in, emotion finally overtaking disbelief. He admitted he was simply happy, the words barely steady after so long believing such a day would never come. Ryak suggested they finish their remaining work and then head together to the human realm. The siblings hesitated only a moment before excitement replaced uncertainty, the idea of walking there freely far stronger than any doubt. Sejun decided to stay behind to watch over things while the others went ahead, giving Ryak an address so they could visit Bangsu along the way since Kim Nari no longer carried a tracking device. Gia, still dressed in her tribal outfit and mask, worried about going out like that, but Ryak casually told her to remove the helmet and come as she was, adding they could buy clothes once they arrived. He figured the shop Bangsu once mentioned might still be open. They entered the city together, the unfamiliar streets drawing quiet reactions from the siblings. The buildings, the air, even the noise felt nostalgic yet different. Gia and Birdhead observed how much had changed, and as they walked beside Ryak and Kim Nari, the atmosphere felt strangely warm, almost like a family outing rather than a journey between worlds. They soon met Bangsu, who greeted Ryak cheerfully and mentioned he was doing much better thanks to everyone's help. As they continued through the neighborhood, the siblings noticed the area looked far dirtier than they remembered. Bangsu explained that the higher-ups had cut the budget and pulled out the cleaning crews, leaving residents to manage on their own. Their conversation abruptly stopped when they spotted a woman collapsed in an alley, surrounded by thugs demanding protection money. She urged Bangsu to run, but he stood frozen. When one of the men threatened him and claimed the district now fell under their control, Ryak stepped forward. The thug swung a fist, only for Ryak to catch the arm effortlessly mid-strike, blue energy crackling around his hand as the attacker froze in shock. The heavy man slammed into the ground with a choking groan, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Blue energy still crackled around him as the black-haired man stood over him, calm and unmoved. The fallen man tried to lift his head, eyes trembling as he stared at the arm, realizing what had just happened, and a cold warning seemed to settle in. Next time, it would break for real. Footsteps thundered down the alley. 2 men charged in with weapons raised, faces twisted in rage as they shouted, demanding to know who the stranger was and how he dared touch their big brother. Their voices echoed off the walls as they surged forward. Before they could close the distance, a tall, muscular man stepped into view, walking past them as if they were irrelevant. He glanced around with faint annoyance, remarking that the neighborhood was as noisy as ever. The 2 attackers faltered instinctively, momentum dying as they realized they were outmatched, and then they turned and ran. Nearby, a red-haired boy supported a blonde woman, both wide-eyed at the scene. Shock flickered across their faces as they recognized the level of power on display. Someone shouted urgently for another person to go tell the boss. The fallen heavy man dragged himself, teeth clenched, trying to mask his fear with anger. He demanded to know which family the newcomers belonged to. The small girl stepped forward without hesitation and declared it plainly. They were the Coconut family, and he was about to learn a lesson. The heavy man's expression tightened, confusion mixing with dread as the word, coconut, hit him like a threat he didn't understand. Not long after, the scene shifted to a storefront marked with a sign announcing a grand reopening. Inside, the space looked different from before, no longer just a clothing store. It had been expanded into something closer to a general shop, with basic hunter gear and daily necessities alongside the racks. A blonde woman moved through the store with bright energy, chatting as if she was proud of the changes and crediting the support she'd received in the past. She snapped at the red-haired boy for coming back without contacting her, clearly having worried, and pressed him for an answer. Had he awakened? The boy hesitated, then demonstrated by pulling out a hanger and using it as a focus. Blue light wrapped around it as he admitted he was a teleportation user, though still low-ranked. The blonde woman's mood lifted immediately. She praised him loudly, almost embarrassing him, and ruffled his hair with heartfelt enthusiasm. The boy stiffened, flustered, and overwhelmed, while the moment drew attention. Elsewhere, a woman stood framed by soft light and flowers, looking uneasy as if the atmosphere itself made things awkward. A tiny voice praised her, calling her beautiful and saying she looked lovely. The compliments hit like a surprise, and the surrounding reactions sharpened. When the red-haired boy and blonde woman saw her, both blurted out praise, calling her stunning almost at the same time. The blonde woman's expression shifted into a satisfied, knowing look, like her eyes never lied. She offered the boy a simple good luck, leaving him confused about what she meant. The muscular man, now dressed in a clean, sharp outfit, stood with composed confidence, the transformation making him look like a celebrity. Thoughts and reactions swirled around him as others tried to process how different he appeared. The woman snapped at him, asking why he was walking around with a bird on his head like that, and her irritation came with a threat that sounded half serious but very real. Despite the tension, someone remarked that the outfit suited both of them and suggested picking out more sets. The scene ended with the pair in matching loud, tropical-patterned shirts, both visibly uncomfortable in different ways, while the black-haired man looked resigned to wearing it only temporarily. When asked for the total, the response came easily. It would be given as a gift this time. The black-haired man hesitates, then reluctantly agrees. Before the atmosphere can settle, the bald, tattooed man kneels stiffly in the shop, his pride clearly shattered. A cold voice asks whether it is time to take out the trash. Silence hangs heavy in the room. The black-haired man folds his arms and questions what right those men have to demand protection fees. The blonde woman explains that it is still just a rumor, but word is that Gold City plans to bulldoze the slums soon for redevelopment. Supposedly, everyone will be kicked out without compensation. The storefront of Happy World stands quiet beneath the sign announcing its reopening. The explanation continues. The gang claims they need money to fight Gold City, so they collect payments under the guise of protection. Business has been terrible. Paying them every month is impossible. The black-haired man looks toward the trash-strewn streets and abandoned corners. He reflects that the neighborhood felt dirty. It turns out the flies are swarming after all. He looks down at the kneeling thug and calmly asks if his name is Beekdu. Then he asks where the office is. The man stammers, confused and afraid. The black-haired man's eyes darken as he states that the neighborhood is simply too filthy. Since he is already here, he decides he might as well do a little cleaning. Elsewhere, inside Lee Duchial's office, men report that Beekdu has been taken out. The representative wonders whether it could be the Red Brick Group, but the answer is no. The attackers were unfamiliar faces. A gloved hand crushes an object against the desk in anger. The room tightens with tension. Someone has dared to touch their territory in the slums. Lee Duchial orders the boys to get ready immediately. He declares that he will go personally. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in shouting that they are under attack. Confusion spreads. An attack by whom? The hallway and surrounding area are already drenched in blood. Bodies lie collapsed across the floor. One wounded man trembles as he struggles to speak. Standing amidst the fallen, calm and unmoved, is the blue bandana fighter. Blood stains his clothes, but his posture remains steady. With shaking breath, one survivor finally forces out the words. They call themselves the Coconut Family. The heavy metal doors slammed open with a thunderous bang, and a furious shout echoed from the darkness, demanding that whoever was inside come out immediately, no matter what they were. 3 men stormed in, their footsteps ringing across the wrecked interior as they glared at the devastation around them, mocking the mess as if it were some kind of pathetic joke. At the center stood a lone young man, calm despite the tension, and one of the intruders accused him of being responsible for all the chaos in their territory. The youth only laughed lightly, amused rather than threatened, which irritated them further. A cold voice then ordered Nam Gisiok to clean everything up himself, and a horde of armed thugs rushed forward, weapons raised, ready to crush the boy with sheer numbers. The order came again, firm and composed, telling him not to use fire or the whole place would burn down, and the restriction only made the situation more dangerous. Gisiok hesitated for a brief second, surprised that he was expected to fight so many awakened opponents without relying on his flames. Yet pride quickly replaced doubt when he was challenged about whether he truly deserved to reach A rank. Determination flared inside him, and he agreed to try, fueled by the encouragement of the little girl and the onlookers who watched with curiosity rather than fear. The gang leader studied the scene carefully, realizing that his men were being defeated far too easily and that the quiet young fighter was far stronger than he looked. Still, the leader refused to retreat, declaring that he would handle things personally, and he stepped forward with a menacing aura, demanding to know if the chaos had been the boys' doing. The moment they clashed, the difference in experience became obvious. Giseok relied on physical reinforcement enhanced by wind, moving faster and striking with greater precision than before, while the leader analyzed every movement, recognizing that this was at least B-rank strength combined with a unique ability. The boy's attacks grew sharper as his confidence increased, and he began to realize that the mysterious benefit he had received was steadily amplifying his power. For a fleeting moment, praise from the woman watching nearby made him blush with pride, but the calm mentor's warning cut through his excitement, reminding him not to lower his guard because the fight was far from over. Right on cue, the enemy leader burst up from the ground, brushing off the damage as if it were nothing and scoffing that tricks like these would never defeat him. With a roar, he unleashed a violent whirlwind of force, intent on blasting everything away, but Giseok steadied himself, realizing that raw strength paired with wind manipulation could be countered if he remained composed. The swirling storm filled the hall, rattling debris and threatening to overwhelm him, and for a brief instant the spectators wondered if he would be all right. The mentor simply observed quietly, confident, explaining that he had already taught the boy the necessary technique. Trusting that lesson, Giseok gathered his power, merged defense with offense, and drove straight through the raging gusts. In a single decisive motion, he struck downward, breaking through the leader's guard and slamming him to the floor, ending the clash in one clean exchange. The hall fell silent as the defeated man struggled to rise, only to be met with a calm question asking if he wanted to continue. Observers realized that the boy had integrated a mana shield into his attacks, turning defense into a weapon, and the mentor acknowledged the improvement with quiet approval, nodding that for someone still growing, the result was impressive. Later, amid the wreckage of broken weapons, the tension dissolved into an almost absurd calm. The captured enemy could only raise his hands in surrender while the others discussed how pitiful his equipment had been, and the scene shifted to a lighter mood when the little girl proudly presented a wooden sign she had decorated herself. She declared it finished with sparkling enthusiasm, revealing the word coconut, etched boldly across it along with cute drawings, while the mentor commented that the design was adorable even if it hardly resembled a proper cafe sign. Completely unfazed, the child dashed off to hang it up, convinced it was perfect, leaving the adults exchanging awkward glances as they wondered how such a young awakened child could be so fearless, and how the supposedly weakest person in the hood turned out to be the one who had quietly dominated the entire fight. So, you won't object if we use all this money to clean up the slums, right? Debris still scattered across the streets as the former thugs, now in bright safety uniforms, worked silently. One of them let out a tired sigh while sweeping the rubble aside, clearly not thrilled with their new situation. Another man glanced over and muttered sarcastically, asking if his buddy didn't have some kind of suction ability to make the job easier. The response came instantly and sharply. He was told to shut up and keep working. Despite the grumbling, someone admitted with a laugh that piling everything into one place was actually making the cleanup faster. Watching them, the young leader wondered to himself if forcing them to do this was truly the right choice, but he didn't stop them. Soon after, he declared that from now on, they would be responsible for maintaining and cleaning the slums. On top of that, he announced a new name for their group, the Space Family, making it clear they were now effectively under his command. If he ever returned and found the streets dirty again, they'd be the first ones to suffer the consequences. The men shouted their agreement loudly, even though some quietly questioned whether they had really become janitors overnight. Still, they admitted they had no real choice. Going against the powerful hunters of Gold City was impossible anyway, and strangely enough, despite his youth, there was something about Chengdu-jun that made them want to trust him. Before long, entire districts were cleaned spotless, and the announcement rang out that the cleanup of District 12 was complete, with District 11 scheduled for the next day. Standing together, the group observed the now tidy streets, satisfied that the place finally looked livable again. One of them noticed a new pouch hanging at the boy's waist and asked about it. He explained that Miss Park had gifted it to him out of gratitude after they helped organize her cleaning supplies, and it just happened to be the perfect size for their little companion. Hearing that, they joked that the little guy must finally feel like he had a proper home. With everything finished, they decided it was time to head back. Passing through the portal, they returned to the demon world, where the creatures rushed over excitedly to greet them, complaining that they had taken too long. Laughter filled the air as they happily reunited. Someone then wondered where Manager Kim had gone and was told he'd be staying at the snowy mountain lab for a while. Seeing everyone getting along so well, the leader quietly thought it was nice to see them this happy. Then hunger suddenly came up. When asked, he admitted he hadn't eaten anything all day. The cheerful boy immediately asked the woman if she was hungry too, and with a grin suggested making soy sauce egg rice, proudly claiming it never failed. The others hesitated at the simple dish, but he confidently told them to wait just a moment and dashed off to prepare it. After that, talk shifted to dessert, and they decided to look for fruit. Walking through the demon world's forest at sunset, they wondered if edible fruit even existed there. He replied that red grapes should be ripe by now, though they were slightly different from the ones in the human world. Sniffing the air, he suddenly caught a sweet scent and pointed ahead. When they looked up, they were stunned by the sight of a gigantic tree towering into the sky. The girl gasped in excitement, shouting that it was a demon world grape tree, and that it was enormous. But then low growls echoed nearby. Wolves were circling the tree, and above them, clinging desperately to a branch, was a red-haired boy. Trembling in fear, he slipped, crying out weakly for his grandpa to save him as he began to fall. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, Ryak stood quietly on the grassy slope while Nari suddenly pointed forward with wide, excited eyes. In front of them rose an enormous tree, its branches stretching endlessly outward, heavy with clusters of glowing grapes. The sheer size of it made everything else around it feel insignificant. Nari immediately recognized it as the grapevine of the demon realm, her voice filled with awe as she took in its scale, calling it unbelievably huge. As they observed from above, movement below the tree caught their attention. A pack of wolves circled the base, restless and alert, their eyes fixed upward. Then Ryak noticed something else. Someone was already there. Clinging tightly to the trunk was a man with striking red hair. The red-haired man struggled desperately, his fingers digging into the bark as his body trembled from exhaustion. Sweat dripped down his face as he tried to climb higher, but his strength was clearly fading. His breathing grew uneven, and his grip slipped little by little. The longer he held on, the more unstable he became. The effects of the demon realm grapes had already begun to distort his senses, making it difficult for him to think clearly. He realized too late that he had lost everything that could have saved him: his bag, his supplies, even the gate stone that would have allowed him to escape. Above him, Ryak remained calm, watching without urgency. Nari hesitated for a moment, glancing down with concern, wondering if they should help. But Ryak didn't respond immediately. Instead, he simply observed, his expression unchanged, as if measuring the situation rather than reacting to it. Below, the red-haired man's condition worsened. His vision blurred, and his thoughts became scattered. When he finally noticed figures above him, he couldn't even tell if they were real. The sight of a young girl calmly standing on the tree while he struggled to survive felt completely unreal, as if his mind was playing tricks on him. Ignoring the chaos below, Ryak casually reached toward the hanging grapes. His voice remained steady as he instructed Nari to pick only the red ones, explaining that the yellow ones were not yet ripe and would taste sour. Nari nodded without hesitation and began collecting the grapes carefully. Ryak examined the tree more closely. He noted its age and presence, quietly concluding that it had existed for decades. There was something familiar about it, something that didn't feel new to him. That thought triggered a memory. For a brief moment, his mind returned to a sterile laboratory. A younger Ryak lay motionless on a medical platform while researchers spoke around him, discussing procedures and results as if he were nothing more than an object. Once it was over, he was dismissed just as easily. Nearby, something small, a seed, was discarded without value. But Ryak had taken it. The memory faded, and the present returned. Standing beneath the massive branches, Ryak extended his hand slightly. A controlled flow of energy gathered around him, subtle yet precise. The grapes responded faintly, shimmering as if reacting to his presence. Without effort, he plucked a cluster and held it out. At that exact moment, the red-haired man's grip finally gave out. His fingers slipped and his body fell backward into the open air. The wolves below reacted instantly, lunging forward as their prey dropped toward them. But before they could reach him, the fall was abruptly halted. Barely conscious, the red-haired man struggled to understand what had happened. Through his fading awareness, he heard Ryak's calm voice stating that he now owed his life for the second time. The words lingered in his mind, though he couldn't fully grasp their meaning. Not long after, everything changed. The red-haired man found himself seated at a wooden table in a place that felt completely removed from the danger he had just faced. Around him were unfamiliar beings, strange yet oddly calm, as if this setting was normal for them. His confusion only deepened. In front of him stood Sejun. With precise and practiced movements, Sejun began preparing a meal. Flames rose as ingredients were handled with controlled skill, each step deliberate and refined. Rice, eggs, soy sauce, and sesame oil were combined with perfect balance, the process simple yet executed flawlessly. When the dish was finally placed before them, its aroma alone was enough to cut through the lingering confusion. The red-haired man hesitated for only a moment before taking a bite. The moment the food touched his tongue, everything shifted. The taste was rich yet balanced, simple yet complete. It wasn't overwhelming, it was perfect. The moment everyone took their first bite. The dish Sejun prepared looked simple, but the reaction it drew was anything but ordinary. Each grain of rice carried a deep, rich flavor, perfectly coated with seasoning, while the eggs added a soft, creamy texture that blended seamlessly with the rest. The beast-like man devoured his portion without restraint, while others paused between bites, trying to understand how something so simple could taste this refined. Nari, completely absorbed in the moment, happily declared that this was exactly her taste, her excitement overflowing as she continued eating. Sejun stood slightly apart, observing their reactions with quiet satisfaction, covering his mouth lightly as if holding back a smile. Behind him, the cooking setup remained neatly arranged, oil, sauce, and tools placed with precision, reflecting the care he had put into the process. Meanwhile, the conversation shifted back to the red-haired man. When the others realized who he was, the mood changed again. Hearing that he was the grandson of Lee, the chairman of the Hunter Association, caught everyone off guard. The obvious question followed. If he held such a position, why had he been in such a desperate state, clinging to a tree like that? The red-haired man explained, still slightly shaken, that he had been trying to reach the top of the tree, but the hallucinations caused by the grapes had overwhelmed him before he could succeed. The top of the tree wasn't just a random goal, it meant the seed. Without hesitation, Ryak pointed out what the man was truly after. The red-haired man froze for a moment, caught off guard by how easily Ryak saw through him. But before the conversation could go further, the scene shifted. High above the city, inside the Hunter Association headquarters, Lee sat across from his grandson. The atmosphere there was heavy, filled with unspoken tension. The red-haired man's voice rose as he declared that he had no intention of joining the association. He hadn't chosen to become awakened, and he didn't want to live under someone else's expectations. All he wanted was to live freely, away from pressure and control. Lee listened in silence before finally responding with a condition. If his grandson could go to the demon realm and bring back the grapevine seed, then he would stop insisting on the association altogether. Back in the present, seated at the table, he reflected on those words. He admitted that he had been raised by his grandfather his entire life and had always tried to meet his expectations, but deep down, he lacked the confidence to become a hunter. Even now, he wasn't sure why he had come this far for the seed. Ryak, who had been quietly listening the entire time, finally spoke. His tone remained calm, but his words carried weight. He explained the truth about the grapevine. The seed appears only once every few decades, and only a single one exists at a time. Until it is ready, the tree protects it carefully, keeping it at the highest point. The height isn't random. It's meant to keep the seed away from threats on the ground. When the time comes, the fruit releases hallucinogenic effects, not as a weakness, but as a defense against creatures from the sky. The tree spends its entire existence protecting that one seed, dedicating everything to it, just like a parent raising a child. Those words lingered in the air. Ryak then told him to forget about the association entirely. In the end, Lee hadn't forced him because of power or status. He had done it because he had lived his entire life for his grandson. Maybe all he wanted was for him to understand that feeling. A quiet image of a family flashed through the red-haired man's mind, memories he had long avoided. Somewhere far away, Lee stood alone in his office, staring out the window. Back at the table, tears finally welled up in the red-haired man's eyes. The emotions he had been holding back for so long broke through. The truth he had been avoiding became impossible to ignore. Elsewhere, discussions continued about strange incidents. Hunters losing rank, unusual events connected to the demon realm, and something far from normal occurring behind the scenes. Lee himself remained certain that what he had witnessed before was no simple anomaly. But none of that mattered in that moment. By the campfire later that night, the group relaxed, talking casually as if the earlier tension had never existed. They mentioned how Sejun had even made Nam Giseok wash the dishes, joking about how skilled he was, not just as a chef, but as someone who knew how to handle people. When asked about his connection to Lee, Ryak simply replied that it was something from a long time ago. The night deepened, quiet and calm. The moment Ryak stepped through the gate, something immediately felt off. The surroundings were nothing like what he expected from the demon realm. Instead of a wild, unfamiliar landscape, he found himself standing in what looked like the ruins of a collapsed city, broken concrete, scattered debris, and silence hanging heavily in the air. He paused, scanning the area carefully, his thoughts turning uneasy as he questioned where exactly he had arrived. He had clearly aimed for the demon realm, yet this place didn't match at all. He quickly went over it in his head, recalling how he had set the coordinates himself. There shouldn't have been any mistake. That realization made the situation worse. If the coordinates were correct, then the problem had to be something else. Standing alone in the ruins, Ryak realized that the return time limit was already ticking down. If he didn't find a functioning gate soon, he wouldn't be able to leave. A faint presence gathered around him, and suddenly monstrous figures emerged. Large, wolf-like creatures with glowing blue energy surrounded him, their bodies flickering with unnatural power. Their jaws opened wide, revealing sharp teeth as they closed in from multiple directions. Ryak didn't panic. Instead, he raised his hand calmly, focusing his energy. A faint blue glow gathered around his fingers as he activated a sealing technique. In a single smooth motion, he released it. The energy compressed instantly, capturing the creatures before they could even react. What looked like dangerous beasts a moment ago were reduced into a small, floating sphere, trapped and contained without resistance. He lowered his hand slightly, observing the sealed creatures now reduced to harmless forms, so this was the cause. The entire area was filled with these monsters, likely drawn or placed here deliberately. He crouched down briefly, noting how efficiently the trap had worked. The situation seemed under control, until a voice suddenly echoed through the ruins. Someone was calling for help. The sound came from behind a collapsed structure, desperate and strained. Ryak turned his head slightly, narrowing his eyes as he listened. There was hesitation for only a second before he walked toward the source. Behind the rubble, he found a man barely holding himself together. The stranger looked exhausted, his body weak, as if he had been stuck there for days. The moment he saw Ryak, relief flooded his face. He grabbed a nearby container and drank water desperately, explaining between breaths that he had been trapped there for 3 days. Ryak watched him quietly, his expression unreadable. Then, without much reaction, he asked a simple question, "Who are you?" The man quickly introduced himself, pulling out a card with shaky hands. According to him, he had been working independently, trying to help hunters by creating a support system for them. It wasn't anything big yet, he admitted, but he had always wanted to assist those who risked their lives in battle. He spoke sincerely, even mentioning how he ended up trapped like this while trying to help. But Ryak wasn't convinced. He listened, then shifted the conversation calmly, pointing out the obvious flaw. If the man truly had a gate stone, he wouldn't have been stuck here in the first place. The moment those words landed, the man hesitated, his expression tightening for a brief second before he admitted the truth. He didn't have one. Ryak simply nodded. Then, as if making a decision, he said there was a gate nearby. If they moved to the next section, they could probably find one. The man's eyes lit up instantly, hope returning just as quickly as it had faded. He eagerly agreed, claiming that he knew the area well after being trapped there for days. As they began walking, the man tried to keep the conversation going, asking questions, attempting to build familiarity. He even offered food, a simple potato, saying it was the last one he had but insisting they share it. Ryak accepted it without a word. Something about the situation felt off, but he didn't show it. The two continued moving through the ruins, the silence between them growing heavier. The man kept talking, trying to get a response, but Ryak barely reacted. Eventually, the conversation died out completely. And in that silence, the truth lingered. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. As the scene shifted, a memory surfaced, one the man himself didn't even realize. Back then, he had been caught in a similar situation, unaware that he had been dealing with a chimera all along. Even until the end, he never learned the truth. Back in the present, night fell, and a fire crackled softly between Ryak and the others gathered in the demon realm. The atmosphere there was calm, almost peaceful, as they spoke casually about food and small things. The beast-like man carefully roasted something over the fire, explaining how to prepare it. Wait until it's perfectly ripe, peel the skin, and then check the inside. When they finally tasted it, the reaction was immediate. The texture was soft, the flavor surprisingly rich. The beast-like man raised his arms, declaring dramatically that this must be what people called romance, while others quietly enjoyed it. Even then, practical concerns followed. Winter would come and food wouldn't last forever. They discussed building storage, collecting wood, preparing ahead. Simple survival, nothing more. Ryak sat there listening. Then suddenly, a gate opened nearby. A man rushed out energetically, waving as he arrived, calling out loudly as if he had just made perfect timing. It was Chundu-woon, appearing exactly when needed. His presence shifted the mood again, bringing with it new developments. He quickly revealed that progress had been made. They had successfully developed a cure for the mandragoras. But there was a problem. The cure required injections, and the mandragoras refused the needle completely. The small creatures trembled at the mere sight of it, making it impossible to administer the medicine properly. The group stood there, unsure of what to do, watching the frightened mandragoras struggle. Ryak observed them quietly before asking a simple question: was moisture cream being used? The others looked confused, not understanding what he meant. Without explaining further, Ryak stepped forward and gently applied the substance to one of the mandragoras. His movements were calm, careful, almost like he was handling something fragile. The effect was immediate. The creature relaxed, its tension fading away as if soothed by the touch. Soon after, it fell asleep peacefully. The group watched in disbelief. What they had been struggling with suddenly seemed simple. The mandragoras didn't need force. They needed comfort. One by one, the process was repeated, and soon, the injections were completed without resistance. Time passed. Later, the results became clear. The treatment had worked. The mandragoras showed visible improvement, their condition stabilizing as the group continued monitoring them. Everything seemed to be going well, until an unexpected moment broke the calm. Nam Giseok suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious. He hesitated for a second, then spoke. He had finally succeeded, not just in helping the mandragoras, but in developing something entirely new. A hair loss serum. For a moment, no one reacted. Then silence spread across the group, the weight of his words settling in slowly. The moment the small case was opened, 2 vials came into view, one filled with a deep blue liquid, the other glowing with a rich yellow hue. The moment manager Kim asked if there was a hairstyle he wanted, the man paused and looked into his reflection. That man was Se-jun himself, staring at his own face as if trying to picture a version of himself he had never dared to imagine. For a brief moment, he hesitated, but then he admitted honestly that of course he had something in mind. When it came to his ideal, he preferred hair that was as fluffy and full as possible. That quiet thought quickly turned into a clear request. Se-jun said he wanted long hair, stretching all the way down to his back, thick and dense without limit. There was no longer any hesitation, only a strange mix of excitement and anticipation. Hearing this, manager Kim calmly assessed the situation and concluded that 3 boosters would not be enough. After a short calculation, he decided that 4 should be used instead. With both the blue and yellow solutions prepared in his hands, he stated that he would begin. Not far away, the others watched the process unfold. The red-haired man frowned slightly, questioning why manager Kim insisted on handling everything alone in the backyard. Ryak casually remarked that maybe he simply wanted to reveal the final result rather than the process itself, while the masked man remained silent, observing everything carefully. Even so, the red-haired man couldn't shake off a sense of unease, thinking that if Kim Nari woke up, he might have to stop her, though he wasn't sure why he felt that way. Then suddenly, the situation spiraled out of control. A loud disturbance broke the calm as the experiment reacted far more violently than expected. Sejun's voice rose in panic as he asked how long the hair would keep growing, but the answer came immediately through what was happening in front of them. It wasn't stopping. It was accelerating. His hair began expanding rapidly, thick strands bursting outward and growing heavier by the second. The weight dragged him down, making it harder to even stay upright. Panic replaced his earlier excitement as he shouted that something was wrong with the formula, struggling to breathe under the overwhelming mass. Before things could turn fatal, Ryak moved. His voice remained calm but firm as he warned Sejun not to move even slightly, making it clear that even the smallest movement could snap his neck. In an instant, he stepped in, cutting through the chaos with precise control and stabilizing the situation before it could get any worse. Silence followed. Sejun collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, still shaken as he muttered about his hair. Meanwhile, the masked man simply observed the result with interest and casually asked if he liked it. At first, Sejun hesitated. Then realization set in. The length had finally stabilized, and the thickness matched exactly what he had imagined. The fear from earlier faded, replaced by excitement as he shouted in joy that it was perfect. In that moment, the danger didn't matter anymore, only the success of the result. Still half asleep, she looked around in confusion and asked what was going on. For a brief moment, her gaze fell on Sejun, but she couldn't fully process what she was seeing. Then she simply dismissed it. Thinking it wasn't anything serious, she muttered that she was going back to sleep and walked away without another thought. Nearby, the small creatures curiously examined the fallen strands of hair, touching them and wondering what kind of material it even was. At the same time, the red-haired man sat quietly, looking exhausted, while one of the creatures perched on his head and pecked at him, telling him to hurry up. Elsewhere, Ryak continued managing things calmly. When Kim Nari later asked about Sejun, he explained that he had gone back to the lab to continue his research, adding that the hair growth serum still needed refinement before it could ever be released. Meanwhile, work had already begun on something larger. A massive pit had been dug into the ground, forming the base of an underground structure. Under Ryak's direction, the inner walls were reinforced, and soon after, the outer structure began taking shape. The masked man worked with overwhelming strength, shaping the terrain effortlessly. Before long, the underground storage was complete. From the outside, it looked like a simple hole, but inside, it opened into a much larger space designed to store supplies efficiently. Kim Nari looked at it in amazement, commenting that it resembled a demon's cave more than a storage area. They gathered wood and stacked it neatly for future use, working together without needing further instruction. The red-haired man leaned back against a wooden frame, clearly exhausted, while glancing at the stacked logs. The small bird-like creature floated near him and added that while his abilities might seem average, his diligence made him far more capable than expected. Hearing that, the red-haired man scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a quiet laugh. A moment later, Ryak extended his hand and handed him a payment device, telling him that this was his pay and that he should return now, reminding him that he was still a C-rank hunter. The red-haired man looked at the device for a moment, then tightened his grip as his expression turned serious. Instead of leaving, he suddenly asked if he could join the coconut family. His voice carried determination as he added that he would do whatever was asked of him. The red-haired man explained that he had heard about it from Sejun, saying that Sejun had grown stronger after coming here. Even so, he admitted that he wasn't confident he could meet his grandfather's expectations. Despite that, he declared that since he had already come this far, he wanted to see it through to the end. Nearby, the others exchanged glances, one of them casually commenting that it seemed like they had gained a new worker. Ryak, however, remained practical and replied that he didn't mind, but the red-haired man would need his grandfather's permission first. Almost immediately after, Ryak added that he also had something to discuss with Lee Yun-soo, and without wasting any more time, he activated a gate and told the red-haired man to come with him. The scene shifted to Gold City, right in front of Lee Yun-soo's residence. Standing before the large gate, the red-haired man hesitated briefly before ringing the bell and calling out that it was him. The response was instant. From inside, Lee rushed out in shock, calling his name loudly as he hurried toward the entrance. The moment the door opened, he didn't hesitate and pulled the red-haired man into a tight embrace, scolding him for leaving without even saying goodbye. The red-haired man stood there silently for a moment before quietly saying that he was home. Lee pulled back slightly, his expression filled with relief as he asked if he was all right and how long he had been searching for him. Then his gaze shifted to Ryak, noticing him for the first time, and he asked who the person accompanying him was. Before the red-haired man could respond, Ryak stepped forward and greeted him calmly, saying that it had been a long time. Ryak lightly tossed a potato into the air and caught it again, asking with a faint smile whether he still liked them. Inside Lee Yun-soo's luxurious mansion, in the distance, his grandfather calmly drank tea with another guest beneath the trees. Ryak narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. No matter how powerful awakened beings became, there was one thing that never changed: age. Yet the man sitting across from his grandfather looked barely older than someone in his 20s, and somehow the old man had known him for decades. A strange thought slowly formed in his mind. Could this be the same hero his grandfather always talked about, the mysterious man from the early days of the gates? Outside in the garden, Ryak calmly lifted his teacup while the old man looked at him with nostalgic eyes. So much time had passed, yet he still remembered him clearly. After all, Ryak before him had once saved his life. Back then, the first gate disaster had been absolute chaos. Buildings collapsed, monsters poured into the streets, and hunters were slaughtered almost instantly. Very few survived. But amidst that disaster, one young man had appeared and cut down the monsters one after another before vanishing like a phantom. When the old man tried to tell others afterward, nobody believed him. To them, there was no way a young man could instantly become an S-rank hunter. Ryak quietly took another sip of tea before answering the old man's question about where he lived now. In the demon realm. The old man nearly dropped his cup. Living inside a gate already sounded absurd, but Ryak continued calmly, explaining that he had recently died there and returned to life. Since then, he had simply settled down, built himself a house, and started living there comfortably. Naturally, the old man found the explanation impossible to believe. So Ryak smiled faintly. Then his fingers transformed. Sharp black claws emerged from his hands, filled with monstrous energy. The air around him shifted instantly. He revealed the truth calmly. He was a chimera. When he was 9 years old, he had been kidnapped from the slums and experimented on while still alive. The experiments happened long before monsters and gates became common knowledge. The old man stared at him silently as Ryak asked one simple question. Did he believe him now? The atmosphere turned heavy. The old man admitted he had never imagined Ryak had once been the victim of an illegal laboratory. Ryak explained that after dying and returning, parts of his memories connected to the TDA had disappeared. The monsterization itself had started when he was still in his early 20s, but by the end, he could barely remember who he originally was. Worse, even his memories from before the experiments were full of gaps, almost as if someone had deliberately erased them. That realization immediately changed the old man's expression. The TDA. The laboratory had been founded by 3 people whose nicknames formed the organization's name. One of them was the laboratory director, likely the one leading the experiments on him. Another was the chief instructor, the person responsible for training and recruiting mentors. The third was the most mysterious figure of all, an anonymous sponsor who never appeared publicly and operated entirely from the shadows. Originally, a magical silence spell prevented anyone from exposing the laboratory's secrets. Even if someone remembered the truth, they physically could not speak about it. But now, although the spell itself had vanished, the memories of those 3 founders had somehow been completely erased. Ryak clenched his hands slightly. Even though he should have met the director and chief instructor many times, he could not remember their faces at all. The old man quickly realized how dangerous that was. If the TDA had erased memories this thoroughly, then the people behind it were still operating somewhere in the shadows. He asked how he could help. Ryak immediately gave him 2 tasks. First, investigate any traces connected to the TDA. Second, keep an eye on Executive On, a suspicious figure he had encountered recently. Ryak wanted to know who On really was and who was supporting him behind the scenes. The old man agreed immediately. After a short silence, he finally connected everything together. The incidents in Hanbit, the events in the snowy mountain region, the strange disappearances, it had all been the work of Ryak sitting before him. At that moment, a small white dog suddenly ran across the grass toward them. Ryak blinked in confusion as the old man called out for Puri to come over. The little dog happily wagged its tail and ran directly to Ryak, sitting beside him affectionately. A faint smile appeared on his face. For the first time in his life, he finally felt like he was living as a normal human being. He gently patted the dog while quietly admitting that he did not want to lose the peaceful life he had now. More importantly, he did not want anyone else to become another victim of those experiments. But suddenly the atmosphere changed. The dog stiffened. A low growl escaped its throat as it stared toward Ryak's pocket. Startled, he quickly reached inside and pulled something out. A tiny mandragora. The strange plant creature flailed around angrily while the dog barked furiously at it. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized it instantly. A mandragora. The old man suddenly placed a small glass container on the table and asked what Ryak thought it was. Inside the container rested a strange white cocoon connected to thin golden silk threads stretched across pieces of wood and moss. Ryak looked at it carefully before immediately recognizing it as the cocoon of a silk thread caterpillar monster. The old man smiled proudly and explained that he had purchased it at an auction by pure luck. Although a spell had been placed on the container to suppress its energy and make it harmless, the creature inside was still technically a monster. Ryak found the situation absurdly strange. The chairman of the Hunter Association was casually raising monsters inside his own home. Then the old man suddenly pushed the container toward him and asked if he wanted to raise it instead. Ryak blinked in surprise. The old man explained that despite taking care of it with everything he had, the cocoon still had not awakened. However, perhaps it would thrive better in the demon realm, where mana was far denser than the human world. Ryak stared at the cocoon silently. The chairman of the Hunter Association was asking him to raise a monster. Without hesitation, he placed his hand over the container and released mana into it. Blue energy immediately surged outward in every direction. The old man nearly jumped out of his chair in shock as the cocoon greedily absorbed the mana. Strange sounds echoed from inside the container, while Ryak calmly explained that he was only feeding it because it looked weak. Then both of them froze. A faint voice echoed from the cocoon. Mana full. Ryak narrowed his eyes in surprise. The cocoon was sentient. As the sun slowly began to set, the cocoon quietly thanked him for the gate stone mana, explaining that its own energy reserves had almost completely run dry. A large portal then opened behind Ryak as he prepared to leave. The old man told him that if he ever needed anything, he could contact him anytime. He also turned toward Lee Biko and promised that once Ryak officially reached A rank, he would personally acknowledge him. However, until then, he warned him not to stay inside the demon realm for too long. Lee Biko's face instantly brightened with excitement. Barely able to contain himself, he thanked the old man repeatedly while bowing enthusiastically. Watching him celebrate, Ryak silently thought that he had originally worried the boy was too weak. Now he was more worried about Lee Yun-soo instead. The old man sighed helplessly while watching his overly energetic grandson cling to him happily. At least, he admitted, the boy would make a decent carrier pigeon for delivering information. As Ryak prepared to leave through the portal, the cocoon suddenly began speaking again in its small voice. The old man immediately leaned forward in disbelief, while Ryak calmly translated. The cocoon was expressing gratitude. It said it would have died without the old man's care, and that it would remember him forever. The old man's expression softened completely after hearing those words. Not long afterward, Ryak found himself alone near a wooden table beneath the evening sky. Looking around in confusion, he realized everyone else had already disappeared. The tiny floating creature beside him explained that Sejun was training for the upcoming exam, while the others were busy playing tag somewhere nearby. Ryak blinked. Playing tag? The answer came almost immediately. A massive explosion erupted in the distance. The floating creature calmly explained that the Yu siblings were currently the most active participants. Ryak sighed while looking toward the burning forest. Then the small creature suddenly noticed the cocoon container and asked what it was. Ryak explained that it was a silk thread caterpillar cocoon, and that once it awakened, the creature might be able to connect with it mentally. The floating creature stared at the tiny cocoon in disbelief. It felt strangely familiar somehow. Ryak casually wondered where he was even supposed to keep it when another enormous explosion echoed through the area. Recently, things around this place had been exploding constantly. Then suddenly, a half-naked Sejun burst out from the smoke and debris before collapsing face first onto the ground near him. The floating creature stared blankly, while the exhausted Sejun weakly muttered that he finally understood. Ryak looked down at her calmly. A mana hole reconstruction had occurred. It was the phenomenon that appeared when awakened individuals exceeded their natural limits and forcibly evolved. The Sejun's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he realized this might allow him to pass the promotion exam. Unfortunately, Ryak immediately crushed his hopes. His limit had increased, but he still lacked proper control over his power. The explosions earlier were proof of that failure. After learning that only 1 week remained before the exam, Ryak decided there was only one option left. Real combat training. The Sejun's exhausted face instantly turned pale. He nervously muttered that if he died during training, then none of this would matter anyway. Ryak simply told him to leave everything to him. Still trembling, he stared at him in disbelief and pointed out that he already cooked for everyone every day despite constantly exhausting himself. But then his expression slowly changed. Golden energy flickered around her body as she smiled confidently and declared that she would at least handle this much herself. The atmosphere inside the Hunter Association building felt completely different on the day of the A-rank promotion exam. Large crowds filled the lobby as awakened individuals lined up one after another to register. The workers behind the counters moved non-stop while announcements echoed through the hall. Then the employee at the reception desk suddenly froze. Standing in front of her was an incredibly strange group. The black-haired young man calmly stood at the center while beside him was a long-haired man who looked as though he had not slept for weeks. A tiny blonde girl peeked over the counter excitedly, while another sharp-eyed man stood nearby with crossed arms. When she asked whether they were there for the promotion exam, Ryak casually pointed toward the exhausted long-haired hunter sitting nearby. That was the actual examinee. Meanwhile, the long-haired hunter sat hunched over in the waiting area while sweat dripped down his face. He could not understand why he felt so nervous. He had trained harder than ever this time. At that moment, the small blonde girl suddenly ran toward him and held out a bracelet with sparkling eyes. She proudly declared it was a lucky bracelet and confidently assured him that wearing it would guarantee he passed the exam. The exhausted hunter nearly burst into tears from gratitude and thanked her sincerely. Then the others joined in one after another. The sharp-eyed man casually tried to give encouragement, but ended up bluntly commenting that after spending an entire week together, he honestly thought the hunter should cut his hair because someone might grab it during a fight. The poor hunter immediately looked devastated again and weakly asked if he should tie it up instead. The little girl happily announced that now it was the black-haired young man's turn to say something. Ryak thought quietly for a moment before asking Sejun what he planned to do after passing the exam. Sejun admitted he had not thought that far ahead yet. Ryak calmly explained that when he had once traveled through the mountains, he encountered several strange A-rank hunters. Because of that, he did not want Sejun to remain stuck at that level forever. If he reached a rank, then he should immediately aim for S rank afterward. At that moment, another familiar figure entered the lobby. Even the people nearby looked shocked by his appearance. The chairman calmly approached, while the black-haired young man told Se-jun that if he kept moving forward, eventually he might grow into something truly incredible. He had already done well enough to deserve praise. Soon afterward, the group moved into one of the chairman's private waiting rooms, while the exam preparations continued outside. Chen Du-woon admitted that he had not realized Se-jun was personally connected to Ryak. Still, he respected the hunter's persistence and determination after observing him for so long. Ryak then asked how long the A-rank promotion exam normally lasted. The chairman explained that the test had 3 stages, meaning it would probably continue until evening. Ryak glanced down and noticed that Kim Nari had already fallen asleep beside him. While they had spent the last week training non-stop, she apparently stayed awake all night preparing a gift for him. Even the tiny creature named Podak had absorbed too much mana and passed out from exhaustion. After a while, the chairman brought over a tray of traditional sweets and casually told Ryak to eat whenever he became hungry. Then the conversation unexpectedly shifted toward the people living inside the demon realm. The chairman hesitated before asking if those individuals were technically S-rank level beings as well. Ryak calmly answered that they were simply his lab colleagues. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent. Then an idea suddenly struck him. Since those individuals were already powerful enough to rival top hunters, perhaps they should officially register as hunters themselves. As chairman, he could issue IDs immediately without forcing them through exams. At their level, regular examiners would probably get injured instead. The chairman explained that official hunter status would make living in the human world far more convenient and would prevent unnecessary trouble in the future. Even if they never needed Lee Yoon-soo's direct support, offering recognition to the older generation was the least the association could do. After considering it briefly, Ryak agreed. Having official status certainly would not hurt. Chairman Beek listened carefully as Ryak calmly explained their conditions once more. Even if they officially became hunters, they would only move whenever they personally wished to act. Nothing would bind them. The old chairman simply nodded without hesitation and quietly agreed. The bird siblings watched silently. The office doors suddenly burst open with a loud crash, startling everyone inside. A security guard stumbled forward desperately, trying to stop the intruder while shouting that he could not enter. The man ignored him completely. Wearing a tan trench coat over dark clothing and carrying a duffel bag casually over one shoulder, Jeong Hyuk walked forward with arrogant confidence. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but the mocking grin beneath them made his intentions obvious. The guard desperately tried blocking him again, but Jeong Hyuk merely asked why a son visiting his father suddenly required permission. Chairman Beek immediately stood up in shock after recognizing him. Elsewhere, deep inside the sterile white testing arena, Se-jun stood alone beneath the bright overhead lights. Standing opposite him was the same examiner who had destroyed him the previous year. The man wore a gray suit and a cruel grin while calmly reminding Se-jun that this was already his 7th attempt. Se-jun clenched his fists tightly while sweat rolled down the side of his face. Looking directly at Se-jun's long black hair, the examiner mockingly asked whether he was wearing a wig this time. Se-jun immediately snapped back that it was not a wig. The examiner suddenly disappeared from his spot. In an instant, he lunged forward with terrifying speed while stone exploded beneath his feet. A burst of unstable flames suddenly erupted around Se-jun instinctively as he desperately shouted for the examiner to stay away. His thoughts raced chaotically. He could not fight someone like this up close. He needed distance, needed room to breathe. But the examiner gave him none. Within seconds, the man was already standing directly above him again. Looking down almost mockingly, he asked Se-jun why he was moving so slowly before telling him to simply give up and start a new life already. The stone fist rose one final time, and at that moment, a memory resurfaced inside Se-jun's mind. He remembered collapsing helplessly in a grassy field beneath the night sky while Jia crouched beside him. Her voice was gentle, but firm as she told him to get up because falling from something like this did not suit him at all. She quietly asked why he kept closing his eyes at the last moment after coming so far. The descending stone fist suddenly stopped. The examiner froze in complete shock. Sejun had caught the enormous rock gauntlet with his bare hand. Blood dripped from Sejun's mouth while his entire body trembled violently, but his grip never loosened. At that moment, he finally understood the truth. He had never truly been weak. He had simply been afraid. Afraid of failing again. Golden flames suddenly exploded from his body with overwhelming force. Fire swallowed the arena in an instant as heat distorted the air itself. The examiner's confident expression immediately collapsed into panic while Sejun slowly walked forward through the inferno. His voice became calm. Cold. Absolute. He quietly repeated the examiner's earlier words about hopelessness wasting people's lives before staring directly into the man's terrified eyes. Then Sejun told him that if he truly believed that, he should remain an Ryak forever. Then, despite all the injuries covering his body, he smiled. It was the first time in his entire life that he had ever passed stage 1. Hyuk, who had entered earlier without permission, stood near the table with one hand inside his coat pocket. He casually replied that he was a busy man himself before finally placing the object he carried onto the table. A heavy black shell landed with a dull thud. Hyuk calmly explained that it was a pen shell brought from the demon realm, and not just any ordinary creature either. It was a living S-rank monster. Hyuk then mentioned hearing that Chairman Beek had failed to secure an item worthy enough for the upcoming auction. Since he happened to have this lying around, he casually offered it instead, saying he could obtain as many as he wanted anyway. Chairman Beek reminded him that he had been the one sending hunters toward the snowy mountain region for investigation. Yet despite all the effort, there had not been a single piece of proper evidence. Instead, Hyuk had started spreading ridiculous rumors about kidnapped children living in the slums. Hyuk only smirked behind his sunglasses. He mockingly asked whether he still looked like the same obedient Hyuk who once worked under Chairman Beek. The air around him twisted darkly as his mana slowly leaked outward. At that exact moment, Ryak suddenly woke up from Ryak's shoulder and began growling angrily after sensing the unfamiliar mana flooding the room. Ryak casually explained that Ryak tended to react aggressively whenever unfamiliar mana appeared nearby. Hyuk frowned while staring at the small creature. Already irritated enough as it was, he reached out toward Ryak as if intending to inspect it personally. But before his hand could even touch the mandragora, Ryak moved. A loud impact echoed through the office as Ryak instantly grabbed Hyuk's wrist midair. The entire atmosphere froze. Hyuk's confident expression disappeared for the first time. Ryak slowly stood from the sofa while holding his arm firmly in place. His eyes darkened as overwhelming mana pressure exploded through the room like a storm. He calmly asked whether this was the same Hyuk who ruled Gold City's Free Hunter Association. Ryak then mentioned hearing that Hyuk had been feeding Duchial nonsense and sending hunters into the snowy mountain region. The pressure intensified further. Hyuk's body stiffened under the crushing force as sweat rolled down his face. Before he even realized it, Ryak's mana had completely overwhelmed him. Ryak quietly asked whether he had also been the one responsible for sending hunters after the slum region. For a brief second, Hyuk truly felt fear. Chairman Beek immediately stepped forward in panic and begged Ryak to stop there for his sake. He asked him to let the matter go for today before things escalated further. After a long silence, Ryak simply released Hyuk's wrist and coldly replied that he did not care either way. Hyuk stumbled backward onto one knee while coughing violently. He had been standing on the verge of S-rank himself, yet he had not been capable of resisting Ryak even slightly. As Hyuk stared at Ryak's back, he finally understood why Chairman Lee Yun-soo had personally backed someone like him. For the first time in years, Hyuk genuinely wanted to leave a room as quickly as possible. Without another word, he clicked his tongue and walked out of the office. Chairman Beek remained silent for a while after the door closed. Eventually, he let out a tired sigh and asked whether the boy from the slums was doing all right. Ryak calmly replied that his friends were taking good care of him. Chairman Beek lowered his eyes thoughtfully while muttering Jeong-hyuk's name under his breath. He admitted that he never expected things to go that far. Then, after a moment of silence, he finally revealed the truth. Jeong-hyuk had originally been from the slums as well. Long ago, Chairman Beek himself had sponsored him as a child. Jeong-hyuk had been smart enough to enter a prestigious university and later joined the Hunter Association, where he worked under Chairman Beek for nearly 20 years. However, over time, their relationship began falling apart. Jeong-hyuk wanted to use the Hunter Association for business and profit rather than protection. Eventually, he abandoned the association completely and created the Free Hunter Association inside Gold City. Ryak listened quietly while Chairman Beek explained what free hunters truly were. They were awakened individuals permitted to use their abilities independently while refusing to follow the association's direct authority. Most of them used their powers purely to earn money instead of risking their lives for humanity. Chairman Beek explained that every year Gold City hosted a massive event called the Gold Auction. Originally, it had started with pure intentions. The profits were meant to support hunters and reconstruction efforts. But over time, the event transformed into something completely different, a gathering where powerful figures flaunted wealth, influence, and selfish desires. Even so, Chairman Beek admitted that attending the event had become unavoidable. Just then, a staff member hurried into the room and excitedly announced that Se-jun, candidate number 304, had officially completed the promotion exam. Chairman Beek looked genuinely surprised, but the real shock came seconds later. The employee nervously explained that Se-jun had cleared the second phase almost instantly. The first phase had taken only 7 minutes, while the second phase ended in a single minute. He had never seen so many reporters gathered at an exam venue before. Questions immediately bombarded him from every direction. One reporter suddenly asked whether his wig had played an important role in helping him overcome his trauma. Se-jun's brain nearly shut down on the spot. He awkwardly laughed while trying to process what kind of nonsense these people were even talking about. Yet instead of stopping, the reporters became even more excited and started asking where they could buy the same wig and what its price range was. Completely overwhelmed, Se-jun finally screamed at them to stop talking about the wig already. Before things could spiral further, Kim Nari suddenly grabbed Se-jun's hand and shouted for him to hurry up. Together, they escaped from the crowd and rushed into Chairman Beek's long black limousine waiting outside. Inside the moving car, the atmosphere became much lighter. The bird sister casually complimented Se-jun's performance, while Kim Nari proudly showed off her own hunter license beside him. Se-jun nearly choked after realizing even Kim Nari had received an A-rank license. But the true absurdity came when Ryak casually revealed that Dodak had been registered as an S-rank monster. Everyone immediately stared at the tiny sleeping mandragora in disbelief. Se-jun looked down at Dodak's hunter ID photo and wondered whether the creature had closed its eyes during the picture because it looked half asleep. Ryak calmly replied that he had noticed that too, but he planned to fix the photo later. Chairman Beek handed Ryak a sleek black card. Now that Ryak officially possessed a hunter license, Chairman Beek explained that the card was his own personal account and that he could freely use it whenever necessary. Chairman Beek calmly explained that it was an association tradition. Any hunter who reached A rank received financial support from the association. Eventually, the limousine stopped in front of a surprisingly old and narrow clothing shop squeezed between massive modern buildings. The tiny storefront looked completely out of place in the middle of the luxurious city district. The bird siblings immediately questioned whether this rundown place was really the best tailor Chairman Beek could find. The moment those words were spoken, the shop's front door burst open. An elderly man with a massive beard suddenly stormed outside while throwing random objects toward the street and shouting for everyone to leave immediately. He loudly declared that he had no intention of making clothes like that anymore. The group froze in surprise. The old man continued grumbling about rude customers ruining his life, before finally noticing Chairman Beek's assistant standing nearby. The assistant politely greeted him and explained that Chairman Beek was asking for a personal favor this time. He also mentioned that the chairman believed the old tailor would actually enjoy meeting these guests. The old man narrowed his eyes while studying the group from a distance. He immediately pointed at Ryak and bluntly asked whether that quiet guy was the tailor's customer. Then he muttered that Ryak certainly looked like someone with attitude. The mention of Chairman Lee Yun-soo's name only made the old man grumble even more bitterly under his breath. However, before the atmosphere could become awkward again, Kim Nari suddenly held up Dadak and excitedly announced that the Mandragora wanted clothes too. The moment the old tailor saw Dadak, everything changed. His entire expression froze. Then, as if struck by lightning, his eyes began sparkling with excitement. After coughing awkwardly and attempting to regain some dignity, the tailor finally admitted that since the request came from an old friend, he had no choice but to accept. The group eventually entered the shop and quickly realized the place looked far better inside than outside. The interior was surprisingly elegant and spotless, filled with expensive fabrics, antique furniture, clocks, and carefully arranged clothing displays. While the bird sister quietly admitted the place was cleaner than expected, the tailor had already begun rapidly writing measurements into a notebook after observing everyone. Once he finished, he asked whether the group had any specific style in mind. Ryak awkwardly admitted he knew almost nothing about fashion. However, after glancing toward everyone around him, he quietly suggested that since they were basically living together like a family now, it might be nice if their outfits carried a unified appearance. Kim Nari immediately became excited and shouted that she loved the idea. The bird siblings also agreed surprisingly fast. The tailor pushed up his glasses and declared that he would create a matching style capable of bringing out each person's unique charm while still making them look connected as a group. Still curious, Ryak asked why someone with such incredible skill had stopped making clothes for hunters entirely. He explained that despite appearances, he was actually the president of the Creature Freedom Association. Unlike most hunters, he deeply cared about small magical creatures and chimeras. A ridiculous mental image immediately appeared in Ryak's head of the old man passionately protesting in the streets, while holding giant signs demanding rights for magical creatures, alongside Chairman Lee Yun-soo. At that moment, the tailor suddenly pointed toward Dadak and excitedly asked whether Ryak intended to buy clothes for the little creature too. Ryak blinked in surprise and asked whether that was even possible. The old man proudly explained that custom outfits for pet chimeras had recently become extremely popular. Moments later, he revealed several miniature outfits designed specifically for creatures like Dadak. One outfit turned Dadak into a tiny mountain Sherpa carrying a backpack. Another transformed him into a wealthy businessman wearing a tiny suit and tie. The tailor enthusiastically asked Dadak if he wanted to choose one personally. Dadak slowly waddled forward and examined the outfits one by one. Because Mandragoras naturally had poor eyesight, he leaned extremely close while inspecting them seriously. Then suddenly, Dadak proudly pointed toward one of the outfits while shouting loudly. Kim Nari stared blankly before asking whether Dadak had accidentally mistaken the mannequins for his subordinates. The tailor nearly collapsed laughing. A few moments later, he dramatically pulled out his so-called masterpiece, a beautiful red plaid outfit custom-made for pet chimeras. He proudly declared it to be one of the greatest creations of his life and carefully held it out toward Dadak. Ryak quietly wondered whether Dadak would actually like something like that. The tailor insisted that Dadak should at least try it on once before deciding. Ryak gently picked up the tiny coat and admitted it really did feel unusually soft. Dadak stared suspiciously at the glowing mana gathering around Ryak's hand. His little eyes widened as he tilted his head in confusion, letting out a cautious sound while watching the faint blue energy wrap around the red plaid outfit. Ryak smiled slightly and carefully infused a tiny amount of mana into the fabric. The effect appeared immediately. The coat softened even further while faint streams of mana gently flowed through the material like warm air. Dadak's entire expression instantly brightened. He began bouncing excitedly around the table while loudly shouting in approval. Even the tailor looked stunned. The old man quickly grabbed the fabric for inspection and realized the mana had somehow perfectly blended into the clothing without damaging it. Instead, the outfit now naturally adjusted itself to Dadak's body as if it were alive. An elegant woman wearing a long crimson dress slowly stepped inside alongside a silver-haired man in a black suit. She explained that she needed a dress prepared for an upcoming event and had come personally because no other tailor in Gold City matched his skill. The old tailor's expression instantly turned cold. Without hesitation, he bluntly told her to leave. He declared that he would never sell the shop no matter how much money she offered. The woman only laughed softly before warning him not to make things difficult for himself. She hinted that she had many other methods available if persuasion failed. At that exact moment, Ryak's eyes sharpened slightly. The instant he sensed the strange aura surrounding the woman, he realized something was wrong. The pressure hiding beneath her smile did not resemble that of an ordinary awakened at all. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly noticed Ryak watching her. Her gaze paused for a second before shifting toward Kim Nari sitting beside him. She introduced herself as Jessica and cheerfully explained that she operated a massive amusement park called Dodo Land. Kim Nari's eyes sparkled immediately after hearing the words amusement park. Then she handed over several golden VIP tickets. Ryak immediately stepped forward and stopped the interaction before Jessica could move any closer to the child. Jessica only laughed playfully and claimed she simply loved children. Still, the strange atmosphere around her never disappeared. Before leaving, Jessica placed the VIP passes on the table and mentioned there would be a large parade that evening. She insisted the little girl would definitely enjoy it. After Jessica finally walked away, the entire room became quiet. Whatever aura Ryak had briefly released earlier had clearly affected her reaction too. Later that evening, the group eventually arrived at Dodo Land. The massive amusement park stretched endlessly beneath the bright sky, filled with giant roller coasters, colorful mascots, floating balloons, and crowds of excited visitors. Kim Nari stared around in absolute disbelief while repeatedly shouting about the parade. Ryak quietly watched her excitement before giving a small smile. Seeing her this happy made the trip feel worthwhile already. As they walked deeper into the park, Kim Nari suddenly explained why she wanted to see a parade so badly. A long time ago, she had once watched a video showing families holding hands together while watching colorful parade floats and mascots pass by beneath glowing lights. Ever since then, she secretly wanted to experience something like that herself. Hearing this, Ryak gently smiled and agreed that watching the parade together sounded fun. Meanwhile, the bird brother suddenly stopped walking after catching the smell of food drifting through the air. The next second, both he and Kim Nari exploded with excitement after spotting stalls selling butter-roasted squid and churros. The two immediately sprinted toward the food stands like children escaping supervision. Ryak could only laugh helplessly while watching them run ahead. Still, the bird sister remained cautious. She quietly mentioned that Jessica seemed suspicious. According to her instincts, the woman probably possessed a tail organization hidden behind her public identity. The silver-haired man accompanying Jessica also appeared extremely dangerous. The bird brother calmly asked whether he should investigate them further. If things escalated into a conflict, Kim Nari would only end up disappointed. Because of that, he decided the best solution was to keep everyone distracted and enjoy the amusement park peacefully for now. Then his eyes landed on a large haunted house attraction called Hunted Monsters. Ryak smiled faintly. That looked perfect. Meanwhile, outside the attraction, the silver-haired man accompanying Jessica stood alone while staring toward the haunted house entrance with visible confusion. He could not understand why anyone would visit a haunted house first at an amusement park. Several minutes passed, yet Ryak's group still had not come out. Since the attraction used the same entrance and exit, the silver-haired man decided to wait outside instead of entering. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Terrified visitors came screaming out of the haunted house, while fake zombies and ghosts chased after them. The silver-haired man frowned slightly after hearing people complain that the CCTV cameras inside had suddenly stopped working again. His expression immediately sharpened. He wondered whether the same people from before were responsible. At the same time, Jessica sat quietly inside a luxury car while staring out the window thoughtfully. She admitted that it was unlikely, especially after so many years had already passed, but she still wanted confirmation. Then she calmly ordered the silver-haired man, Joy, to investigate Ryak's group personally. Even Joy looked surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen Jessica act uneasy towards someone. Back outside, Joy finally decided to enter the haunted house himself. He scoffed at the rumors about ghosts, calling the entire thing ridiculous. According to him, the attraction was nothing more than cheap effects and actors. However, the moment he stepped deeper inside, his confidence slowly began to crack. The interior corridors stretched endlessly beneath dim candlelight while strange sounds echoed through the darkness. Joy casually muttered that he should have at least turned the lights on before entering. Then something moved. A strange, dragging noise echoed through the hallway, followed by low whispers surrounding him from every direction. Joy immediately froze. At first, he tried convincing himself it was only wind or hidden speakers, but the noises felt far too real. His instincts screamed at him to hide. Using his invisibility ability, Joy concealed his entire body and carefully moved through the dark corridors. Yet every step he took produced strange echoes, almost as if something invisible was walking directly behind him. That realization sent chills through his spine. Joy slowly turned his head toward the darkness behind him. Nothing was there. Still, the sound continued approaching. Then suddenly, the entire hallway exploded with violent noise. Red footprints appeared all around him while the floor shook violently. Joy's eyes widened in terror as he realized something was rapidly charging straight toward him despite his invisibility. It was coming. Before he could react, giant spectral scythes suddenly sliced through the darkness around him. Ghostly masks floated overhead while twisted spirits laughed madly from every direction. One massive scythe slammed directly into the wall beside him, leaving a deep crack behind. The sheer pressure alone nearly made his heart stop. Then things somehow became even worse. Long black hair slowly descended from the darkness above him. Joy looked upward, trembling. A pale ghost woman hung upside down directly over his head. The next second, Joy completely collapsed from fear and passed out instantly. Several figures quietly emerged from the darkness afterward. The bird sister removed her hood while casually commenting that Joy's invisibility wore off too quickly because his mana training was lacking. The bird brother angrily complained that she had thrown an actual scythe at him during the haunted house tag game. She simply shrugged and replied that he should not have messed with her earlier. Meanwhile, Ryak calmly walked through the hallway wearing a traditional ghost hunter outfit while carrying Dodek in his arms. Even Dodek had transformed himself into a tiny singing ghost mascot complete with a voice modulation microphone. The little mandrake proudly declared himself the best performer in the haunted house. Ryak could only laugh softly while looking at the unconscious Joy lying on the floor. Then he calmly asked whether they had successfully collected all the attraction stamps yet. Ryak stopped in front of the massive haunted house attraction while Nari stared up at the building nervously. The giant sign reading Hunted Monsters hung above the entrance while fake spider webs and glowing pumpkins covered the front yard. Nari immediately panicked at the idea of entering such a terrifying place, but Ryak calmly pointed toward the event notice nearby. The bird sister casually suggested they leave Joy there and inform the staff later. After all, nobody would ever believe a high-ranking awakened had fainted because he thought a real ghost was chasing him. The group eventually left the haunted house while Nari happily celebrated the successful stamp hunt. She proudly carried the prize they had won, a fox plushie that looked almost identical to Klong. Nari immediately announced that she wanted to gift it to the squirrel. As the sun slowly began setting, the amusement park became far more crowded than before. The bird brother explained that the big parade was about to begin and confidently claimed that watching a parade properly required skill. Then suddenly, a violent red tear split open in the sky above the amusement park. Everyone froze. The cheerful atmosphere instantly collapsed as people began screaming and running in every direction. Ryak's expression immediately hardened. A naturally occurring gate had opened directly above the amusement park. From within the crack, a small, flying squirrel-like creature emerged. At first glance, it looked harmless, almost cute even, but the moment the nearby hunters attacked it with arrows, the creature casually deflected the attacks before releasing an enormous burst of blue lightning. The explosion instantly sent several hunters flying backward. The bird brother's face darkened immediately. That was no ordinary monster. According to him, it was a disaster-class creature. Even the bird sister looked shocked, explaining that disaster-class monsters almost never appeared alone. Usually, they traveled alongside countless lower-ranked monsters. Yet this creature had appeared by itself. Ryak quietly observed the squirrel while analyzing the situation carefully. The creature radiated demonic energy, but strangely enough, it was also scattering electric energy everywhere while hiding itself using stealth abilities. At this rate, the entire amusement park could be destroyed. Without hesitation, Ryak raised his hand and rapidly formed a massive golden energy net in the sky. Threads of light spread across the amusement park before instantly trapping the flying squirrel in midair. The creature crashed heavily into the ground moments later. Only then did everyone realize the monster had been much smaller than expected. Its stealth ability had made it appear far larger and more dangerous than it actually was. The squirrel's invisibility faded completely as it shrank back to its original size. Instead of looking terrifying, it now looked frightened. Nari carefully stared at the trembling creature before softly saying that it probably hid itself because it was timid. According to her, the hunters had attacked first, so the squirrel merely fought back in self-defense. She believed it was actually a good creature. Ryak looked silently at the tiny monster for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. He admitted that he was curious too. After all, a disaster-class monster appearing completely alone was far too unusual to ignore. With the disaster-class squirrel finally subdued, the tension around the amusement park slowly began to settle. Nari suggested they head home for the day, and everyone agreed. In the distance, the red gate hanging above the amusement park started shrinking rapidly. Even the bird sister found it strange. Naturally occurring gates usually remained open far longer than this. When they looked around, they realized the amusement park had become completely empty. Nari stared quietly at the ruined parade route while hugging the fox plushie tightly. Although she tried to act strong, disappointment was written all over her face. She had been looking forward to the parade more than anything. Still with watery eyes, she forced out a smile and quietly said they could always come back next time. The bird brother noticed her expression immediately. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked everyone to follow him. The group climbed all the way to the observatory tower overlooking the amusement park. The bird brother confidently claimed the view there was incredible, though the others questioned why he had dragged them all the way up there for seemingly no reason. Then, moments later, a single streak of light shot into the sky. Fireworks exploded above the darkened amusement park. Soon the entire night sky filled with brilliant colors. Blue, purple, red, and gold lights illuminated the city while Nari stared upward in complete amazement. The bird brother explained that the fireworks were normally launched at the end of the parade through a reserved emergency power system. Because of the sudden blackout earlier, the park staff must have activated it manually. Despite everything that had happened, the fireworks display continued beautifully across the night sky. Even the bird sister admitted it was surprisingly nice. Ryak quietly watched the fireworks while noticing Ryak and Nari staring upward with sparkling eyes. The lights reflected beautifully in Nari's pupils as she softly called out to him. Far away from the amusement park, the captured flying squirrel's condition suddenly worsened. The creature struggled weakly beside its hollow nest, while another small bird-like monster panicked nearby. Fragments of broken words escaped its mouth. Friend. Met. The moment Ryak heard those words, his eyes narrowed. Then suddenly the squirrel grabbed a small blue cloth bundle and sprinted away at full speed. Nari panicked and asked where it was going, but Ryak calmly told everyone to rest while he followed after it himself. He had a feeling there was still something important hidden behind this situation. As Ryak chased the squirrel, he recalled an old principle regarding monsters. Monsters were heavily influenced by the environment where they were born and raised. If they entered a completely incompatible region, their bodies could weaken drastically, and sometimes they could not even use their full strength properly. In situations like that, what guided them was something known as homing instinct. Moments later, Ryak arrived in an enormous frozen region filled with snowstorms and giant ice formations. An ice region. After so long, the squirrel had finally returned home. Ryak watched quietly as the creature began digging through the snow before curling itself into a cocoon-like nest. The sight immediately struck him as strange. Most insect-type monsters were normally born in warm environments. Yet this creature had chosen an icy region instead. Something about the entire situation felt abnormal. Ryak quietly observed the tiny squirrel as it rolled itself into a cocoon-like shell within the frozen snowfield. Judging from the creature's condition, he assumed it had likely come there to recover and eventually enter some kind of dormant state. Ryak laughed softly and told them not to mind him while they continued whatever they had been doing. Even during the journey there, the squirrel had apparently been nervous the entire time. Blue energy slowly flowed around the cocoon as Ryak examined it carefully. Then suddenly, Ryak jumped off Ryak's shoulder and landed near the cocoon. The little creature stared at the glowing mana leaking from the cocoon before suddenly stuffing part of the energy into its mouth. The squirrel froze in complete confusion. Ryak quickly stopped Ryak and explained that the energy belonged to the cocoon and was only meant to help the squirrel recover. Ryak looked embarrassed after being caught. Ryak could only sigh helplessly. After traveling such a long distance, Ryak was probably starving. If that was the case, there was no helping it. Ryak released mana from both hands and began feeding both creatures himself. Ryak immediately started chewing happily while the squirrel timidly absorbed the surrounding energy. Watching Ryak chew mana with sparkling eyes, Ryak quietly admitted the little thing was strangely cute whenever it ate. Then, the cocoon suddenly began floating into the air. Ryak stared upward in surprise. It had only just started recovering. Was it already beginning to awaken? Now that it had finally reached a proper region, its growth had begun accelerating. Ryak watched the transformation with great interest. He had never seen the adult form of a silk thread larva before, so naturally his curiosity grew. A giant glowing butterfly slowly descended from the sky. The creature's wings resembled transparent crystal, radiating pale blue light beneath the aurora overhead. Even Ryak looked genuinely surprised by how beautiful it was. The squirrel stared at the butterfly with trembling eyes before tearfully calling out to it. "Friend, I've finally met you." The butterfly slowly descended toward the squirrel while Ryak quietly observed the scene. To his surprise, the butterfly's face resembled that of a small bird, and as it approached the squirrel, its enormous body gradually shrank down. Ryak immediately realized the creature could freely control its size. The squirrel and butterfly gently approached one another like reunited companions who had been separated for a very long time. Watching them together, Ryak quietly wondered how those two creatures had even become friends in the first place. Far away from the frozen region, another memory surfaced. A tiny squirrel-like creature once lived alone deep inside a forest. One day, while curiously wandering around, it discovered a strange cocoon hanging from a tree branch. The little squirrel cautiously approached it. Then suddenly, a giant predatory bird swooped down from the sky and snatched the cocoon away. The squirrel panicked instantly and chased after the bird with everything it had. The chase continued across mountains, forests, and eventually all the way into an icy region. The exhausted squirrel refused to stop pursuing the bird despite nearly collapsing from fatigue. Eventually, the cocoon was dropped into the frozen land. The squirrel finally recovered it, breathing heavily while protecting it with its own body. And after all that time, the creature inside finally awakened. A massive white butterfly spread its enormous glowing wings beneath the open sky. The squirrel stared upward in complete amazement, while the butterfly gently lifted both Ryak and the tiny creature into the air. The butterfly happily explained that the air in this region felt different from before. Because of its huge body, it could move incredibly fast there. Ryak smiled while watching the two monsters interact. He admitted he never expected both of them to eventually want to live at his home. But before Ryak could think further, his expression suddenly changed. He realized they had unknowingly arrived in a rocky mountain region. Then he spotted someone familiar in the distance. Lee Bik-ho. At the same moment, a gigantic king skull slime erupted violently from the ground in front of the hunter. Lee Bik-ho immediately realized the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Just as the slime prepared to attack, a figure crashed down between them. Green liquid exploded outward from the impact as Ryak landed heavily on the ground. Lee Bik-ho widened his eyes in shock. Ryak slowly looked up at him and calmly asked what he was doing there. Lee Bik-ho sat down heavily on a rock, covered in slime residue, and apologized once again for causing trouble. Ryak brushed the slime from his hands and calmly asked if he still hadn't managed to find the item Lee Woon-soo had been searching for. Lee Bik-ho's expression darkened immediately. No matter what tricks Go Young-hyuk had pulled behind the scenes, the illegally traded items had completely vanished without a trace. Everything connected to the case had been erased too cleanly. Ryak quietly listened, while thinking that even a small clue would probably help Chairman Lee Woon-soo. Despite being only C rank, Lee Bik-ho had once again entered a dangerous region alone trying to search for evidence. Ryak then asked if he had discovered anything unusual at all. After a moment of hesitation, Lee Bik-ho finally pulled out a strange stone wrapped in dark demonic energy. Ryak then revealed the truth. That stone was made from his bones. The statement shocked Lee Bik-ho completely. Back at Ryak's territory, the small butterfly and squirrel continued practicing speech together. The butterfly proudly introduced itself as Shinabi, while the squirrel clumsily repeated the words after it. The butterfly immediately repeated the word repetition with sparkling excitement, while the squirrel proudly shouted that they should return to the beginning and practice again. Nearby, Ryak sat with the beast tribe members while discussing the growing number of monsters now living around the house. Thankfully, most of them were adapting to the environment much better than expected. Still, the family had become much larger than before. Ryak opened his bag and showed the strange demonic stones to the beast tribe members. The moment they saw the dark energy surrounding them, their expressions changed. The energy was identical to Ryak's. Ryak calmly confirmed it. Those stones were literally fragments of his remains. Then Ryak revealed his next plan. 3 days later, Gold Auction would be holding an auction tournament, and he intended to participate personally. The beast warriors were confused at first, but Ryak smiled faintly and explained he already had an idea. Elsewhere, Ryak recalled the mysterious woman Jessica, who had recently departed after meeting him. Although she appeared to be an ordinary awakened, one thing about her stood out clearly. She was obsessed with money, and more importantly, she was deeply connected to Gold Auction. The organization publicly called itself an auction house, but behind the scenes, it functioned as a massive money laundering operation for wealthy elites and real estate powers involved in illegal speculation throughout Gold City. At the center of everything stood Congressman Park Woo-young, chairman of the Awakened Integrated Association. Publicly, he appeared respectable, but in reality, he was one of the core figures controlling Gold City's underground cartel. Every year, nearly all wealthy figures within Gold City gathered at the auction tournament to establish connections and strengthen alliances. Lee Woon-soo had apparently spent years trying to keep that cartel under control, but the Hunter Association remained a private organization in the end. Ryak understood that confronting Jessica directly would only scare everyone involved and destroy any evidence before he could learn the truth. But 3 days later, the Gold Auction VIP lounge opened its doors. The luxurious hall was filled with wealthy elites, politicians, executives, and powerful awakened individuals. One man calmly observed the grand stage while commenting that this year's tournament was even larger than the last. Many people no longer trusted governments or assemblies. Instead, they relied on massive organizations that practically controlled the world itself. To maintain such a society, they believed a strict class hierarchy was necessary. According to them, the bright side of the city could only exist because the dark side remained buried underneath it. Documents discussing the Bronze City slum redevelopment project circulated among the guests, while they casually discussed erasing entire districts and pushing the poor out of the city. To them, the slums did not even qualify as the dark side. They simply viewed them as disposable trash, standing in the way of Diamond City expansion. One wealthy investor excitedly declared that they needed to rise into the higher city ranks as soon as possible, while another revealed that Chairman Lee Woon-soo had recently visited the slums and encouraged resistance against the redevelopment plans. The old men at the table immediately grew suspicious. They wondered if Lee Woon-soo was secretly planning something again. But another man calmly reassured them. Lee Woon-soo would not be submitting anything. Soon enough, everyone would understand why. Meanwhile, on the balcony overlooking the hall, a man in sunglasses quietly asked a chilling question. Between the rising sun and the setting sun, which one deserved to rule the world? Another man answered with a smile that the brighter the sunlight became, the filthier and more miserable the gutter beneath it would grow. And in the end, anyone who opposed the flow of time would inevitably be dragged down into that gutter. At that moment, the stage lights illuminated the hall. The host enthusiastically welcomed everyone and officially began the Gold City Auction tournament hosted by Gold Auction. The first item immediately shocked the audience. A gigantic dark blue stone taken from the demon realm was rolled onto the stage. Even veteran merchants who had attended the auction for 10 years admitted they had never seen a dark blue stone that massive before. The opening bid alone started at $2 billion. The audience erupted instantly. To the wealthy elites present, however, $2 billion was barely meaningful. Bidding numbers rose rapidly until the stone was finally sold for $3 billion. The white-suited man overseeing the event smiled calmly from above. It was a perfect start. The atmosphere inside the auction hall became even more heated after the first successful sale. The wealthy guests applauded Chairman Jang while praising the quality of the opening item. The old man laughed proudly, saying it had not been easy to obtain such a massive dark blue stone from the demon realm. Nearby, Chairman Go stood silently with his arms crossed. One of the investors curiously asked what he had prepared for tonight. Chairman Go simply smiled behind his sunglasses and answered that they would see soon enough. Moments later, the host announced the next item submitted by Chairman Go Young-hyuk of the Free Hunter Association. Everyone turned instantly. The coconut family had arrived. Ryak walked calmly into the hall wearing an elegant white suit, while the little girl excitedly looked around at the luxurious venue. Behind them, another man stretched lazily while commenting that the place looked surprisingly fancy. They explained they had stopped by a tailor on the way, which delayed them longer than expected. The little girl happily added that the tailor was amazing at making clothes. The moment Chairman Go saw Ryak enter, his expression froze completely. Jessica's face also stiffened with disbelief. No way. It could not possibly be him. Meanwhile, Ryak casually sat down at a nearby table and greeted Chairman Gi Seok with a relaxed smile. The people around them quickly realized something was wrong. Then the host nervously announced Chairman Lee Woon-soo's first auction item. A glass display slowly rose from beneath the stage. Inside were 6 glowing red diamonds. The host dramatically revealed them as red diamonds harvested from the legendary red diamond ladybug. The entire hall fell silent. The starting bid alone was $60 billion. Above the hall, Chairman Go clenched the railing tightly. How had Lee Woon-soo managed to obtain something like that? But the shock did not stop there. The second item was revealed immediately afterward. A massive demon realm aquarium appeared on stage, containing multiple rare sea creatures gathered from the coastal region. Yellow quartz from the deep sea. A live demon seahorse. Top-tier potion ingredients. And finally, a gigantic pearl oyster carrying a pearl far rarer than ordinary pen shells. Every single item inside the aquarium was incredibly valuable. Then came the final item. The host hesitated before speaking, unsure how to even describe what was about to appear. At the center of the stage rested several white fragments. The third item was officially introduced as the remains of TDA research subject number 17. The hall instantly fell into stunned silence. Then the host announced the starting price, 999.9 billion. Even Ryak smiled faintly at the reaction spreading through the audience. People stood up in confusion, shouting questions throughout the hall. What exactly was subject number 17? Why would a pile of remains cost nearly $1 trillion? Nearby, Gia with golden eyes quietly told Ryak that they were watching closely now. Elsewhere in the hall, a nervous girl with glasses stared down at her phone in horror after hearing the announcement. Subject number 17. The name alone was enough to terrify her.